I would poison the cisterns, Mamura finally replied. There was a long pause. In the background, the girl giggled again. I would contaminate the food stocks, sabotage the artillery. Mamura was speeding up. I would make sure I had a way of communicating with the Sassanids. Then, one dark night, I would open a gate or throw a rope over an unguarded stretch of wall. The girl sighed. Oh, and there is one other thing that I would do. What? Said Ballista. I would kill you. Obsessio. Spring-Autumn AD 256. Chapter 12. Beware the Ides of March. The Telones shook his head sadly as he watched the cavalcade pass. Calpurnia turned in her sleep and muttered, Beware the Ides of March. After the last horseman had jingled out from under the tall arch of the western gate, there was an unnatural silence, as if everything were holding its breath. What the fuck are you on about? The Bukalos often sounded put out when confronted by things outside his limited experience. That is poetry, that is. That old centurion, the one who was always drunk, always quoting that he was. You know the one. The Sassanids got him somewhere downriver, cut his balls off and his cock shoved him down his throat. The Telones shook his head again. Poor bastard. Anyway, today is the Ides of March, the day Julius Caesar was murdered by some of his friends. Not a good day to start out on something. Not what you would call a day of good omen. Just beyond the Palmyrene Gate, Ballista had halted his small mounted force to reorder for the march. 2 equites singulares were put on point duty in front, and 1 at each side and the rear. The northerner did not intend to be surprised if he could help it. Ballista would lead the main body with Maximus, Romulus, and Demetrius. The 2 scribes and 2 messengers would ride next, then the 5 servants leading the 5 pack horses. The other 5 equites singulares would form the end of the column. Ordered like a miniature army, scouts out and baggage in the middle, the force was as ready as it could be for any trouble. Not that trouble was expected. This was a straightforward tour of inspection. The small fort of Castella Marabum, garrisoned to 20 camel-riding dromedarii from cohorts 20, lay to the southeast, some 30 miles as the crow flies, some 45 by road. Castella Marabum was now the furthest south of Rome's possessions on the Euphrates. It was the tripwire that was intended to warn of the coming of the Sassanids. No enemy had yet been seen. Local experts assured Ballista that it took time for the Sassanids to assemble their forces in the spring. They would not come until April, when there was grass for their horses and no danger of rain ruining their bowstrings. No hostile encounters were expected on this trip. 2 days' easy ride down, a day to look at the defences and make a speech to hearten the dromedarii, and 2 easy days' ride back. As the men on point duty rode off to take up their positions, Ballista looked back at Arete. Bricklayers still plied their methodical trade, facing the earth, rubble, and layers of reeds that formed its core, but the great glacis that fronted the western wall was in essence complete. The 500 paces that separated Ballista from it was now a wasteland. Scattered low piles of broken bricks and smashed stones were all that remained of the once proud tower tombs of the necropolis. Looking at the wasteland he had created, Ballista wondered what he should feel. A good Roman would probably be meditating on something like the immutability of fate. To his surprise, Ballista's main feeling, rather than pity or guilt, was one of pride. I, Ballista, son of Isangrim, did this. Look on my works and tremble. He smiled to himself. Everyone knows we barbarians enjoy destruction for its own sake, and maybe not just us. He half remembered a line from the Agricola of Tacitus. Rome creates a desert and calls it peace. Tacitus had put the words into the mouth of a Caledonian chief called Calgacus. Isangrim's sense of humour had not deserted him all those years ago when naming the Caledonian slave who would look after his son. The point men were in position. Ballista signalled the advance. The small column set off at a walk towards the south. The cool of the night was giving way before the early morning sun. Only down in the ravines and on the surface of the river was the mist still clinging. Soon it would be hot, or hot by northern standards. The road was unpaved, but created by millennia of caravans, it was mainly broad and easy to follow. For the most part it kept on the plateau away from the river. Sometimes it even diverted quite some distance inland to go round the ravines that ran down to the Euphrates. At others it descended into these wadis, sometimes climbing straight out the other side, sometimes following the floodplain until the gradient allowed it to climb back to the plateau. Down by the river, they stopped for lunch in the shade of a grove of wild date palms. It was peaceful in the dappled sunlight, listening to the river slip by. Ballista had ordered that the scouts remain on the lookout above them on the plateau. After he had eaten the cold pheasant bread and cheese that Kalgakas had packed for him, he lay back and closed his eyes. It was good to be out in the country, slightly stiff and tired after a morning in the saddle. It was good to be away from the endless interruptions and irritations of organizing the defense of Arete. Sunlight coming through the palm fronds made shifting patterns on his eyelids. The south wind was getting up. He could hear it moving through the stands of tamarisk. But even in this almost idyllic setting, his mind would not rest. Castellamarabum had a garrison of 20. It was too few to mount a defence, and more than was needed for a lookout post. He had inherited this arrangement from the previous Dux Repi. So far he had not found time to visit Castellamarabum. Now, maybe, it was too late to start altering things. Ballista sat up and looked around at his men. They should start moving. Again, it struck him how easy it was to slip into other people's ways of doing things. 23 men and 28 horses, just to transport him to look at a small fort less than 50 miles away. Like the garrison of Castellamarabum, the column was the wrong size. It was too small to fight off any determined Sassanid war party, and too large to move quickly. The size of Ballista's entourage, somehow without any intention on his side, had expanded to fit Roman expectations. A Dux on the move needed scribes, messengers, guards. It was lucky he had not found himself saddled with a masseur, pastry cook, and a hairy Greek philosopher as well. Ballista felt he should have ridden down to Castellamarabum with just Maximus and Demetrius. Moving fast, they could have kept away from any trouble. It would be a foolish tent-dweller who decided to try to rob Maximus. The tethered horses had eaten their hay and were either sleeping or desultorily searching the ground for anything edible. The sun was hot, but in the shade of the stand of trees it was still cool. The men were resting or lying down, talking quietly. There was all the time in the world. Ballista lay back down and shut his eyes. A sudden childish fantasy came over him. Why not just saddle pale horse, slip away, and all alone ride west, never to return to the bustling irritations of Arete? But straight away he knew it was impossible. What about Maximus and Demetrius, and Kalgakas? And then the big question. Where would he go? To sit in his sun-drenched garden on the cliffs of Tauromenium, or to drink by the fire in the high-roofed hall of his father? At length it was Romulus who started them moving again, pointing out somewhat reproachfully that now they would not reach the ruined caravanserai that marked the halfway point by nightfall. Ballista said it did not matter. Maximus loudly and repeatedly said that it was a blessing in disguise. Such places were undoubtedly crawling with snakes. The open air was far, far safer. The afternoon followed the pattern of the morning. The river to the left, the wide emptiness of the sky and the land, the broad road along the plateau, always unrolling to the south. As in the morning, sometimes they followed the road down into ravines, the horses' hooves sending showers of stones ahead. Sometimes the road climbed straight out again, and sometimes it took its time, meandering down to the river and running along the floodplain, through the tamarisks and date palms, until a suitable opportunity appeared to regain the plateau. The low winter sun was throwing long shadows to their left, making strange, elongated beasts of horses and riders, when something happened. It started quietly. Maximus leant over, touched Ballista's knee, and jerked his head back in the direction they had come. Ballista pulled his mount round to one side to see better. The cavalryman on rear point duty was in sight. He was a long way off, but rapidly catching them. He was galloping, although not flat out. The south wind was making the dust his horse kicked up stream out behind them. The column came to a halt. Realizing he was observed, the cavalryman gathered the ends of his cloak in his right hand and waved them in the air, the usual signal for enemy in sight. He was still some way off. They waited, all eyes not on the cavalryman, but looking beyond him to see what might appear. The 5 equites singulares with the column fanned out into a line. Behind them, the servants waited phlegmatically with the pack animals. The scribes and messengers talked rapidly among themselves. They all looked very frightened, except the scribe with the Spanish accent, who waited as impassively as any of the soldiers. Nothing had shown itself by the time the cavalryman brought his horse to a halt before Ballista. "Dominus, Sassanid light cavalry, bowmen, about 50 or 60 of them, about 3 miles away." "Which direction are they heading?" "They were coming from the west, down from the hills to the river.
Did they see you? Yes. Did they chase you? Not straight away. They waited until their lead group had reached the river. Then they started to follow me, but at a walk. Lead group? Yes, Dominus. They were split into 5 groups, stretched out over 3 or 4 miles between the hills and the river. Had they seen the rest of us? I don't think so, Dominus.
All father, but this looks bad, thought Ballista. Everyone was looking at him, waiting. He tried to block them out and think clearly. He looked around. Still nothing to be seen. The man on point to the left, the east, was only a couple of 100 paces away. Beyond him was the cliff down to the river. To the west, the scout was about 400 paces out. Straight ahead to the south, neither of the scouts could be seen, but the fresh wind was carrying a wide line of dust towards them from some miles away. Romulus, where exactly are we? Ballista worked hard at making his voice sound calm, possibly even slightly bored. Just under 20 miles out of Arete, Dominus, just over 25 short of Castellammarabum. The disused caravanserai is about 3 miles ahead. Is there any shelter up in the hills to the west? A fort or settlement, occupied or not? Only the village of Mera to the northwest. It is occupied and walled, but the Sassanids are between us and it. Romulus brightened. But we can go to the disused caravanserai. Its walls still stand, and we can reach it long before the Persians catch up with us. Yes, it is tempting, but I think that it is possibly the last thing we should do. Ballista circled his arms, calling in the men from left and right. Romulus, which of the Equites Singulares here has the best mount? Before the standard-bearer could answer, another cheekily cut in. No question about that, Dominus. Me. The man grinned. Demetrius whispered in Ballista's ear. Antigonus. Right, Antigonus. I want you to go and bring in the 2 scouts from out in front. Meet us back at the last grove of date palms we passed through, down by the river. We will wait for you there. If we are not there, the 3 of you are to make your own way, either to Arete or to Castellammarabum. Save yourselves as best you can. There is not a moment to lose. I will explain when you return. Take care. While Antigonus set off to the south at a gallop, the column retraced its steps to the north, also at a gallop. Once they were in the stand of trees, Ballista rattled out orders to put them in a new formation, his voice little above a fierce whisper. They were to form a wedge, an arrowhead. Ballista was to be the point, Maximus close to his right and half a length behind him, 3 Equites Singulares beyond and behind him. Romulus and the other 4 Equites Singulares were to comprise the left side of the formation. Demetrius and the Spanish scribe were to ride right behind Ballista, then the rest of the staff and the servants with the pack horses. Ballista quietly, and he hoped calmly, explained what he was about. The aim could not be simpler. They were to break through the group of Sassanids closest to the river. With luck, the Persians would be taken by surprise as they charged out of the shelter of the date palms. Again, with luck, this group of Persians down by the river would at that moment be out of sight of the others up on the plateau, buying the Romans just a little time. Anyway, once through the nearest group, the Romans would ride flat out for Arete and safety. With yet more luck, the night would hide them from the pursuing enemy. It was growing dark among the date palms. The shadow of the cliff stretched out across the Euphrates. The temperature was dropping quickly. The wind worried at the palm fronds and tamarisks. The waters sucked at the banks. It was hard to hear anything clearly, and difficult to see in the gathering gloom. Somewhere on the other side of the river, a jackal barked. "How do you know we're in a trap?" Maximus whispered, his mouth very close to Ballista's ear. The northerner took his time replying, wondering how to put his suspicions into words. "The Sassanids between us and Arete are not acting like a normal scouting party looking for information. If that is what they were, they would have chased the one of us they saw, chased him flat out. Catch him and they could go home, out of danger. Instead, they are moving south at a slow walk, strung out across the plain between the river and the hills. They have been sent on a flank march to catch any of us who escape from the main ambush. That line of dust in the sky to the south, it might just be the wind, but to me it looks all too like the sort of dust raised by a lot of cavalry moving fast." The sound of a scatter of stones and the first of the Persian horsemen appeared. They rode out of the wadi and onto the floodplain, advancing in the gathering gloom. As the scout had said, they were light cavalry, horse archers. Dressed in tunic and trousers, they were unarmored. 1 or 2 had metal helmets, but the majority were bareheaded or wore just a cloth cap or bandana. Each had a long cavalry sword on his left hip. Some had a small round shield on their left arm. There seemed to be at least 15 of them. If they had ridden in any particular order, it had been dissipated by the descent into the ravine. Now they rode in a loose group, 3 horses across and 4 or 5 deep. They came on at a walk, their horses stepping delicately. The Sassanids were getting close. Even in the gloom, Ballista could make out their long hair, the glitter of their dark eyes. They were getting too close. Any moment now, one of them would see the immobile forms waiting in the deeper shadow of the palm grove. Ballista could feel his heart beating as he sucked in air to fill his lungs. "Now! Charge! Charge!" he yelled, kicking his heels into Pale Horse's flanks. There was a second's pause as the gelding gathered his quarters, and then they were crashing through the reeds which fringed the grove and hurtling towards the Persians. There were exclamations of surprise, shouts of warning. The enemy tugged swords from scabbards. Their horses had come to a halt, some wheeling pointlessly. Ballista aimed at a point between two of the leading Sassanids. As he shot between them, the Northerner directed a vicious cut at the head of the Persian on his right. The man blocked the blow. The shock jarred Ballista's arm. There was virtually no gap between the next two Sassanids in front of the Northerner. He jabbed his heels into Pale Horse and set him at them. The gelding's left shoulder crashed into the withers of the Persian horse to the left. It staggered back. A gap opened. But the impact had robbed Pale Horse of all momentum. Ballista kicked furiously. His mount responded, leaping forward. To his right, he saw Maximus's blade topple first one, then another Persian out of the saddle. They were nearly through. Just one line of Persians still ahead. Maximus was no longer right on his shoulder. Ballista drew his spatha back over his left shoulder and aimed a mighty downward cut at the Sassanid to his right. Somehow the man blocked it with his shield. Ballista wrenched his blade free of the splintered wood and cut horizontally over Pale Horse's ears at the man on his left. This time he felt the blade bite home. There were no more enemy in front. The force of the blow smashed Ballista's head forward. His nose crunched into Pale Horse's neck, and blood poured from it. It was broken. He could feel more blood running down the back of his neck. Instinctively, he twisted round to the right, bringing his spatha up in an attempt to parry the next blow he knew would come, the blow meant to finish him. There was the Sassanid, sword arm raised. The bastard smiled, and looked down, clutching his side, staring stupidly at the sword wound. Ballista waved his thanks to the Spaniard and kicked on. The scribe grinned back and flourished his sword. Then the look on his face changed to shock. His horse disappeared from beneath him. He seemed to hang for a moment. Then he went down into the tumbling, sliding mass of his own horse and under the hooves of the following Roman and Sassanid mounts alike. There would be time for pity or guilt later. Ballista could not have stopped Pale Horse in any case. They rushed on, up the wadi, up its steep bank. As they emerged onto the plateau, it grew much lighter. Up here, the sun had not quite set. Without looking to see who was still with him, Ballista set the pace at a hell-for-leather gallop. He angled away from the road towards the northwest. It was vital that they pass inland of the next ravine. The Northerner looked over his left shoulder. There was the next group of Persians, about 20 of them. They had turned and were now riding hard to cut Ballista and his men off. Their long shadows flickered over the plain. The other groups of Persians had also turned, but they could not possibly reach the ravine in time. For now, they were of no concern. Ballista heard Maximus shout something. He ignored him. He needed to think. Despite the growing ache in his head, his mind was clear. He was calculating the distances and the angles. He saw it all as if watching from a great height. The fixed point of the head of the ravine, the two moving bodies of horsemen converging on it. He leant forward in the saddle, pushing Pale Horse for just that last bit of effort, that last pace or two of extra speed. Ballista and his men made it with a little bit to spare. They skidded round the mouth of the ravine with the Persians still 50 paces away. They pushed on, but some of the urgency seemed to have gone out of the pursuit. Soon they were a couple of 100 paces ahead. Ballista slackened the pace. It was now twilight. There was something that had to be done. He did not want to do it, but it could not be deferred. He looked round to see who had fallen. Maximus was there. Demetrius was there. Romulus was there, and 4 equites singulares, 1 scribe, both messengers, and 3 servants, the latter commendably still leading their pack-horses. The butcher's bill could have been higher. 3 soldiers, 1 Spanish scribe, and 2 servants. It could yet mount higher, much higher. The moon was up, but the strong south wind was pushing tattered clouds across its face. "Are you all right? You look terrible," Maximus called. "Never better," Ballista replied sourly. "Like a slave at Saturnalia." "Do you think they will give up?" Demetrius asked, trying but failing to keep the desperate, wishful thinking out of his voice. "No," it was Maximus who firmly crushed his hopes. "They're settling in for the long haul. They intend to run us down during the night." As the Hibernian spoke, a series of twinkling lights appeared strung out between the river and the hills. "Do we still have a lantern?"
Having been assured by one of the servants that they still had two, Ballista ordered one of them to be lit. The order was obeyed amid unvoiced horror. Bright golden light spilled out around them. "I do not want to appear stupid, but does not your lamp make it just a bit easier for your Persians to follow us?" Maximus asked. "Oh yes, and that is just what I want." Ballista asked a servant to tie the lantern securely to the saddle of one of the pack horses. They rode on in silence for a time, travelling no faster than an easy canter. The clouds were building up, the moon ever more obscured. Now it was pitch dark outside the pool of lantern light. "Romulus, you know where the village of Mera lies?" "Yes, Dominus, off in the hills to the northwest. Not far now, 4 miles maybe. I want you to lead the pack horse with the lantern in that direction. When you think you have gone far enough or the Sassanids are getting too close, set the pack horse running free and ride for Arete." The standard-bearer smiled enigmatically. "We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready." He spoke ruefully. He took the horse's leading rein and set off diagonally across the dark plain. "Now we ride flat out again." In complete silence, the small group rode hard. Off to their left, the light of Romulus's lantern bobbed across the plain towards the just distinguishable darker mass of the hills. Beaded across the wide plain were the lights of the Sassanids. Soon they altered course and surged after the lone Roman lantern. Ballista and his remaining 12 men rode north into the darkness to safety. No one was looking back when the line of Sassanid lights converged on a solitary lantern, making vainly for the hills. They were found by the patrol just after dawn. Turpio was working Cohorts 20 hard these days. The first patrols set out early, always in the dark. When Ballista and his party were found, they were still a couple of miles from town, and in a bad way. Horses and men were completely exhausted. The flanks of the horses were covered in a white foam of sweat, their nostrils wide, mouths hanging open. The men were ashen-faced, almost insensible with fatigue. Apart from a servant more dead than alive who was slung over a pack-horse, they were walking, stumbling along by their mounts. The Dux Ripae looked terrible, his face masked in dried blood, staggering, hanging on to the near side pommel of his horse's saddle. Before they reached Arete, the Dux called a halt. He washed as much as he could of the blood from his face. He put on a hooded cloak borrowed from one of the troopers. He climbed back onto his horse and pulled the cloak up to hide his injuries. He rode into town with a straight back. After the battered cavalcade had passed through the Palmyrene gate, the Telones looked at the Boukolos with an air of smug vindication. "Calpurnia mutters. There is truth in poetry, boy. Looks like that old centurion knew a thing or two. The Ides of March did not do our barbarian ducks any good. And knowing poetry didn't do your fucking centurion much good either. He still had his bollocks cut off," replied the Boukolos. "Now this is what I call an omen. First time our commander meets the Persians, they nearly kill him. Bloody bad omen, that." From this first conversation, discussions of the events at Castellum Arabum spread out across the town of Arete. An hour or so after their return, Ballista, Maximus, and Demetrius were lying in the tepidarium of the private baths attached to the palace of the Dux Ripae. The doctor had come and gone. He had put a couple of stitches in a gash on Maximus's thigh, and 5 or 6 in the scalp wound on the back of Ballista's head. Demetrius had come through untouched. They were lying in silence, dog-tired, aching. Ballista's head throbbed. "No one to blame but yourself. Your own fucking fault," Calgacus grumbled as he brought in some food and drink. Ballista noted that now the Caledonian felt free to express his opinions before Maximus and Demetrius. "Those notices you keep posting up in the Agora. The Dux Ripae will be virtually on his own, riding down to some fly-blown piece of shite in the middle of nowhere. Why not send a message to the Sassanids so they can ambush him?" "Never listen, just like your bloody father." "You're right," Ballista said tiredly. "There will not be any more notices, no more advance warning of what we are going to do." "Surely it could just be chance? Bad luck? Their patrol just happened to be there and we just happened to run into them. Surely there does not have to be a traitor?" Demetrius's tone could not be mistaken. He desperately wanted one of them to say he was right. It was unlikely to happen again. "No, I am afraid not," said Ballista. "They knew we were coming. That dust cloud in the south was the main force. It was intended to take us as we camped at the disused caravanserai. We were behind schedule. We were never meant to see the ones we ran into. They were just a screen to catch any of us who managed to escape the massacre." "So," said Maximus, "you see the virtue in sloth. A good long meridiatio saved our lives." 4 hours after the Dux Ripae rode through the Palmyrene Gate, the Frumentarii were in their favourite bar in the southeast of the city. "Left him to die like a dog in the shand." The emotion was not counterfeit. The North African was packed full of anger. "Yes," said the one from the Subura. He kept his voice neutral. He was sorry for the Spaniard, Sertorius as he had dubbed him, but what else could the Dux Ripae have done? Stop and get the whole party killed? "Like a dog. Hope the poor bastard was dead before they got to him." "Yes," repeated the one from the Subura. The North African's Punic accent was becoming stronger, the volume louder, and although the bar was almost empty, the Roman did not want attention drawn to them. "I will fix that bastard barbarian. Write a report that will fix him. Write such a report on him, the bastard. I just wish I could be there when the Princeps Peregrinorum hands the report to the Emperor. See the look on Valerian's face when he hears how his barbarian boy has fucked up, the fucking bastard. Are you sure that is a good idea?" "Gods below it is. Fix that bastard good and proper." The Persian rug which curtained off the inner room was drawn back. Mamurra walked through and over to the table of the Frumentarii. He leant down, bringing his great slab of a face close to them. "My condolences on the loss of your colleague." He spoke softly and walked on without waiting for a reply. The two Frumentarii looked at each other in some consternation. How long had the Praefectus Fabrum been there? What had he heard? And was there something in the way he had pronounced colleague that implied more than the Spaniard being a fellow member of the staff of the Dux Ripae? 7 days after the events at Castellum Arabum, Antigonus rode in on a donkey led by a peasant. He told the Telones and Bucolos to fuck off, made himself known to the centurion from Legio IV in charge at the Palmyrene Gate, and within half an hour he was in the palace. Sitting in the private apartments of the Dux Ripae, food and drink to hand, he told his story. Yes, Antigonus had found the two troopers on point duty. The Sassanids had been questioning them, the poor bastards, as he rode past. Oddly, no one had pursued him. There was a line of Persian cavalry coming up from the south, a lot of them. Antigonus had turned his horse loose. Excellent horse it was, too. Hidden most of his kit in a ravine, and swum out to an island in the Euphrates. He told them proudly that he was a Batavian from the Rhine. The whole world knew that the Batavians were great swimmers. As everyone in the party of the Dux had taken the standard 3 days' rations with them, he had sat on his island for 2 days. He had not seen a Persian after the first day. Then he had swum ashore, picked up as much of his kit as he could carry, and walked south to Castellum Arabum. It had not been pretty. 18 heads were mounted over the gate and on the walls. The other 2 dromedarii might have escaped, but more likely they had been taken for further questioning. "Anyway," Antigonus continued, "I found a peasant who, out of the kindness of his heart, offered to let me have his donkey and bring me home to Arete." In response to a sharp look from Ballista, he hurried on. No, he's fine. In fact, he's waiting in the first courtyard for the huge reward I said the Dux Ripae would pay him." Ballista nodded to Demetrius, who nodded back to say he would deal with it. "There is more. On my way back I came across Romulus, or what was left of him. Nasty. He had been mutilated, hopefully after he was dead." The ever-changing stories spread out far beyond the city of Arete. 10 days after the reality had played out in darkness and fear by the Euphrates, a messenger prostrated himself in the magnificent throne room in the Persian capital of Ctesiphon, and told a version of the story to Shapur, the Sassanid king of kings. 26 days after that, a messenger prostrated himself in the palace high on the Palatine hill, and told the first of several versions of the story that Valerian, Imperator of the Romans, would hear. Another 3 days elapsed before a messenger tracked down Gallienus, Valerian's son and fellow Augustus, by the cold banks of the Danube. By then, many more things had happened at the city of Arete, and for most there, the events at Castellum Arabum were a fading memory. From the walls of Arete, for a long time the only sign of the approach of the Sassanid horde was the thick black cloud looming up from the south. On the morning of the 14th of April, the day after the Ides of the month, always an unlucky day, Ballista, accompanied by his senior officers, staff, and familia, took his stand on the battlements above the Palmyrene Gate. There was the cloud downriver, coming up from the realms of Shapur. Dark and thick, it was still some way off, at least as far as the disused caravanserai, if not as far as Castellum Arabum. No one needed to ask what caused it. It was impossible to escape the thought of the tens of thousands of marching men, horses, and other terrifying beasts kicking up the dust.
of the smoke writhing up oily from the innumerable fires consuming everything in the path of the horde from the east. At twilight, a line of campfires could be seen burning no more than a couple of miles from the city. The Sassanid scouts were settling in for the night. Later, in the depth of the night, more fires flickered into life, stretching round in an arc along the hills to the west. After midnight, a terrible orange glow lit the sky to the northwest as the Persian outriders reached the villages. By cockcrow, smudges of fire and smoke had appeared on the other side of the river to the east. Everyone within the walls of the town of Arete knew they were surrounded, cut off by land from help or flight. And yet, so far, they had not seen a single one of the warriors of Shapur. At dawn, the Dux Ripai and his men were still at their post. Most had left to try and rest for an hour or two, but to Ballista, sleep seemed impossible on a night so obviously momentous. Wrapped in a sheepskin, he leant against one of the two pieces of artillery on the roof of the gatehouse, a huge 20-pounder ballista. His eyes ached with fatigue as he peered out onto the western plain. He thought he saw movement, but unsure his tired eyes weren't playing tricks on him in the grey light, he waited until one of the others shouted and pointed. There they were. About where the necropolis used to end, dark shapes were moving fast through the early morning mist. The small, amorphous groups of mounted scouts, dividing, reuniting, crossing each other's tracks, reminded Ballista of animals running before a forest fire, until the inappositeness of the image struck him. These animals were not fleeing anything. They were hunting for a means to attack the northerner himself and all those it was his duty to protect. They were wolves looking for a way into the sheepfold. The sun was well clear of the horizon, and it was towards the end of the third hour of daylight when the vanguard of the Sassanid army finally came into view. Ballista could make out two long, dark columns which seemed like enormous snakes to crawl towards him infinitesimally slowly across the face of the land. Above each hung a dense, isolated cloud of dust. The base of a third cloud had not yet come into sight. The northerner could make out that the nearer column was composed of cavalry, the further of infantry. He thought back to his training in fieldcraft. This meant that the columns must be within about 1,300 paces, but as he could not yet make out any individuals, they must still be more than 1,000 paces away. If he had not known of their advance toward him, the rays of sunlight flashing perpendicular off spear points and burnished armor would have told him. Time passed slowly as the columns continued to crawl towards the city. When they were about 700 paces away, the distance at which a man's head can be made out as a round ball, they began to incline away to the north. Ballista moved to the parapet and called Bagoas to his side. By the time the columns reached the beginning of the wasteland where the furthest tower tombs had once stood, they were moving parallel to the western wall. The third column was now revealed as the baggage and siege train. The nearest column, the cavalry, was close enough for Ballista to be able to see the lighter-coloured spots of the men's faces, their costumes and weapons, the bright trappings of their mounts, the banners above their heads, about 500 paces away, just out of artillery range. Speaking in Greek, Ballista asked Bagoas if he could identify the units of the Sassanid horde and their leaders. "Excellent. How very cultured our siege will be. We can begin with our very own view from the wall." Although Acilius Glabrio had interrupted in Latin, he used the Greek word teichoskopia for the view from the wall. To any educated person in the Imperium, the word instantly summoned up the famous scene in the Iliad of Homer, where Helen looked down from the walls of Troy and identified each of the bronze-armoured Achaeans come to tear her from her lover Paris and take her home to her rightful husband, the broad-shouldered Menelaus. And who better than this delightful Persian boy to play the Queen of Sparta? Acilius Glabrio smiled at Ballista. "I do hope our Helen does not feel the need to criticize the manliness of her Paris." Bagoas's grasp of Latin might still be rudimentary, and Ballista had no idea if the boy knew anything of the Iliad, but it was obvious that he realized he was being mocked, that his masculinity was being questioned. The boy's eyes were furious. Before he could do anything, Mamurra spoke to Acilius Glabrio. "That is enough, Tribune. This is not a time for dissension. We all know what happened to Troy. May the gods grant that these words of ill omen fall only on the man who utters them." The young nobleman spun around, looking dangerous. He brought his well-groomed face inches from that of the Praefectus Fabrum. Then he mastered himself. Clearly it was beneath one of the Acilii Glabriones to bandy words with sordid plebeians like Mamurra. "The men of my family have always had broad shoulders." With patrician disdain, he brushed an imaginary piece of dirt from his immaculate sleeve. Ballista pointed to the enemy and indicated to Bagoas to start talking.
First ride some of the non-Aryan people, subject to my lord Shapur. See, the fur cloaks and long-hanging sleeves of the Georgians, then the half-naked Arabs, the turbaned Indians, and the wild nomadic Sakas. From all corners of the world, when the King of Kings calls, they obey. The boy shone with pride. And there are the noble Aryan warriors, the warriors of Mazda, the armored knights, the Klibanaryi.
This ends Disc 7 of Fire in the East. Fire in the East. Disc 8.
All the men on the gate tower fell silent as they regarded the serried ranks of the Sassanid heavy cavalry, the elite of Shapur's army. 5 deep, the column seemed to stretch for miles across the plain. As far as could be seen were armored men on armored horses. Some looked like living statues, horse and man clad in iron scales, iron masks covering any humanity. The mounts of others were armored in red leather or green-blue horn. Many wore gaudy surcoats and caparisoned their horses similarly, green, yellow, scarlet, and blue. Often man and beast wore abstract heraldic symbols, crescents, circles, and bars which proclaimed their clan. Above their heads their banners writhed and snapped. Wolves, serpents, fierce beasts, or abstract designs invoking Mazda. "Can you tell who leads each contingent from their banners?" Ballista had had this moment in mind when he purchased the Persian youth. "Of course," Bagoas replied. "In the van of the Klibanari ride the lords from the houses of Suren and Karen." "I thought that those were great noble houses under the previous regime. I assumed they would have fallen with the Parthian dynasty." "They came to see the holiness of Mazda," Bagoas beamed. "The King of Kings Shapur, in his infinite kindness, restored their lands and titles to them. The path of righteousness is open to all." "And the horsemen behind them?" "Are the truly blessed. They are the children of the house of Sassan. Prince Valash, the joy of Shapur, Prince Sassan, the hunter, Dinak, queen of Mezene, Ardashir, king of Adiabene." Pride radiated from the boy. "And look, there, next in the array, the guards. First the immortals, at their head Perros of the long sword, then the Janavasper, those who sacrifice themselves. And see who leads them. None other than Mariades, the rightful emperor of Rome." The boy laughed, careless of the effect his words were having, the punishments they might bring. "The path of righteousness is open to all, even to Romans." Out of the swirling dust kicked up by many thousand horses, enormous grey shapes loomed. 1, 2, 3, Ballista counted 10 of them. Bagoas literally jumped for joy, clapping his hands. "The earth-shaking elephants of Shapur! Who could think to stand against such beasts?" Ballista had seen elephants fight in the arena, but had never himself faced them in battle. Certainly they looked terrifying, not altogether of this world. They had to be at least 10 foot high at the shoulder, and the turrets on their backs added yet more height. Each turret was packed with armed fighting men. At the bidding of an Indian who sat astride behind their ears, the elephants moved their great heads from side to side. Their huge tusks, sheathed in metal, dipped and swung from side to side. "Frightening, but inefficient." The experience in Terpio's voice was reassuring. "Hamstring them, or madden them with missiles. Kill their drivers, their mahouts, and they will run amok. They're as likely to trample their own side as us." The Sassanid army had halted and turned to face the city. A trumpet rang out, clear across the plain. From the left, a small group of 5 unarmed horsemen appeared, moving at an easy canter. In their midst, an enormous rectangular banner embroidered in yellow, red, and violet and embedded with jewels that flashed as they caught the sunlight, hung from a tall crossbar. The banner was topped by a golden ball, and bright strips of material streamed out behind it. "The Drafsh-i-Kavian, the royal battle flag of the House of Sassan," Bagoas almost whispered. "It was made before the dawn of time, carried by 5 of the holiest Mobads, priests. It goes before the King of Kings into battle." A lone horseman appeared from the left. He rode a magnificent white horse. His clothes were purple, and on his head was a golden domed crown. White and purple streamers floated out behind him. "Shapur, the Mazda-worshipping divine King of Kings of Aryans and non-Aryans, of the race of the gods." Bagoas prostrated himself on the battlements. When Shapur reached the Drafshi-Kavian standard at its station in front of the center of his army, he reined his horse to a halt. He dismounted, seemingly using a kneeling man as a step. A golden throne was produced, and Shapur sat on it. A large number of other men ran about. "Enemy numbers?"
Ballista threw the question open to his concilium, gathered on the roof of the gate tower. "I estimate about 20,000 infantry," Acilius Glabrio answered promptly. "Then about 10,000 heavy cavalry, 8,000 of them Sassanid Clibanarii, and 1,000 or so from each of the Georgians and Sakas. There seem to be roughly 6,000 barbarian light cavalry at the front of the column, maybe 2,000 each from the Arabs and Indians, and 1,000 each from the Georgians and Sakas." Whatever one thought of the young patrician, it could not be denied that he was an extremely competent army officer. The estimates mapped almost exactly onto those Ballista had made. "The Sassanids' own light cavalry?" The northerner kept the question short, businesslike. "Impossible to say," answered Mamura. "They're scattered all over the countryside, burning and plundering. There's no way for us to estimate their strength. However many there are, the majority will be on our side of the river. There will be just a few across the river. The nearest ford is about 100 miles downstream, and we have commandeered every boat for miles. They will not have committed many men across the river." "What the Praefectus Fabrum says is true," said Turpio. "We cannot know their numbers. At Barbalissos there were somewhere between 5 and 10 light cavalrymen to every Clibonarius, but at other times their numbers have been said to be about equal." "Thank you," said Ballista. "So it seems the enemy have somewhere between 40,000 and 130,000 men to our 4,000. At best we are outnumbered 10 to 1. He smiled broadly. "It is very lucky for us that it is a bunch of effeminate Easterners who get scared at the sound of a noisy dinner party, let alone a battle. We would not want to fight anyone with any bollocks at these odds." The army officers all laughed. Demetrius tried to join in. Ballista noted that the baggage train had caught up with the other columns, and that its first task was to erect a spacious purple tent just behind the centre of the army. The tent, which could be none other than Shapur's, was being set up directly along the western road out of Arete, about 600 paces from the Palmyrene gate. Men continued to rush around Shapur. "What is going on?" Ballista asked Bagoas, who was still prostrate. "The King of Kings will make sacrifice of a kid to ensure that Mazda smiles on his works here, to ensure that this town of unbelievers falls to the army of the righteous." "Get up off your belly and mind what you say. You might push our patience too far," snapped Ballista. Despite his tone, the northerner was actually pleased with his Persian slave. Just as he had hoped, he was learning a lot about his enemy from the boy. There was the voluble religious fervour linked to the awe of the king, and the fact that Bagoas had not considered the Sassanid infantry even worth mentioning. So, an army of fanatics of whom only the cavalry were any good at fighting. Ballista just had to hope that this individual Persian was not totally unrepresentative of his countrymen. As the boy got up, he briefly put his arms behind his back as if they were bound. Ballista knew that this was the Persian gesture of supplication. Possibly the boy was begging Shapur not to blame him for being a slave of the king's enemies. The sacrifice having been made, Shapur could be seen issuing orders to the nobleman known as the Suran. On being asked to explain, Bagoas said that the King of Kings would now send the Suran to Ballista. If Ballista and his men submitted and converted to the most righteous path of Mazda, their lives would be spared. As he watched the Suran walk his horse along the road towards him, Ballista's thoughts were racing. While the horseman was still about 200 paces away, Ballista quickly issued orders to 2 of his messengers. All the ballistae on the western wall were to prepare to shoot at the enemy army. They were to take maximum elevation, as if going for their greatest range, but their crews were to loosen the torsion springs by 2 turns of the washers, so that their missiles fell well short of their maximum range. Hopefully it would deceive the enemy about the true range of the ballistae. The messengers ran off along the wall walk, one south, the other, the one with the heavy accent from the Subura, north. With the Suran about 100 paces away, Ballista told Mamura to go below to the first floor of the tower and train one of the bolt throwers on the approaching messenger. On Ballista's command, a bolt was to be shot just over the head of the Suran. He was riding a beautiful Nisaean stallion. It was jet black, deep-chested, no less than 16 hands tall. Good job it was light cavalry that ambushed us, Ballista thought. Pale horse would never knock a beast like that back on its hocks. The Suran reined in his horse. He had stopped about 30 paces from the gate. Ballista was relieved. The enemy nobleman would have detected 2 of the traps that Ballista had set. He had crossed over 2 pits in the road, one at 100 and one at 50 paces from the gate. The pits were concealed from view, boarded over with sand thickly spread on top, but the hollow ring of his stallion's hooves would have warned the Persian. Yet so far he should know nothing of the final pit, the crucial one, just 20 paces from the gate. The Suran took his time taking off a tall helmet in the shape of a predatory bird, possibly an eagle. His own features, once revealed, did not look greatly different. With the assurance of a man whose ancestors have owned broad pastures for generations without number,
He looked up at the men on the battlements. "Who is in command here?" The Suren spoke in almost unaccented Greek. His voice carried well. "I am Marcus Clodius Ballista, son of Isengrim, Dax Ripai. I command here." The Suren tipped his head slightly to one side, as if better to study this blond barbarian with a Roman name and title. "The King of Kings, Shapur, bids me tell you to heat the water and prepare his food. He would bathe and eat in his town of Arete tonight." Ballista tipped his head back and laughed. "I am sure that the bum boy who passes for your Kyrios would love to get in the bath and offer his ass to anyone interested, but I fear that the water would be too hot and my soldiers much too rough for his delicate constitution." Seemingly unmoved by the obscenity, the Suren methodically began to undo the top of the quiver that hung by his right thigh. "What the hell is he doing?" Ballista demanded of Bagoas in a whisper. "He is preparing formally to declare war. He will shoot the cane reed that symbolizes war. Like fuck he will. Quietly pass the word for Mamura to shoot." The order was muttered from man to man across the gatehouse roof and down the stairs. Having extracted presumably the correct symbolic arrow, the Suren pulled his bow from its case. He was just notching the arrow when came the terrifying loud twang, slide, thump of a ballista being released. To his credit, the Suren barely flinched as the bolt shot a few feet above his head. Composing himself, he drew his bow and sent his arrow high over the walls of the town. Then he made his horse rear. The glossy coat of the stallion shimmered as it turned on its hind legs. The Suren called over his shoulder, "Do not eat all the smoked eel, Northerner. My Kyrios is very fond of smoked eel." Ballista called for the rest of the artillery to shoot. As the Suren and his magnificent mount disappeared back up the road, the missiles arched over their heads, but fell some way short of the watching Sassanid army. "Clever," said Asilius Glabrio. "Very clever to preempt their barbarian declaration of war with an impromptu version of our very own Roman ceremony of throwing a spear into enemy territory." The ever-present sneer dropped from the tribune's voice as he went on. "But if you have tricked them into thinking the range of our artillery is only about 300 paces, that is far cleverer." Ballista nodded. Actually, he had been thinking of something else, of Woden the Allfather casting his spear into the ranks of the Vanir in the first ever war. And from the very first war, it was a very small step to thinking of Ragnarok, the war at the end of time, when Asgard will fall and death come to man and gods alike. Ballista was leaning on the wall of the terrace of the Palace of the Dux Ripai. He was looking down and across the river. He was looking at something horrible. Where had the woman come from? He had had cavalry methodically sweep the opposite bank, driving everyone they found down to the boats and back across the river. Peevishly, he thought that it had not been easy getting 2 termai of cavalry ferried back and forth across the Euphrates. Of course, some fools will always stay in the false delusional safety of their homes, no matter with what certainty you tell them of the horror that man or gods are about to visit on them. Maybe the Sassanids had brought her with them. Every now and then, the horse archers would pretend to let her get away. She would run towards the river. Before she got there, the horsemen would ride her down. They would throw her to the ground, and another 2 or 3 of them would rape her. There were about 20 of them. With none of his usual noises, Calgacus leant on the wall beside Ballista. "They are all inside. For once Asilius Glabrio was on time. So were Tarpeo, Antigonus, and the 4 centurions you told to come. It was Mamura who was late." Both men looked across the river. "Bastards," said Ballista. "Don't even think of trying to save her," said Calgacus. "It is just what they want. She'd be dead by the time you got any troops into a boat, and then your men would land into an ambush." "Bastards," said Ballista. They both continued to look over the river. "It's not your fault," said Calgacus. "What?" The silence of the Caledonians' arrival should have warned Ballista that something was coming. "What is happening to that poor girl over there? The fact that this city is being besieged, and no matter what, lots of its people are going to suffer and die. What happened to Romulus and those scouts? None of it is your fault." Ballista briefly pulled an unconvinced face, but his eyes remained fixed over the river. "You've always thought too much, since you were a child. I'm not saying it's a bad thing in itself, but it's no help to a man in your position." Ballista did not respond. "All I'm saying is that if you give yourself over to sentiment, then you will not be thinking clearly, and then things will get still fucking worse." Ballista nodded and straightened up. As he unclenched his hands from the wall, He saw his palms had brick dust embedded in them. He rubbed them together. On the other side of the river, the men had encircled the woman. One of them was on top of her. Ballista looked away. "I suppose you're right." He looked up into the sky. "Only just over an hour to nightfall. Let's go in and talk to the others. We have a lot to organize for the unpleasant surprise that is going to befall the King of Kings tonight." Chapter 13. It was dark under the high-barreled arch of the Palmyrene Gate. The outer gate was still closed, and although the inner was open, little light found its way in. The larger-than-life personification of the Tyche of Arete, painted on the northern wall, was nothing but a blur to Turpio, and he could see nothing of the graffiti thanking her for safe journeys he knew to be scrawled below. Turpio had always had a particularly developed sense of smell. The prevailing smell here was of the cool, possibly even damp, dust which lay in the shade of the gatehouse and which the sun never reached. There was also the smell of the worked wood of the great gate in front of him, and, surprising because it was so out of context, there was a very strong scent of perfume, oil of myrrh. The hinges of the gate were soaked in it to prevent them squeaking. Turpio was tense, but he was glad to be there in the dark waiting to lead the raid. He had had to argue his case hard in the concilium. Acilius Glabrio had pointed out that 2 centuries of his legionaries amounted to 140 men, while 2 termai of Turpio's auxiliaries came only to 72 troopers, so, in fairness, it should be Acilius Glabrio himself who commanded. Turpio had been reduced to appealing to Ballista on the grounds that, while the northerner could not afford to risk the patrician commander of the legionaries in his garrison, an ex-centurion who commanded auxiliaries was more expendable. Eventually the Dux Ripae had given his assent. Turpio was aware that everyone in the concilium had known why he was just so keen to lead this raid. He still needed to prove his worth after the stain that Scribonius Mucianus had left on his character. Over the winter he had trained Cohors 20 well. Certainly there was no corruption now. It was an efficient unit, a unit of which one could be proud. But if Turpio were to do well here in Arete, win the trust of Ballista, do everything that he wanted, he needed more. He needed a chance to prove himself in action. What could be better than a straightforward, desperate night raid into the heart of the enemy camp? Of course, the risks were enormous, but so was the possibility of glory. Decapitate the Persian reptile. Aim for the huge purple tent in the center of the Sassanid camp. Catch the King of Kings sleeping or with his baggy trousers down. Bring me his head. No one will ever forget your name. Turpio was not the only one to have been stirred by Ballista's words. Turpio detected another scent, cloves or possibly carnations, a clean, pleasant smell. It had to be Acilius Glabrio. The young patrician moved slowly, carefully along the passageway. Turpio spoke his name quietly and held out his hand. The 2 men shook hands. Acilius Glabrio handed over some burnt cork, wished Turpio good luck, and left. As Turpio blackened his face and forearms, he wondered if he had misjudged the young nobleman. He smiled to himself in the dark. No, he had not totally misjudged him. The young nobleman was still a prick. Turpio could feel laughter bubbling up in his chest as he thought of the meeting of the concilium. When Ballista walked in, Acilius Glabrio had approached him full of patrician self-importance. "A word, if you please, Dux Ripae." The northerner had slowly turned on him his unsettling barbarian blue eyes. He looked as if he had never seen the speaker before. His reply had been couched in terms of the frostiest civility. "With pleasure, Tribunus Laticlavius. In just a moment." Ballista had asked his new standard-bearer, Antigonus, to attend him, and had led the Batavian to the far corner of the room. There he had spoken in low, emphatic sentences. At the end, Antigonus had saluted and left. Walking back, Ballista's face was open and guileless. "What was it you wanted, Tribunus Laticlavius?" The wind having been taken from his sails, the fuming young patrician had muttered that it could wait. A muted commotion in the passageway behind Turpio indicated the approach of the Dux Ripae. Against the gloom, the greater darkness of the northerner's height and bulk, the strange bird crest above his helm could just be distinguished. The northerner seemed to have no smell at all. In his heightened pre-battle state, Turpio wondered for a moment if that were like casting no shadow. "Everything is ready. Time to go," Ballista said quietly. "We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready." They shook hands. Ballista half-turned, raised his voice slightly. "Try not to get too many of the boys killed." The nearer soldiers chuckled. Turning back, Ballista dropped his voice. "Remember, Turpio,
Straight in and straight out. If you reach Shapur's tent, excellent, but if not, no problem. Do not get into a fight. You have a couple of 100 men. They have about 50,000. If you can, surprise them, kill a few, burn a few tents, shake them up. But then get out quickly. Do not get trapped. At the first sign of organized resistance, head for home. They shook hands again. Ballista stepped back to the side of the passage, just below the pale shape of the taiki. He called softly over the heads of the waiting soldiers. Time to go, boys. Time to start the Venaziones, the beast hunts. Despite the oil of myrrh, the gates seemed to creak alarmingly as they ponderously opened. Terpio set off. As good luck would have it, it was the night before the new moon. Yet even lit just by starlight, the western plain looked very bright after the darkness of the gate. The road shone very white as it stretched arrow straight ahead. The flickering campfires of the Persians seemed infinitely distant. For a time, Terpio just concentrated on walking quickly. Soon he was breathing more deeply. The road under his feet felt smooth but unnaturally hard. Behind him, the 140 legionaries of Legio IV Sithica marched as quietly as Roman soldiers could. They were not talking, and were taking care not to clash their weapons and armour. Some had even tied rags around their military boots to deaden the sound of their hobnails. Yet there was a steady series of small, chinking sounds. Nothing could ever completely persuade Roman soldiers of the necessity of removing all the good luck charms from their belts. Once he had remembered to do so, Terpio counted off 200 paces, and then stepped to one side and looked around to take stock. 10 wide and 14 deep, the small column of legionaries appeared tiny in the immensity of the plain. Terpio looked back at the town. True to his word, Ballista had managed to persuade the priests to organize a religious ceremony at the Temple of Bel. Designed to draw any sleepless Sassanid eyes and ears, a big procession with bright lights and loud chanting was making its way slowly along the extreme northern end of the city wall. To help the raiding party orientate itself, a single torch burned over the Palmyrene Gate, and another on the last tower to the south. The rest of the wall was in darkness. Terpio had to run to regain his position at the front of the column. Like him, the legionaries wore dark clothes and had blackened their equipment and exposed skin. To Terpio they seemed hideously exposed on the gleaming white road. Ahead, quite widely separated, individual fires marked the Sassanid picket line. Behind them was the more general glow of the camp, spreading as far as the eye could see. The picket lines suddenly were much nearer. Surely the Persian sentries could not fail to notice the legionaries. Terpio's own breathing seemed loud enough to carry across the plain and wake the dead. Nearer and nearer to the picket on the road, Terpio could make out the single rope tethering the nearest horse, individual flames in the fire, dark shapes swathed in blankets on the ground. Without a word, he broke into a run, faster and faster, drawing his sword. Close behind him, heavy footfalls, laboured breathing. Terpio vaulted over the first sleeping sentry and swerved around the fire to reach the far side of the picket. The sentry nearest the Sassanid camp sat up, his mouth forming an O to shout, and Terpio smashed his spatha down on his head with all his force. It needed a boot on the man's shoulder to withdraw the blade. Behind, a brief flurry of grunts, cut-off yells, and a series of sounds that always reminded Terpio of knives cutting through cabbages. Then, near silence, just 140 men panting. He took stock. There were no shouts, no trumpet calls, no shadowy figures fleeing across the dark plain to raise the alarm. The nearest picket fires on either side were at least 100 paces away. There was no movement around them. All was quiet. Ballista had been right. The big barbarian bastard had been right. The Sassanids lacked discipline, good old-fashioned Roman disciplina. Tired after the march, contemptuous of the small numbers of soldiers against them, the Persian pickets had laid down to sleep. The first night of the siege, and no Sassanid nobleman had yet taken it on himself to impose a routine. Terpio mastered his breathing and called softly. "First century! Form testudo!" He waited for the shuffling to subside, and a dense knot of overlapping shields to form. "Second century, to me!" More shuffling, then silence. "Antoninus Prior, make the signal to the ducks." The centurion merely grunted, and 3 legionaries detached themselves from the testudo. There was a brief flurry of activity, and 3 lanterns hung in a row, their blue-leaded lights winking their message back across the plain. Terpio turned to the column of the 2nd century drawn up close behind him. "Swords and torches to hand, boys." Terpio looked at the Sassanid camp and at the royal tent looming up massive in its centre. He spoke to the centurion beside him. "Ready, Antoninus Posterior? Then let's go and decapitate the reptile." Ballista had been waiting to see the signal. How he had been waiting. When the 2 sentries had set off down the road, they had looked horribly exposed, surely visible for miles. But soon they had become an indistinct moving blur, then vanished into the dark. Time's arrow had gone into reverse. Ballista prayed that he had not sent them all to their deaths. The noises of the 2 waiting termai of cavalry had floated up to him on the roof of the gatehouse. The jingle of a bridle, the stamp of a hoof, a horse coughing abrupt and loud. The 3 blue lights appeared. Ballista's heart leapt. So far, so good. Demetrius whispered the name of the senior decurion in his ear. Ballista leant over the battlements. "Paulinus, time to go. Good luck." 72 horsemen in 2 columns, the termai of Paulinus and Apollonius, clattered out into the night, one after another, quickly picking up speed. They also vanished into the moonless night. Time dragged. All-Father, Deep Hood, Raider, Spear Thruster, Death Blinder, do not let me have sent them all to their deaths. Do not let them be killed in the darkness out there like Romulus. Yet so far the plan was going well. To avert the evil eye, Ballista started to clench his fist, thumb between index and forefinger. If this carried on, he would end up as superstitious as Demetrius. He completed the gesture anyway. The plan was straightforward. Having overwhelmed the picket on the road, 1 century of legionaries was to remain there to cover the retreat, while the other century aimed for the jugular, rushing into the enemy camp, aiming to cut their way into the very tent of the King of Kings. To help them by spreading maximum confusion, the 2 termai of cavalry were to fan out left and right and ride between the picket lines and the Sassanid camp proper, shooting fire arrows at everything in sight. The terma heading south, that of Paulinus, was to make its escape by descending into the southern ravine and riding all the way to the wicket gate by the Euphrates. If any Persians were foolish enough to follow them down into the ravine, so much the worse for them. Hundreds of paces of bad going exposed to missiles from the walls of Arete would deal with them. The other terma, that of Apollonius, had a trickier task. It was to ride north for a short way, then turn about and form up on the road back to town to aid the century which was to cover the retreat. The plan had seemed so straightforward in the meeting of the concilium. Ballista was praying that it would not all become terribly confused and fall apart in the terrifying reality of a dark night. Time continued to drag. Just when Ballista was beginning to wonder how much longer the hiatus could possibly last, someone needlessly called out, "There! There!" and was promptly shushed. Lights could be seen moving in the heart of the Sassanid camp. The first fragmented sounds of alarm drifted back to the town of Arete. Terpio and the legionaries were about the real work of the night. Just 70 men challenging the beast in its lair. Now things were speeding up. Time's arrow had resumed its course. Events came tumbling one after another. Ballista could see yellow flames winking into life as the troopers of the termai kindled their torches from the picket fire directly ahead. Then 2 strings of torches could be seen moving fast away from the center of the Persian camp, one north, one south. The first fire arrows were arcing through the sky. Like a beast angered at being disturbed from sleep, a great roaring came from the Sassanid camp. The noise rolled across the plain to those on the high walls and towers of Arete. More and more lights, red, yellow, white, flickered into life as fire arrows, thrown torches, and kicked-over lamps set fire to tents, soft bedding, stacked fodder, piled up provisions, jars of oil. Shapes flitted across the fires, gone too quickly to tell what they were. The noise, like that of a great forest fire, bounced back and forth around the plain. Above the general background rose sharp screams, human and animal, and the strident call of trumpets attempting to restore some order to the Persian horde. As Ballista watched, the string of lights heading south winked out one by one. This should be a good sign. Paulinus's troopers jettisoning the last of their torches and riding hell for leather through the darkness for safety. But, of course, it could be bad. The Sassanids surging around them, cutting them down. Even if it were good, the terma was far from home safe. Riding flat out on a moonless night, would they find the entrance to the ravine? It had been an easy enough descent for Ballista and 4 others at a comfortable pace on a bright sunlit day, but they had dismounted. It might be a very different proposition for nervous men on panting, labouring horses in the pitch dark. By the time Ballista looked to the north, the chain of lights that marked Apollonius's terma had also vanished. Hauled from their horses by blades and hands, or riding unmolested to their rendezvous, there was no way of telling. All-Father, the wakeful, the wanderer, the crier of the gods, what is happening? What of Terpio? roaring, head far back, roaring, laughing. Terpio had seldom felt so happy. It was not the killing, not that he had any objection to killing, it was the sheer ease of it all. The first thing they had come to in the camp was the horse line of a unit. It had been the work of moments to cut the tethers, slap the horses with the flat of their blades, and send them stampeding ahead into the camp. Consternation spread rapidly as the animals thundered through the tightly packed tents, overturning cooking pots, bringing down small tents. A Persian head appeared from one. A swing of Terpio's spatha, and the head fell back, bloodied. Yelling at his men to keep together, Terpio pounded through the Sassanid camp. Once, a guy rope caught his foot, and he went sprawling on his face. The metal-studded sole of the boot of one of his own men stamped into his back before strong arms dragged him to his feet, and they were off again. Pounding through the camp, trying always to keep the looming royal tent in sight. Isolated Persians, individuals or small groups popped into view. They ran or fell where they stood. There was no organized opposition. In what seemed no time, they were there. Several large standards hung limply from tall poles. Half a dozen guards, their gilded armor glinting in the light of the fires, made a stand in front of the huge purple tent. Leaving some of the legionaries to deal with them, Terpio ran a few yards to one side and used his blade to slice through the side of the tent. He emerged into what appeared to be a corridor. Rather than follow it, he cut through the inner wall. Now he was in an empty dining room. Some of the remains of the evening meal had not been cleared away. Terpio swept up a drinking flagon and tucked it safely in his belt. "No time for looting!" he bellowed, and swinging his spatha, tore through the next wall. This time he emerged into pandemonium. High-pitched screams, female voices. He swung round, knees bent, sword at the ready, seeking out any threat, trying to make sense of the sweet-smelling, soft-lit room. "Fuck me, it's the king's harem," said a legionary. Women and girls wherever one looked. Dozens of beautiful girls, dark, blonde, clad in silk, kohl round their eyes, cowering in corners behind pieces of soft furniture, they called out in Persian. Terpio could not tell if they were calling for help or begging to be spared. "I must be dead and in the Elysian fields," said a legionary. Looking round, Terpio spotted an ornate doorway. A fat eunuch dithered indecisively in front of it. Terpio kicked him out of the way. Shouting for the legionaries to follow him, he dived through the opening. The room was nearly dark. It was empty. There was a smell of balsam, a smell of sex. Terpio went over to the wide, rumpled bed. He put his hand on the sheets. They were warm. Jupiter Optimus Maximus, we were that fucking close. A small movement caught the corner of Terpio's eye. In a flash, he whirled his sword out. The girl was in the corner of the room, trying to hide behind a sheet. Her eyes were very wide. She was naked. Terpio smiled, then realized it might not be altogether reassuring. Tyche. A few moments earlier and everything would have been different. Terpio noticed a gold bangle on the bed. Without thought, he picked it up and slid it on his wrist. Tyche. His reflective mood was shattered when a legionary barreled through the door. "The bastards are coming for us, Dominus!" Outside, a group of Sassanid Clibanarii on foot had banded together. They were edging forwards from the right. A tall nobleman was haranguing them. "Close ranks!" As soon as he sensed the legionaries around him, Terpio filled his lungs and began the call and response. "Are you ready for war? Ready! Are you ready for war?" On the third response, and with no hesitation, the legionaries surged forward. Terpio saw a shiver run through the enemy ranks. Some of them edged sideways, trying to get closer into the protection of the shield of the man on their right. Some gave a step or two backwards. Excellent, thought Terpio. Momentum against cohesion, the age-old equation of battle. We have momentum, and they have just sacrificed their cohesion. Thank the gods. Tucking his shoulder into his shield, Terpio slammed into one of the enemy. The Sassanid staggered back, knocking the man behind him off balance as well. Terpio brought his spatha down on the first man's helmet. The helmet did not break, but it buckled, and the man fell like a stone. The next man gave ground. Terpio lunged forward. The man gave more. "Hold your position! Reform the line! Now, keep facing the reptiles and step back! Step by step! No hurry, no panic!" The Sassanids stayed where they were. The gap between the combatants widened. Soon the legionaries were back where they had entered the king's pavilion. Terpio ordered the nearest musician, Abusinator, to sound the recall.
Right, boys. On my command, we turn around and get out of here at the double.
Getting out of the Sassanid camp was harder than getting in. There was no organized pursuit, no systematic resistance. The camp was in uproar. But this time, the Persians were awake. 3 times, smallish ad hoc bands of Sassanid warriors, 20 or 30 men, blocked their path and made a stand. Each time the Romans had to check, reform, charge, and fight hard for some moments before they could resume their escape. Once, Turpio called a halt because he feared that they were lost. He had himself hoisted up on a shield. When he could see in which direction the walls of Arete lay, they resumed their headlong flight. On and on they pounded, down the alleyways formed by thousands of close-packed tents. Sometimes they turned left or right. Usually they just forged straight ahead. Out of the gloom whistled missiles launched by both soldiers and camp followers. Now and then a man went down. Turpio affected to ignore the swift rise and fall of a Roman spatha when it dealt with those too wounded to keep up. Legio IV Sithica was not leaving her own to be tortured by the enemy. At last there were no more tents in front. There was the road to Arete, just off to the left, and there, about 100 paces down, was the picket fire behind which waited their friends, the century of Antoninus Prior, supported by the termor of Apollonius. Turpio and his men seemed to cover the ground in no time. Turpio rattled out orders, his voice rough from shouting. The raiding party, the century of Antoninus Posterior, was to carry straight on, stick together, but make all speed to the Palmyrene Gate. They had done more than enough for one night. Turpio joined the other century. In moments he had Antoninus Prior redeploy it from Testudo to a line 10 wide and 7 deep. Then they set off towards safety at the double, the cavalrymen of the termor of Apollonius trotting about 50 paces ahead, ready to shoot over the heads of the legionaries at any approaching threat. 400 paces. Just 400 paces to safety. Turpio started to count, lost his place, started again, gave up. He had taken his place in the rear rank, which, when the enemy caught them, would be the front. Over his shoulder he saw the first dark shapes of horsemen leaving the camp, spurring after them. There would be no chance of reaching the gate unmolested. Ahead, still at some distance, he could see through the gloom hard by the side of the road the short stretch of wall that Ballista had left standing and painted white. It marked 200 paces, the limit of accurate effective artillery shooting from the walls. More important now for Turpio, the ground on either side of the road for the last 200 paces was sown with a myriad of traps. If they could reach that white wall, they would be a little bit safer. From then on, the Persian cavalry could only charge them straight down the road. Out here there were but a few pits and caltrops. Out here it was possible for the enemy to outflank, then surround them. Looking back, Turpio saw that the Sassanid horsemen had coalesced into 2 groups. One was forming up on the road, the other setting off to the north in a wide sweep that would bring them behind the fleeing Romans. There looked to be at least 200 or 300 horsemen in each unit. More cavalry were emerging from the camp all the time. Turpio ordered a halt. The cavalry on the road were moving forward. They were going to charge without waiting for the outflanking maneuver to be completed. The legionaries turned to face their pursuers. With a high trumpet blast, the Persians put spurs to their horses and came on. These were Clibanarii, the Sassanid elite heavy cavalry. Backlit by the fires in the Persian camp, they looked magnificent. For the most part, the men had had time to put on their own armor. It flashed and flickered, but not that of their horses. They came on, moving from a canter to a loose gallop. Turpio could feel the thunder of the hooves of their huge Nisaean chargers reverberating up from the ground. He sensed the legionaries around him just begin to waver. Gods below, but it was hard to stand up to a charge of cavalry. In a moment or two, some of the legionaries might flinch, open gaps in the line, and then it would be all over. The Clibanarii would be in amongst them, horses sending men flying, long cavalry swords scything down. "Hold your positions! Keep the line unbroken!" Turpio did not think it would do much good. The enormous Nisaean horses were getting larger by the second. Over the heads of the legionaries whistled the arrows of Apollonius's troopers. "At least they have not abandoned us," thought Turpio. "We will not die alone." A lucky arrow must have hit a vital part of a Sassanid horse. It fell, skidding forwards and sideways. Its rider was thrown over its head. He remained airborne for an improbably long time before smashing into the road, his armor ringing and clattering around him. The horse took out the legs of its neighbor. It, too, went crashing. The horse on the other side swerved away and barged into the next horse, which lost its footing. The second rank of horses could not stop quickly enough. They had no option but to plough into the fallen.
Within moments, the magnificent charge had been transformed into a tipping, thrashing line of chaos, of men and horses writhing in pain and surprise. "About turn! At the double! Let's get as far from them as possible!" They would have to sort the chaos out. It had brought Turpio and his men a few moments, a few yards nearer to safety. Jogging down the road, Turpio anxiously looked to his left to see what had become of the party of Sassanid cavalry riding to outflank his men from the north. He could see no sign. He felt his fear rising. Hercules, hairy arse, how could they have gotten between us and the gate so quickly? Then his spirits lifted. They were not between Turpio and the gate. They were drawing off towards their camp. A group of figures with torches looking down at a fallen horse indicated why. A single horse had fallen into one of the sparse traps set in the band between 200 and 400 paces from the wall. A single horse had fallen, and they had given up. Now there was only one threat to face, but probably it was too much. Turpio felt that the next time Sassanid Clibanarii thundered down the road at them, the legionaries would break. It had been a very long, frightening night. Men's nerves can only take so much. "Halt! About turn! Prepare to receive cavalry!" This time, the Clibanarii were taking their time. They had formed up in a column 7 wide, and Turpio could not see how many men deep. The front rank consisted of 7 who had somehow found the time to armor their horses as well as themselves. They were riding knee to knee, big men on big horses. They formed a solid wall of iron, hardened leather, animal horn, the chilling steel points of their lances catching the starlight above them. Turpio felt a ripple run through the legionaries around him. He could hear feet shuffling nervously, hobnails scraping on the surface of the road. The man on his right was glancing back over his shoulder, looking at the safety of the town. Turpio caught the rank smell of fear. Theirs or his, he was not sure. "Hold the line! Keep steady! Stand tall! Horses will not run into formed infantry!" Turpio was shouting himself hoarse. He would not be able to speak tomorrow. He grinned as the other unfortunate implication of this struck him. He turned to encourage the ranks behind him. "If we don't budge, they cannot touch us. Keep the line and we will be all right." Jupiter's bollocks, but the gate looked close. Anyone could imagine turning, running, and getting into safety. It was only about 150 paces away. So near you felt you could be there in a moment. "Do not think of running! You cannot outrun a horse! Run, and you're dead! Hold the line, and we all live!" The men were not meeting his eye. It was not going to work. A trumpet shrilled, cutting through the ambient noise of the disturbed night. The Clibanarii dipped their awful lances and began to advance down the road at a walk. There was the jingle of armor, the ringing of their horses' hooves on the road, but no sound of humanity. They came on like a long serpent, scale-armored and implacable. Twang, slide, thump. The noise of a ballista shooting. Twang, slide, thump. Another. Then another. Louder than anything in the night, all the artillery on the western wall of the town of Arete was shooting blind into the dark night. A terrible silence after the first volley. The Clibanarii stopped. The legionaries froze. Everyone knew that the ballistae were reloading, the greased winches turning, the ratchets clicking, the torsion springs tightening. Everyone knew that within a minute at most, the ballistae would shoot again, that again, with superhuman speed and power, missiles would rain down across the plain, falling on friend and foe alike. Twang, slide, thump. The first of the second round of ballistae was heard. "Stand up! Stand up! Stand your ground!" Turpio's men were cowering, shields held pathetically above their heads in a useless attempt to protect them from incoming artillery bolts or stones. Turpio turned to look down the road at the Sassanids, and started to laugh. "Right, boys! Now get up and run!" There was a shocked pause. Then they all realized that the Clibanarii were cantering away into the night, back to their camp, out of range of the artillery on the walls of Arete. The legionaries turned and ran. Turpio saw Ballista waiting in the gateway. The torchlight made the northerner's long hair shine golden. He was smiling. As he ran up to him, Turpio again started laughing. They shook hands. They hugged. Turpio was slapping his ducks on the back. Brilliant! Absolutely fucking brilliant, Terpio panted. Ballista tipped his head back and laughed. Thank you. I liked it. Not such a stupid northern barbarian, then? Brilliant! Mind you, obviously I realized straight away that the ballistae were not loaded, that the mere sound would scare the reptiles off. The young Optio was prepared to be most helpful. The matter reflected well on Legio Forsythica, and it reflected well on the young Optio. The latter was a not inconsiderable factor for a junior officer with a career to make. Gaius Licinius Prosper, of the Vexillatio of Legio Forsythica, Optio of the Century of Marinus Posterior. We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready. The salute was smart. Tell me exactly what happened. Ballista returned the salute. Almost certainly the exactly was redundant. Prosper clearly intended to have his moment, to take his time telling the story before he would lead them to the corpse. Ballista sniffed. He could smell the corpse, or at least what had killed him, from here. Last night, as the Terma of Apollonius was withdrawn from guard duties at the military granaries so that it could take part in the raid on the Sassanid camp, many congratulations on the success of the raid, Dominus, a piece of daring worthy of Julius Caesar himself, or of— Thank you. Ballista spoke quickly before they were sidetracked into lengthy comparisons between himself and any daring generals from Rome's past whom the Optio could recall. Thank you very much. Please continue. Of course, Dominus. As I was saying, as the Terma of Apollonius was not guarding the granaries, you ordered Acilius Glabrio to select 32 legionaries drawn from the centuries of Naso, Marinus Prior, Marinus Posterior, and Pudens to take over the guard duties. Ballista stifled a yawn. It was the 3rd hour of daylight. He had had no sleep the previous night, and now the excitement of the raid had drained out of him. He was very tired. You did me the honour of choosing me to be the Optio in command of the guard detail. Ballista was careful not to smile. He had merely told Acilius Glabrio to put a small but adequate guard on the granaries last night. Until a few moments ago, he had not been aware of the existence of the young Optio. It is easy to collapse all hierarchies above oneself into one almost undifferentiated rank, to assume that your superiors know each other, and that your commander-in-chief knows about you. You have more than repaid that honour by your diligence, he said. Now, please, tell me what happened. The youth smiled broadly. Well, I thought it best to station 2 legionaries at the doors at each end of the granaries. I thought that if there were always 2 legionaries together, there would be far less risk of them being overpowered, or one of them falling asleep. He looked suddenly embarrassed. Not that legionaries of Forsythica would ever fall asleep on guard duty. No, but I might at any moment if you don't get a move on, Ballista smiled. Very good, he said encouragingly. Of course, this left only myself as a mobile patrol. Ballista reflected that the young Optio, Prosper must remember his name, might recount a lot of information that was unnecessary, but that was better than one of those tongue-tied witnesses you were always having to prompt and chivvy along, especially when he was as dog-tired as he was now. I first saw him in the 4th watch, at the end of the 10th hour of the night, just before you had the artillery shoot, when I was proceeding south towards the palace of the Dux Repi, that is, towards your palace. Ballista nodded weightily, as if at the insight that he was the Dux Repi and the palace was his. At least they were finally getting somewhere. He was walking north between the town wall and the eastern 4 granaries. Of course, there is a curfew, so he should not have been there anyway. Yet there are always soldiers or their slaves out and about at night. He was dressed as a soldier, tunic, trousers, boots, sword belt. But I was suspicious. Why would a soldier be off duty last night of all nights? And he looked wrong, somehow. Now I realize it was his beard and hair. They were far too long. No centurion would have let him get away with it, not even in an auxiliary unit. Not that you could tell now, not with the condition he is in. The young man shuddered slightly. And he was acting suspiciously. He was holding a big jar in one hand, holding it away from his body, as if it were very precious, as if he were terrified of spilling a drop. And he was holding a shuttered lantern in the other hand, again holding it unnaturally far from his body. Excellent observation, Optio. Thank you, Dominus. The Optio was in full flow now. As I walked towards him, he saw me and turned into the gap between the 1st and 2nd granaries. I called for him to stop, but he ignored me. I shouted the alarm. I ran after him and yelled to the legionaries on guard at the other end that there was an enemy coming down the eave strip and to cut him off. The young Optio paused as if to take questions. None came. He continued. When I turned into the alley, I could not see him at first. I could see Piso and Fonteius blocking the far end, but he was out of sight. I knew that he must be hiding in one of the alcoves formed by the big buttresses of the granaries. One of those alcoves in which Bagoas had been beaten up, thought Ballista. As he was cornered, I thought that he might be dangerous, so I called Scourus from my end to come with me. We drew our swords and started off very cautiously down the alley. Ballista nodded to indicate that the course of action was both thoughtful and courageous. It was very dark, so we were going slowly, covering both sides, waiting to be attacked. Suddenly, there was a noise of splintering wood up ahead. Then, I'm almost blinded by a bright light, 2 alcoves down. There's a sort of whooshing sound and a ghastly smell. When we can see again, we run forward. Piso and Fonteas are running towards us from the far end. We all get there at once. I will never forget it. Never. He stopped talking. Optio? Sorry, Dominus. It was horrible. I hope I never see anything like it again. Please continue. The bastard was crawling into the little ventilation opening at the foot of the wall. I don't know if he got stuck or if the pain stopped him, but he was just sort of writhing when we got there, writhing and screaming. Never heard anything like it. He must have torn away the wooden slats over the ventilator with his sword, emptied the jar of naphtha over himself, and with the lantern, quite deliberately, set light to himself. Then he tried to crawl into the ventilator. He turned himself into a human missile. It smelt like roast pork. What did you do? Well, there were flames everywhere. The naphtha had set the remains of the ventilator on fire. There were flames licking up the brick walls. Even the mud around him seemed to be on fire. Oh, gods below, it was hot. It looked as if it would spread into the granary, get into the ventilator and under the wooden floor. The whole place was about to go up. It was Scourus who thought what to do. He got his entrenching tool, stuck it in the poor bastard's thigh, and then dragged him to the middle of the alley, where we left him. We threw soil on the fires until they were smothered. The young Optio led Ballista down the alley and introduced him to the legionaries Scaurus, Piso, and Fonteas. The northerner praised them all, especially the rather singed Scaurus, and promised they would be rewarded. He asked Demetrius to make a note of it. The Greek boy was looking sick. The scene was as Ballista had expected. The corpse was twisted, shriveled, its hair and clothing gone, its features melted. Beyond the fact that he had been a short man, the corpse was completely unrecognizable. The Optio was right. Disgustingly, it smelt of roast pork. It smelt of Aquileia. It had an entrenching tool, the wooden handle burnt away, sticking out of its leg. Did you find anything interesting on the body? Nothing, Dominus. Ballista crouched next to the corpse, willing his gorge down. The man's sword was a military-issue spatha. It signified little. There were many available on the open market. The man's boots did not have hobnails, but nor did the boots of a lot of soldiers these days. You were right. He was not a soldier. Ballista grinned. Nothing can persuade a soldier to take his ornaments, awards for valor, his lucky charms, off his sword belt. All that is left of this man's belt is the buckle. The northerner pointed to an unremarkable buckle in the shape of a fish. Definitely not a soldier. From a little way away came the sound of retching. Demetrius was throwing up. What could make a man do such a thing? The young Optio asked. Ballista shook his head. I cannot begin to imagine. Everyone was waiting for the sun to rise. Already the eastern sky was a pale bronze. A cool, steady breeze blew from the south. Ducks were flighting over the Euphrates, and the smell of baking bread wafted around the town. If you did not look too far away, or you kept your eyes on the heavens, you could imagine that Arete was at peace. One glance over the battlements shattered any Pacific illusions. True, as the light advanced, the western desert for once showed green. There were grasses and wild flowers in every little depression. Birds sang. But beyond the delicate spring scene was a black line about 1,000 paces wide. The Sassanid host stood shoulder to shoulder. 30, 40 ranks deep, it was impossible to tell. Above their heads the south wind tugged at the banners. Serpents, wolves, bears, abstract symbols of fire, of righteousness, of Mazda, snapped in the breeze. Behind the ranks of men loomed the instruments of war. A line of siege mantlets, tall shields mounted on wheels, could be made out running almost the length of the force. Here and there the wooden frames of ballistae stuck up. The keenest eyes counted at least 20 of them. And there, quite widely spaced and unmistakable behind the line, were the city-takers, the 3 tall, tall siege towers. Ballista was impressed, despite himself. It was just 7 days since the Persian horde had descended on Arete. They had found nothing usable. There was no timber for miles. Ballista's men had stripped the countryside in advance. It had done no good. The Sassanids had brought with them everything they needed. Somehow they had transported upriver all the instruments of siege warfare in prefabricated form, almost ready to use. For 6 days they had laboured. Now, on the 7th day, they were ready. Although he would not admit it to anyone else, would barely concede it to himself, Ballista was worried. These Sassanids were like no barbarians he had fought before. Goths, Sarmatians, Hibernians, or Moors, none could have done such things. None could prosecute a siege with such vigour. Ballista and the defenders had not been idle in the 7 days since the night raid. Turpio's foray may have failed to kill Shapur, but still must be counted a success. Roman casualties had been very light. 5 troopers were missing from the Terma of Paulinus, none at all from that of Apollonius. Of the legionaries, there were 20 empty places in the century that had actually entered the Persian camp, that of Antoninus Posterior, and 1 from that of Antoninus Prior, oddly, as it had not actually been engaged. The latter, although no one said so out loud, was widely considered to have deserted. Overall, the raid had raised Roman morale, and it was safely assumed to have shaken that of the Persians. Yet such a large-scale raid had not been repeated. Ballista knew that the Sassanids would now be on guard. He was waiting for the next phase of the siege, the next predictable turn of the dance. He was waiting for an all-out Persian assault. The Romans had not made another big foray, yet the Sassanids were unlikely to have been sleeping soundly in their tents. The very night of the main raid, Antigonus had returned in the early hours from across the river. He had found the girl who had been raped. She was dead. She had been mutilated. Antigonus left her there, but returned with a Persian head. 2 nights later, he had gone south by boat and returned with another head, wrapped in a Persian cloak. The next night, he had slipped out of the northern wicket gate down by the river, and this time returned with 2 heads. Finally, last night, he had gone across the river again and brought back yet another grisly bundle. In a sense, 5 casualties meant nothing in a horde probably 50,000 strong. Yet, morning after morning, the news of finding yet another inexplicably decapitated corpse in yet another place was bound to summon up the very worst fears in the Persian army. A traitor turning his hand against his friends, or worse, far worse, a demon able to strike at will throughout the sleeping camp. Ballista was pleased with his new standard-bearer. He took little pleasure in the ghastly trophies, but he solemnly unwrapped each one, solemnly thanked its bringer. Each one was a mark of revenge for both Romulus and the unknown girl. Antigonus had a gift for this sort of thing. Ballista was glad they were on the same side. Beyond Antigonus's nocturnal forays, beyond the normal activity of the besieged, the main activity of the 7 days had been the construction of 3 huge mobile cranes. Every carpenter in the town had been seconded to work on them. Likewise, every blacksmith had been forging the giant chains and implements they would deploy. With their completion, Ballista had the last major items necessary for when the Sassanids attempted to storm the town. Looking up and down the wall, the air already shimmering with heat where the large metal cauldrons hung over their fires, Ballista felt that he had done his best. He was far from sure that it was good enough, but he had done his best.
This ends Disc 8 of Fire in the East. Fire in the East. Disc 9.
The sun was rising over Mesopotamia. A wash of gold splashed over the bright Sassanid banners, picked out their gorgeous costumes, the jewels and the headdresses. As one, every man in the vast host sank to his knees, then prostrated himself in the dust of the desert. Trumpets blared, drums boomed, and across the plain rolled chants of Mazda, Mazda, as they hailed the rising sun. The sun had now risen clear of the horizon. The chanting stopped, and the Persian army got to its feet. They waited in silence. High on the battlements of the Palmyrene Gate, Ballista also waited and watched. The 21st day of April, 10 days before the calends of May. It was the Parilia, the birthday of eternal Rome. From the right of the Sassanid army, preceded by the Drafshi Kavyan, the great battle flag of the House of Sassan, came the now familiar figure, clad in purple, riding a white horse. Shahanshah! Shahanshah! A new chant rolled across the plain. Shapur halted in front of the center of the line. The great jewel-encrusted banner moved above his head, catching the sunlight, flashing yellow, violet, red. His horse stamped its foot, tossed its head and neighed, high and clear across the plain. On the battlement, Bagoas gave a small whimper of pleasure. The sure sign. When the charger of the King of Kings does thus before the walls of a town,
that place will surely fall.
Silence, boy! Ballista would not have his slave spreading despondency. It is an easy enough omen to create.
What are they doing now? Maximus asked.
A line of 7 roped men were being driven towards the priests, magi, around the Drafshi Kavyan.
This does not look good.
Bagoas said nothing. He cast his eyes down. For once, he looked rather shamefaced. The men were wearing Roman uniforms. They were struggling, but being beaten forward. One fell. He was kicked back to his feet. They were driven to where a small fire was burning. A pot was hanging on a tripod, heating over the fire. The Romans were forced to their knees and held tightly. Their heads were forced back. One of the magi unhooked the pot from the tripod, lifted it free of the fire.
Gods below, the barbarian bastards!
Maximus looked away. The priest stepped over to the first of the prisoners. 2 magi held the man's head. The priest tipped the pot. The man screamed.
What is it?
Ballista tried to keep his voice level. What are they doing to them?
Olive oil, Bagoas answered very quietly. They are blinding them with boiling olive oil.
A single trumpet call was picked up by innumerable others. The vast Sassanid horde stirred itself and began to form up for its slow advance. Gangs of men began to push the ballistae, mounted on squat carts or moved on rollers, forward to within effective range, about 200 paces of the walls. From there, the stone throwers would aim to destroy the defenders' artillery and knock down the battlements, while the bolt throwers swept Roman soldiers from the wall walks. The mantlets were pushed to the fore. These would travel to within effective bowshot, about 50 paces from the town. Forming an unbroken line of reinforced wood, the mantlets were intended to shield both the Persian archers and the storming parties as they assembled. Most ponderously of all, hauled by hundreds of men each, the 3 city-takers began to inch forward. These monstrous wheeled siege towers were made of wood, but entirely clad in plates of metal and damp skins. Water was frequently poured down their sides from the top to try to prevent the enemy setting fire to them. They had ballistae on their upper levels, but these were only secondary to their main purpose. The city-takers were designed to creep up to and overtop the walls of the town, let down a drawbridge, and release onto the battlements a mass of screaming warriors. As the drawbridges came down, a host of storming parties carrying ladders would burst forth in support from the line of mantlets. Ballista looked at them. They were the key to the assault. Everything else would revolve around them. They were quite far apart. One was on the road, heading straight for the gate where Ballista stood. The others were aimed to hit the wall beyond, 3 towers away, north and south. Travelling at about 1 mile an hour, in theory they could strike the wall in about half an hour. Ballista knew that was not going to happen. The city-takers would make many stops, to change the crews of men hauling them, to test, smooth and reinforce the ground ahead, as well as to fill in Ballista's traps, if, of course, the latter were detected. Ballista judged that the assault would probably not come until midday. Unfortunately, that would be good for the attackers in several ways. The morning sun would no longer be directly in their eyes as it was now. It would give plenty of time for the city-takers to reach the walls, and for subsidiary attacks to be ready to go in on the other walls. Clouds of horsemen had been spotted the day before on the other sides of the northern and southern ravines. Ballista had altered his order of battle, ordering 300 men, 100 mercenaries from each of the numeri of the caravan protectors, to join the defence of the dangerously undermanned north wall. It was odd that this weakness had been spotted by his exensis, the completely unmilitary Demetrius, not by himself, nor any of his army officers. Sometimes one got too close to things. As Ballista's people said, you could not see the wood for the trees. Midday. The northerner turned the timing over in his mind. Midday, the time when Romans ate their first substantial meal of the day. Bagoas had told him that Persians ate later, towards late afternoon. At midday, the Persians would not be hungry, but the Romans would. Ballista was about to issue orders to bring forward the time of the soldiers' lunch, when he saw something that might prove to be terribly important. The distinctive figure, clad in purple, riding a white horse, was on the move. Although now accompanied by a glittering entourage of the high nobility and client kings, there was no mistaking the high, domed golden helmet, the long purple and white streamers that indicated the King of Kings. Ballista had been waiting for this moment, had been praying that it would come. In the Roman army, at the start of a siege, It was customary for the commander to ride forward into range of the defender's artillery. It was a tradition that served two goals. At a purely pragmatic level, it gave the commander a fine chance to observe the state of the defences. At an altogether more intangible but possibly far more significant level, it allowed the general to rouse the spirits of his troops by demonstrating his studied contempt for the weapons of their enemies. A fine tradition, one which killed two birds with one stone. The only problem was that it sometimes killed the besieging general as well. Until this moment, Ballista had not known if the Sassanids held to a similar practice. Asking Bagoas had produced no useful answer. Of course, Shapur, the beloved of Mazda, has no fear of the weapons of his foes. More and more the northerner wondered just how much or how little the Persian boy knew about war. Bagoas clearly came from the Persian elite, but was it becoming ever more likely that he was from a family of scribes or priests than one of warriors? Shapur and his men reined in just outside artillery range. Animated conversation could be seen. The King of Kings was doing most of the talking. Informing his high-status audience of his view of the direction the assault should take, Shapur made wide arcs and sweeps with his arms, the streamers flying behind him. Ballista stared intently not at Shapur, but at two distinctive humps of stone left on either side of the road. The sides facing the wall were painted white. They marked 400 paces, the maximum range of his artillery. Come on, you cowardly eastern bastard. Come on, just have the balls to get within range. Forcing his mind away, Ballista issued orders for the men to take their lunch no less than 2 hours earlier than usual. As the messengers moved away, the northerner realized with a nasty lurch that he had not issued the far more pressing orders for every piece of artillery to aim at the Persian king, but not to shoot until the duck's repie gave the command. As the next batch of messengers moved away, Ballista was slightly reassured by the thought that their message most likely was redundant. It would be a very poor Ballistarius indeed who had not already trained the weapon on the man on the white horse. The trick of turning the washers, slackening the torsion and decreasing the apparent range of the weapons, was an old trick, an obvious one. Had it worked? And even if it had, would the traitor have betrayed it? Was the Sassanid mocking him? Shapur kicked on, and the white horse moved down the road towards the Palmyrene gate. Past the whitewashed piles of stone, with his meteor trail of the powerful, Shapur came on. All-Father, deceitful one, Deathbringer, deliver this man to me. Ballista was painfully aware of the expectation surrounding him. The dead silence on the battlements was broken only by the small noises of well-oiled machinery being subtly adjusted as the ballistae tracked their target. Wait until he stops moving. Do not snatch at this. Wait until the right moment. Nearer and nearer came Shapur, closer and closer to the white-painted section of the wall at 200 paces. He stopped. Ballista spoke. Antigonus hoisted the looked-for red flag. Twang, slide, thump. The great 20-pounder by Ballista hurled its carefully rounded stone. A moment later, it was joined by its twin on the gatehouse roof. Then, twang, slide, thump. Twang, slide, thump. All the artillery along the western battlements joined in. For a couple of seconds, the northerner admired the geometry of it all. The fixed line of the wall, the moving triangle of missiles, all converging on the fixed point of the man on the white horse. The rider in fur next to Shapur was plucked from his horse. Arms wide, the empty sleeves of his coat flapping, the man looked like a large six-limbed insect as the bolt threw him backwards. Towards the rear of the entourage, 2, maybe 3 horses and riders went down as a stone reduced them to a bloody shambles. After the strike, there was a shocked, near silence. Only muted sounds could be heard. The click of ratchets, the groan of wood and sinew under gathering pressure, and the grunting of men working frantically. The near peace was broken by a rising roar of outrage from the horror-struck Sassanid horde. Shapur took both sides by surprise. Putting spurs to his mount, he kicked it into a gallop straight ahead. Thundering towards the Palmyrene gate, he pulled his bow from its case, took an arrow from its quiver, and notched it. About 150 paces from the gate, he skidded to a halt, drew and released the arrow. Ballista watched its flight. With a superstitious dread, he felt that it was coming straight for him. As they always do, it seemed to gain pace as it grew nearer. It fell just short and to the right of the northerner, clattering off the stone of the wall. Shapur's mouth was moving. He was yelling his outrage, his anger, but the words could not be made out on the wall. 2 horsemen drew up on either side of the king. They were shouting. One went so far as to try to grab his reins. Shapur used his bow as a whip to knock the hands aside. The white horse was spun around, and with a shake of his fist, the King of Kings was racing back towards safety. Twang, slide, thump. The artillery pieces started to speak again. At this distance, against a fast-moving target, Ballista knew there was next to no chance of a projectile finding its mark. Back in safety, Shapur could be seen riding along the front of the line, haranguing his men. They began to chant, Shapur, Shapur. Along the walls of Arete spread a counter-chant, Ballista, Ballista. The duck's repai took off his helmet. The south wind caught his long fair hair and blew it out behind him. He waved to his men. Ballista, Ballista. So, who was it we just killed? He spoke conversationally. Prince Hamazasp, son of Hamazasp, the king of Georgia. Strong but hard-to-read emotions played across Bagoas's face. If his spirit is not avenged, it will forevermore be a stain on the honor of the King of Kings. Now there can be no quarter. With a childlike spontaneity, Ballista threw his helmet in the air and caught it. That should concentrate the boys' minds. Laughing, he turned to the soldiers on the gatehouse. I don't know about you, but I don't fancy letting those magi get their hands on me. The men laughed in turn. By nightfall, the exchange, often altered and embellished, would have reached every corner of the city. How long until their line comes into extreme artillery range? At least a quarter of an hour, maybe more. As was only right, Mamura, the Praefectus Fabrum, the man who was meant to know siege machinery, answered his ducks. Then, Kalgakis, can you find us some food? Trying to kill the despot of half the known world has made me very hungry. Demetrius watched his Kyrios eating bread and cold pheasant, talking and joking with the other men, Mamura, Terpio, Maximus, Antigonus, the crews of the artillery pieces. They were passing a jug from hand to hand. The young Greek had never admired Ballista more. Did the Kyrios plan these things, or did they just come to him in a divinely inspired flash? Did he always know what he was doing? However it was, it made no difference. It was an act of genius. The hideous actions of the Magi, the death of the Georgian prince, and the exchange with Bagoas came together to tell a story that anyone could follow. By nightfall, every soldier in Arete would be stiffened by the knowledge of what would happen to him if he fell into the hands of the Sassanids. Capitulation meant torture and death. Better to die on one's feet, weapon in hand. Soon enough, the Persians drew near the line of signs that marked 400 paces from the wall, maximum artillery range. The duck's repai had repeatedly stressed the need for these range markers and those at 200 paces to be inconspicuous. They were to be visible to the artillerymen, but not to attract the attention of the besiegers. The majority of artillery crews had gone for carefully arranged, hopefully natural-looking low humps of dun-coloured rocks. There was not an artilleryman in the town who had not laughed, although only surreptitiously, never when the big man or his vicious-looking bodyguard were around, at the markers opposite the Palmyrene gate, chosen by the ducks himself. Well, brother, that is a northern barbarian's idea of inconspicuous. 2 bloody great piles of stone followed by a bloody great wall, the whole lot painted white. The Persians were advancing sensibly, coming on in good order. The main body was advancing at the speed at which the ballistae could be moved. The mantlets, which could be transported considerably faster, were staying with the artillery to try to shield them. The 3 great siege towers were lagging quite some distance behind. Ballista's eyes were concentrated on the 2 white stones 400 paces away. He held a piece of bread and cheese in one hand and a jug in the other, both completely unconsidered. When the Persians passed the stones, they would have to advance for 200 paces into the teeth of the artillery on the town wall. Hauling their artillery forward for those 200 paces, the Sassanids would be unable to hit back. The northerner had ordered his artillery to concentrate exclusively on the enemy ballistae and the men moving them. Initially, little could be expected. The range was too great for any accuracy, but things should improve as the slow-moving targets came closer. Knock out as many of them as we can before they can get at us. With luck, the stone throwers would wreck some enemy engines. The bolt throwers could not damage the ballistae themselves, but they could kill and alarm the men moving them, and this would slow down their progress, keep them longer unable to strike back, longer exposed to the stone throwers on the town wall. Ballista nodded to Antigonus. The standard-bearer raised the red flag. Twang, slide, thump. Twang, slide, thump. Up and down the wall the artillery opened up. The first volley achieved nothing, and after a couple of minutes there was no semblance of volley shooting. The crews of the artillery pieces worked at different speeds. Ballista was far from convinced that the quickest were necessarily the best. Better to take a little extra time and aim well. It cost him some effort not to take over the laying of the big 20-pounder next to him. The northerner went to scratch his nose, found a jug in one hand, food in the other. He drank and ate. Cheers, loud cheers, from the wall off to the right. Ballista looked just in time to see a wheel spinning in the air like a tossed coin. A cloud of dust rose from the plain. Small, brightly clad figures staggered out of it. One of the stone throwers towards the north of the wall had scored a direct hit. One Sassanid ballista down, 19 to go. More cheers, this time off to the left. Ballista could not see the cause. Maximus pointed. There! There! God's below! That's fucked him! Ballista followed the direction of the Hibernian's outstretched arm. Way, way out from the wall, way out behind the main body of the Persians, was the southernmost of the 3 siege towers. The great Sassanid city-taker was leaning drunkenly forward, its front wheels deep in the ground. Tyche, said Mamurra, I do not think that we dug any pits that far out. Its weight must have made it go through into one of the very furthest out of the old underground tombs. Anyway, they will not get that brute out again today. Any battle, like anything in nature, goes in phases. Now, for a time, the tide was with the defenders, and good news flowed in. As Ballista finished his bread and cheese, 2 messengers, treading on each other's heels, ran up the steps to the top of the gatehouse. While the first spoke, Ballista passed the jug from his own hand to the other waiting messenger. The Sassanid attack on the north wall had come to nothing. A great mass of men, it was reckoned there were about 5,000 of them, had been drawing up on the plateau north of the ravine. They were still a very long way off, at the very limits of artillery range, when Centurion Pudens ordered the bolt-thrower on the postern tower to try a shot at them. The Ballistarius, more in hope than expectation, had aimed at the leading rider, a richly clad man on a gloriously caparisoned horse. The bolt had taken the Sassanid off the horse, easy as could be, left him pinned to the ground. Their leader dead, the reptiles had swarmed away. Ballista thanked the messenger and gave him some coins. The other handed the jug over to his colleague and told his news. The Persians, from somewhere, had got together 5 boats and crammed about 200 men into them. Stupidly, they had followed the western bank of the river down to Arete. As soon as the boats came into range of the bolt-throwers on the 2 northeastern towers, the boatmen, local men who had been pressed into service, dived over the sides, swam to shore, and deserted. From then on, the boats were in utter confusion. They were little better than drifting while being shot at from the elevation of the walls by bolt-throwers and bowmen. When eventually they tried to land near the fish market, they were easy targets for at least 10 artillery pieces and no fewer than 500 archers from the numerus of Anamu. 3 of the boats capsized. 1 foundered just short of the nearest island in the Euphrates. 1 drifted away downriver. Most of those not killed by missiles were drowned. Only about 20 seemed to have escaped downriver, and another 20 or so were stuck on the island. As the tale ended, with the Sassanids on the island, Antigonus looked inquiringly at Ballista, who enigmatically said yes, adding if they were all still around that night. The northerner thanked the messenger and again parted with some coins. But the tide cannot flow one way forever. All too soon, and at the cost of only 1 more ballista, the Sassanid artillery had crossed their zone of impotence. They had reached their intended shooting positions just within effective range. Persians swarmed about, dismounting the artillery from their rollers, setting up protective screens, putting the ammunition to hand, winching back the sliders, placing the missiles, aiming, and releasing. Ballista felt a slight tremor run through the gatehouse as a stone struck. The time of carefree observation was over. Now the air had become a thing of menace. Everywhere the tearing, ripping noises of missiles. To the right, a man screamed as a bolt shot him from the wall walk. To the left, a short section of battlements exploded in stone splinters as a missile struck. A man lay in the middle of the debris, moaning. Another lay silent. Passing the word for carpenters to erect a makeshift battlement, Ballista reflected that, other things being equal, the defenders should win this exchange of artillery. They had 25 ballistae to 18, and the advantages of a higher position, as well as stone, not wooden, walls for protection. Yet other things were not equal. The two city-takers remaining mobile had crept forward into maximum artillery range. Just when the enemy would be shooting back, the Northerner was going to have to order his ballistarii to change targets. As they came in range, the huge siege towers would be the sole targets. Now it would be the turn of the defending artillerymen to endure shot without being able to return it. There can be little worse for any soldier. About to send off the runners to give the order, Ballista added that any ballistarius who aimed at anything other than one of the siege towers once they were within range would be flogged to death. All Father, the exercise of power has corrupted my soul. Leaving their ballistae 200 paces from the wall, the main body of Persians huddled as close as possible behind the line of mobile shields. Men fell to traps underfoot, and arrows slicing down from above. Yet to the defenders it seemed no time at all before the line of mantlets was established a mere 50 paces from the walls, and the Persian bowmen were bending their bows. 10, 20, 30,000 arrows. It was impossible to guess. Like a shadow passing over the face of the sun, they made the day grow darker. All along the wall and behind it, the arrows fell as thick as hail in the deep midwinter. On the wall and in the streets and alleys behind, men fell. The archers on the wall shot back. The defenders had some advantages. They were higher up, well protected by stone crenellations and the stout shields of the legionaries. Almost all their arrows found their mark. So vast was the number of Sassanids that they formed a dense target, and the mantlets could not shelter them all. But it was an unequal contest. Fewer than 650 bowmen against innumerable thousands. Sassanid arrows were striking home. Defenders were falling. Far too many. Ballista wondered if all his planning, his clever ruses, would prove in vain. Would sheer numbers prevail? Would sheer weight of missiles clear the walls and leave the city open? Endurance. They just had to endure. Ballista knew that only discipline, old-fashioned Roman disciplina, could get them through. For 9 nights and 9 days, the Allfather had hung on the tree of life. His side pierced by a spear, voluntarily the Allfather had endured on the tree to learn the secrets of the dead. The Northerner smiled. So much for the Romanitas of the Dux Ripae. The white Draco, hissing in the breeze, attracted the full ferocity of the Sassanids. The air above the Palmyrene gates was thick with missiles. Ballista was hunkered down behind the parapets in the midst of a makeshift shield wall. It was hard to see or hear. Then, above the awful clamour of the storm of steel and stone, rose the sound of cheering. Thin, half swamped by the noise of battle, but exultant, came chanting. Roma! Roma! Ballista peeked out around the crenellations. He jerked his head back into safety as an arrow snickered off the wall. He looked again. The northern half of the plain was enveloped in a great mushroom cloud of dust. Not wanting to tempt fate, Ballista retreated behind the parapet for a few moments. When he looked again, the dust had cleared a little. He could see why his men were exulting. The northernmost city-taker was no more. In its place was a tortured tall frame of beams and girders. As Ballista watched, a man leapt from the top story. The falling man, incongruously, looked as elegant as a pantomime dancer. 2, 3, 4 more Eastern men jumped to a certain death. Then, with a ponderous inevitability, the remains of the tower imploded. A strange hush settled across the battlefield. The fighting slackened as both sides came to terms with the enormity of what had happened. The siege tower had been heading almost directly towards a tower housing one of the biggest pieces of artillery. The repeated impact of 20-pound stones slamming in at a great pace must literally have shaken the city-taker apart. Demetrius looked around. The fighting top of the Palmyrene gate was littered, almost carpeted, with spent missiles. As the fighting died down, defenders slumped down against the walls or the 2 enormous ballistae. Although he tried not to, the young Greek could not help repeatedly looking at the 2 corpses thrown in the corner. A slick pool of their mingled blood seeped out from under them. Demetrius both wanted and at the same time did not want to know their identity. Was the fighting over? Zeus, Apollo, Athena, and Artemis, please let it all be over, at least for today. Demetrius noticed some slaves carrying parcels and jars emerge from the trapdoor. They bent double as they moved. Stray missiles were still flying across the roof. For a moment the young Greek had no idea what the slaves were doing. Then, looking at the sky, he realized that it must already be towards the end of the 4th hour of daylight, the time that the Kyrios had ordered the troops to take their early lunch. In one way, the time had gone so quickly. In another, the screaming and the terror seemed to have lasted for days. Demetrius thought how Zeus in the divine poetry of Homer held back the day so that Odysseus and Penelope could enjoy their lovemaking and sleep. Today was nothing like that. Arete was nothing like Ithaca. Earlier, when Ballista had called for his impromptu mid-morning snack, Demetrius had been unable to eat. There had been no saliva in his mouth. Now, as the fighting seemed to be dying down, he felt ravenous. Taking some bread, cheese, and an onion, he started to wolf them down. The Kyrios was chewing in a desultory way. He was sitting on the floor with his back against the southern wall, Maximus and Antigonus either side of him. In quiet voices, they were holding an intermittent technical discussion on the limits of depression of artillery pieces. Demetrius wondered at them. How could repetition ever so dull a man's senses that this morning of horror, this dealing in death, could become as mundane as reaping a cornfield? He began to giggle. Maybe it was because they were barbarians, an Angle, a Hibernian, and a Batavian. To stop his giggling, Demetrius bit a large mouthful out of his onion. Arete was in the eye of the storm. This isolated and previously insignificant town had been willed by the gods to become the latest focus of the eternal war between East and West. The conflict had always been there, from the earliest records. First, the Eastern Phoenicians had kidnapped Io, and the Greeks had responded by abducting first Europa, then Medea. After the Trojans had taken Helen, things moved from girl-taking to war-making. The Achaeans burnt Troy, the Persians burnt Athens, and Alexander burnt Persepolis. The sands of the desert were sodden red with the wreck of Crassus's legions at Carrhae. Abandoned Roman corpses marked Mark Antony's retreat from Media. Julius Caesar was struck down on the eve of yet another war of revenge. Wars of revenge had repeatedly been undertaken by the emperors Trajan, Lucius Verus, and Septimius Severus. Then came the Sassanids, and the East had struck back. Thousands of Roman dead at Meschicae and Barbalissos. Antioch, the metropolis of Syria, and so many others, burning in the time of troubles. East against West, the conflict that could never end. Arete was the epicenter of a conflict of cosmic proportions, a never-ending clash of civilizations, an eternal clash of gods. The full might of the East was hurled against the West, and here eternal Rome, humanitas itself as some would have it, all of its arts and philosophy, was defended by three barbarians eating bread and cheese. Demetrius's stream of consciousness was broken by the sudden arrival of a soldier. The messenger also trampled into Maximus's excellent reverie. The Hibernian had lost interest in the finer points of depressing artillery some time ago. His mind was running over the new girl at the crater. Nipples like a blind cobbler's thumbs, trim little delta, willing as you like. It was funny with girls. No matter what sort of nipples they had, they always wanted different ones. The girl from the crater with her big brown aureoles like dinner plates said she would rather have small, neat little nipples. The girl from the bar at the north end of town, who had tiny, delicate pink nipples, wished hers were bigger. Maximus did not care. The girls were both lively, well-built blondes. Certainly they would look good together. The messenger was attempting to salute while bent double. Ballista and Antigonus saluted back without getting up. As a slave rather than a soldier, Maximus took pleasure in not feeling the need to join in. "Good news, Dominus." The soldier sat down with relief when Ballista indicated. "The barbarian attack on the south wall has been driven off. There were about 5,000 of them. The reptiles formed up out of range on the plateau. But by the time they were descending into the ravine, we had 10 ballistae on them. The bastards were looking shaken when they started to climb our side of the ravine. When the bowmen of Iarhai and Ogolos started shooting, and we rolled those bloody great stones you had us put out down among them, the Sassanids ran like the true Easterners they are. No stomach for it. No balls." Living in the moment, almost like a child, Maximus had actually forgotten all about the threat to the southern wall. But the news was welcome. Things on the desert wall were bad enough on their own. Ballista thanked the messenger and sent him back with an order for Iarhai to bring 300 of his archers round onto the desert wall. Trumpets rang and drums boomed across the plain. Sassanid commanders shouted themselves hoarse, trying to put the enthusiasm back into their men, to lift the tempo of the attack. The stream of incoming missiles picked up. Demetrius cowered closer to the floor. Wearily, Ballista, Maximus, and Antigonus got to their feet and huddled behind the parapets, now and then looking out. A terrible crash came from the tower to the north of the gate. Again a cloud of ominous dun-coloured dust billowed into the sky. It was followed by a rhythmic shout of pain like an animal bellowing. A Sassanid stone-thrower had scored a direct hit on one of the 2 Roman ballistae on the tower. The resulting jagged, fast-flying splinters of wood had reduced the platform of the tower to a charnel house. Before Ballista could issue any orders, Mamurra had appeared on the stricken tower. The Praefectus Fabrum was organising a work gang to throw the shattered remains of the bolt-thrower off the tower and sending men to drag a spare piece of artillery from the magazine. The corpses joined the remnants of the machine on the ground, and the living were pushed into getting the remaining ballista working. For the moment, the defenders' main problem lay in the one Sassanid city-taker remaining operative. It had resumed its painful advance on the Palmyrene Gate. While it stood and was capable of movement, all the artillery of the defenders that could get an aim on it had no other choice. Only the towers at the extreme north of the desert wall were able to hit back at the Sassanid artillery tormenting them. The last city-taker was taking a dreadful pounding. Again and again, smooth round artillery stones, 6-pounders and 20-pounders, smashed at terrible speed into the tower. Bolts from ballistae and arrows caused havoc among the myriad men hauling the behemoth. The city-taker shook, seemed to stagger, but then, with new men on the ropes and with the terrible squealing of thousands of joints of wood under intense pressure, it advanced again. Twice, work crews raced ahead of the siege tower to deal with ballista's traps. The carefully concealed pits at 100 and at 50 paces from the gate were filled in, but at frightful cost. The crews ran into an almost solid wall of tipped steel. The pits were partly filled with their bodies. Inexorably, the city-taker rolled on. If it reached the gate, if its drawbridge crashed down on the roof of the gatehouse, the siege was over. The town would fall. Ballista knew that now there was just one hope of stopping the siege engine reaching the gate. Did the Persians know that there was one more pit, hidden a mere 20 paces from the gate? The Suren had not come that close. As far as Ballista knew, no Persian had come that close. But had the traitor warned them? Nearer and nearer came the skin-clad tower. The smell of uncured hides, wood, and the sweat of men preceded it to the gatehouse. 30 paces. 25. No work crew racing ahead. 20 paces. Nothing. Had Ballista miscalculated? Were the beams too strong? Would the city-taker cross unhindered over the trap? There was a deep, deep groan. The surface of the road moved. The hidden boards over the pit began to buckle under the weight of the tower. A distinctive smell wafted up. One by one the boards snapped. The tower lurched forward. Men screamed. Ballista snatched up a bow and arrow. The smell of pitch was strong in his nostrils. He touched the combustible material to a brazier. The arrowhead flared. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out from the shelter of the crenellations. He flinched as a Persian arrow shot past his face. He exhaled and forced himself to lean out over the wall, to ignore the dangers, to concentrate on what had to be done. Dimly he was aware of missiles nicking off the stone around him. There was the dark opening of the trap. He filled his lungs, drew the bow, and released. The arrow seemed to accelerate away, a smoke trail curling after it. Other fire arrows darted into the pit, into the mouth of the large terracotta storage jar which had been hidden there. With a roar, the naphtha ignited. The flames shot up, curling and licking around the siege tower, darting up its companionways and the ladders inside. Men screamed. Ballista smelt something like roast pork. Ballista! Ballista! The chants rang out from the walls. Ballista! Ballista! But the ordeal of the town of Arete was not yet over for the day. The sight of their tower and their men burning goaded the Sassanids. Trumpets called and drums thundered. Noblemen roared commands. Peros! Peros! Victory! Victory! A proud chant came from the desert. Peros! Peros! Like a great wave driven against the shore by the frenzy of the sea, the Easterners came out from behind their line of mantlets and set on towards the wall. The storming party was several thousand strong, each man clad in armour. The Sassanid knights, the Clibanarii, had dismounted. The noblemen were even carrying their own siege ladders. The human wave had 50 paces to cross, 50 long, long paces. From the first step, men fell, smashed backwards by the bolt from a ballista, curling round the shaft of an arrow, clutching a foot lacerated by a caltrop, screaming piteously as the stake concealed in its pit penetrated soft tissue, scraped down bone. Men fell in droves as they crossed the open space, as they descended into the ditch, as they climbed out again. The Sassanids left lines of their dead and dying, but they reached the earth bank against the wall of Arete, they swung the siege ladders up against the battlements, and the first of them began to climb. Now the simple but vicious devices, honed by generation after generation of wicked, heartless human ingenuity, were unleashed against the Sassanids. As the ladders banged against the wall, defenders sprang forward with rustic pitchforks. Catching the uprights between the tines, the soldiers pushed the ladders sideways. Despite the arrows whistling past their ears, more defenders joined in, pushing ever harder. As one man fell, another took his place. Those siege ladders not well secured at the base slid sideways, gathering momentum, shedding men, some crashing into neighbouring ladders. Sassanid warriors went spinning head over heels down to the unforgiving ground. Great rocks, barely to be lifted by 3 or 4 men, were manhandled onto the parapet. They teetered for a second, then tipped, brushing men off the ladders, smashing the rungs, pushing the uprights irreparably apart. The stones plummeted to earth. High out over the battlements soared the arms of Ballista's 3 new giant cranes. Levers were pulled, and the great chains released their immense boulders. Where they struck, in the blink of an eye, ladders became kindling. Men were reduced to a pulp. All along the wall walk were flurries of activity. Teams of 4 legionaries thrust well-wrapped metal poles through the handles of the big metal cauldrons hung over the fires. With haste, but carefully, they lifted the glowing bowls clear of the intense heat. Delicately, they maneuvered their spitting, crackling burdens to the edge. Grunting with effort, they hoisted the poles onto their shoulders. Then, most dangerous of all, they carefully, so very carefully, tipped the contents over the parapet. Men screamed. The white-hot sand flowed down the face of the wall, down the earth bank. The sand set fire to hair and clothes. The tiny grains penetrated the gaps in armor, the eye sockets in helmets, burning and blinding. Men ran, screaming, ripping off their armor, which had turned traitor, trapping the agonizing, scalding sand. Men rolled on the ground, beat at themselves, all unconscious of the arrows of the defenders, which continued to rain down. The carnage below the walls was immense. Yet not all the Sassanid ladders were pushed aside or shattered. Still, gaily clad warriors, silk surcoats and streamers floating around steel armor, climbed unbroken ladders. There was no chanting now. They were saving their breath for climbing, for what was waiting for them at the top. It is hard to climb a ladder and fight at the same time. For most of those Sassanids who reached the top, all that awaited them was a series of blows from a Roman spatha, which sent them crashing back down again. But in a few places, warriors made it over the parapet and onto the battlements. Most of these footholds were overrun almost immediately, swamped while the numbers still overwhelmingly favoured the defenders. "Look, Kyrios, over there!" Demetrius pointed to the wall walk just south of the gatehouse. A knot of 4 Sassanid Clibanarii had made it over the crenellations. They stood, shoulder to shoulder, their backs to the ladder. 5 or 6 bodies, Persian and Roman, lay at their feet. A ring of defenders had drawn slightly back from them. As the Greek youth watched, another Eastern warrior scrambled over the parapet, then another. "With me! Maximus, Antigonus, Equites Singulares, with me!" Without waiting to see if his order was being obeyed, Ballista drew his spatha and hurled himself through the trapdoor and down the stairs. As the press of men on the roof thinned out, Demetrius dithered. He drew his sword. Should he follow his Kyrios? He felt foolish holding the gladius that Maximus had given him. If he went down there, he would just get himself killed, would get in the way and get the others killed. Demetrius saw his Kyrios emerge from the tower onto the wall walk below. The northerner set off at a run. With his left hand, he unbuckled and tossed aside his black cloak. It fluttered and rolled down the inner earth ramp. Maximus and Antigonus were with him, 6 Equites Singulares right behind. The Dux Repi was yelling some war cry in his native tongue. There were 8 Sassanids in the group by the time Ballista reached them. The nearest one swung overhand at the northerner's head. Ballista brought his sword across his body, rolling his wrist, forcing the blade of his opponent outward, then, seemingly in one motion, launched a backhanded cut which landed heavily in the Persian's face. As the first Sassanid fell sideways, Ballista aimed a series of heavy blows at the next man, who covered up and cowered behind his shield. Demetrius watched, heart in mouth, so much going on at once. Maximus killed a Persian, then Antigonus another. One of the Equites Singulares went down. More Sassanids were falling than Romans. More Sassanids were falling than were getting off the ladder and onto the battlements. A group of Yahai's mercenaries was attacking from the far side. Ballista unleashed a barrage of savage cuts, which drove an Easterner to his knees, battered his shield aside, and thrust the spather sickeningly into his face. As the Kyrios put his boot on the man's chest to pull the sword out, he half slipped. The walkway was slick with blood. A Sassanid seized the opportunity to lunge forward, catching Ballista's helmet a glancing blow. With his left hand, the northerner swept off the damaged helmet. With his right, he parried the next blow. One of Yahai's mercenaries drove a sword into the Persian's back. It was done. As if at a signal, the three Sassanids still standing turned and scrambled for the elusive safety of the ladder. All three were cut down from behind. Ballista rubbed the sweat from his eyes. He looked up and down the wall. There were no Easterners still on the wall walk. Still taking care, crouching behind the battered crenellations, he looked over the wall. It was done. Panic was spreading through the Sassanid ranks. Where before individuals, the wounded, real or pretend, had been making their way back to the camp, now there were small groups. As Ballista watched, whole bodies of warriors turned and fled. The trickle had become a flood. Shapur's assault had failed. Ballista! Ballista! The chants rang across the plain, taunting the retreating Sassanids. Ballista! Ballista! Some of the legionaries howled like wolves, the story of the Dux's father Isangrim turning from something to mock into a source of strange pride. Ballista waved to his men, shook hands with or hugged those around him. As he was released from Maximus's bear hug, the northerner recognized the leader of the group of Yahai's mercenaries. "What the fuck are you doing here?" His voice was harsh. His concern for her was making him angry. "My father was indisposed, so I brought the men you asked for." Bathsheba met his gaze. One of her sleeves was torn, a smear of blood showing. "All father, but this is no place for a girl." "You did not object to my help just now." She stared up at him defiantly. "That was you?" "Yes, that was me." Ballista mastered his anger. "Then I must thank you." Chapter 14. The stricken plain beyond the western wall of Arete was a ghastly sight. From the roof of the gatehouse there was a panoramic view of the horror. Like flotsam thrown up on the shore after the storm has spent its fury, the Sassanid dead lay in distinct waves across the plain. The furthest wave was some 400 to 200 paces from the wall. Here the dead lay as individuals, crushed by a stone, skewered by a bolt, grotesquely half sunken in the ground in the trap which had killed them. The next wave ran almost to the wall. Here the dead at least had company. Lots of company. They lay in lines, groups, even low hillocks. Here they had found another way of dying. The often brightly dyed feathers of arrows fluttered in the fresh southerly breeze. Bright, gay, like bunting at a festival, they added an inappropriate, macabre touch to the scene of devastation. Finally, there was the horror below the wall. Piled on top of each other, 3, 4, 5 high, they concealed the earth. Smashed, twisted, and broken, the corpses here were almost all burnt. For 18 years, more than half his life, Ballista had had a particular horror of being burnt alive. Since the siege of Aquileia, everywhere he had served, he had seen men die in flames. The high Atlas Mountains, the green meadows of Hibernia, the plains of Novae by the Danube, all had brought forth their crop of the burnt ones, and here they were again, at the foot of the wall of Arete. Hundreds, possibly thousands of Sassanids, burnt by naphtha and white-hot sand, their thick black hair and tightly curled beards reduced to charred wisps, their skin turned orange, peeling away like singed papyrus, obscene pink flesh showing raw underneath. Although there was the continuous low buzz of innumerable flies, the bodies looked strangely uncorrupted. It had been 13 days since the assault. On comparable bloody fields in the west, Ballista knew that after 4 days the corpses would have begun to rot, fall apart, become unrecognizable.
Here, the corpses of the Sassanids seemed to be drying up like dead tree trunks, without putrefaction. Terpio, boasting his local knowledge, put it all down to diet and climate. The Easterners ate more frugally, and were anyway desiccated by the dry heat of their native lands. The Sassanids had not gathered their dead. Possibly they thought it would be interpreted as a sign of weakness if they asked for a truce to collect them. Maybe it was just unimportant, given that they would then expose the corpses to the birds of the air and the beasts of the fields. Ballista noted that religious scruples had not held them back from looting the dead. No one could leave the city of Arete. All the locals were refugees, in the town or elsewhere, or, the gods have mercy on them, prisoners of the Persians. Yet every morning more of the corpses were naked. Armour, clothes and boots gone. The scavengers could only come from the Sassanid camp. Thousand upon thousand of dead Persians. It was impossible to estimate their numbers. Demetrius told how the Persian king calculated casualties. According to Herodotus, before a campaign, 10,000 men would stand packed as closely as possible together. A line would be drawn around them. They would be dismissed. A fence about navel high would be constructed on the line. 10,000 men at a time, the army would be marched into the paddock until all had been counted. At the end of the campaign, the procedure would be repeated, and the King of Kings could find out how many men he had lost. Bagoas laughed a bitter laugh. He claimed to know nothing of this Herodotus, but clearly the man was a liar or a fool. What good would it do to know casualties to the nearest 10,000? In reality, before Shapur, the beloved of Mazda, went forth to chastise the unrighteous, he had each warrior march past and drop an arrow. When the Mazda-worshipping King of Kings returned, freighted down with fame and plunder from the lands of the non-Aryans, he had each warrior pick up an arrow. Those arrows remaining gave the number of the blessed who had gone to heaven. Demetrius shot the Persian boy a vicious look. Ballista did not press the matter. He knew that the actual number of Persian dead was unimportant. Another 100 dead, another 1,000 dead in itself made no odds. Given their overwhelming numerical superiority, it was not the Sassanid body count that mattered, but their willingness to fight, and Shapur's willingness to commit them to fight. Ballista knew that to save the town of Arete, he had to break one or the other. He suspected that the Persians would crack before their King of Kings. Roman casualties were by comparison negligible, yet they were higher than Ballista had anticipated, higher than was sustainable. The Sassanid arrow storm had been like nothing the Northerner had experienced before. For a time he had thought it would empty the battlements of defenders unaided. If the Easterners could be brought to repeat it 3 or 4 days in a row, the defenders would simply run out of men. But Ballista knew that no troops in the world could stand before the walls of Arete day after day and take the casualties the Sassanids had endured. On the Roman side, the bowmen had suffered most. The 6 centuries of Cohors 20 Palmyrinorum had suffered over 50% casualties. Each century was now down to just 50 effectives. The legionaries of Legio IV Sicilia had escaped more lightly. On average, each of the 8 centuries along the western wall had lost 10 men, bringing their numbers down now to about 60 each. 10 of Mamurah's artillerymen were absent from the standards. Extraordinarily, as they had been in the eye of the storm, just 2 of Ballista's bodyguard, the Equites Singulares, had fallen. Of the combined Roman casualties of well over 400, about half were dead. They had been buried in the open area to the east of the artillery magazine, which had been designated an emergency cemetery. Ballista was very aware of the dangers of plague and disaffection if the bodies of the defenders were not treated with all due respect. Issues of health and religious sensitivities made the extra effort of burial more than worthwhile. The rest of the casualties were too badly injured to fight. The majority would eventually die, many of them in agony from blood poisoning. Before that happened, the military medical teams would be very busy. Every trained soldier who could return to the ranks would be very necessary. When the Sassanid assault failed, they had totally quit the field. They had dragged away out of range their mantlets and ballistae, and the luckiest of their wounded. The following day they had stayed in camp, given over to their mourning, high, wild music and wailing, barbaric to Western ears. Then, their grief somewhat assuaged, they had turned their hands again to the siege. The surviving siege tower, the southernmost city-taker, the one which had fallen through the roof of an underground tomb, was hauled back to the Sassanid camp, where it was promptly broken up. The majority of its timbers were reused to construct a very large wheeled shed, what the legionaries called a tortoise. Bagoas was happy to tell everyone what the shed would shelter.
no less than the illustrious Khosrow Shapur, the illustrious fame of Shapur, the mighty ram that had battered down the double walls of the city of Hatra. For 15 years since that glorious day, Khosrow Shapur had rested, dedicated to God. Now Mazda had put it in the mind of the King of Kings to bring the great ram forth, to give anew evidence of its prowess. It would have been transported in pieces, and was now being reassembled to be hung from mighty chains under that shed. Nothing, Bagoas earnestly assured his listeners, nothing, neither gate nor wall, could stand against it. 13 days since the assault, and now it was all going to happen again. Ballista looked out at the squat shape of the tortoise, under which sheltered the Khosrow Shapur. He wondered if he had done enough to deny it, to keep it out. Certainly he had done what he could to replace the casualties. 2 troopers had been transferred into the Equites Singulares from the Terma of Cohorts 20, led by Antiochus on the north wall. Likewise, 10 legionaries of Legio IV had joined Mamura's artillerymen from the century of Lucius Fabius at the Porta Aquaria on the east wall. Ballista had noticed that one of the replacements who appeared on the battlements of the Palmyrene Gate was Castricius, the legionary who had found the body of Scribonius Mucianus. 400 men from the numerus of Yahai had been ordered to take their places on the desert wall. Ballista had made further specifications. 300 of them were to be trained mercenaries, and only 100 recently recruited levies. The caravan protector was to lead his men in person. Bathsheba was not to be seen on the battlements. Ballista put away, as something to consider later whenever there was time, the strange new reluctance to fight on the part of Yahai. The new arrangements meant that the western wall was nearly as well manned as before the assault. It did, however, mean that the other walls were each defended by only 200 mercenaries, backed by a small number of Roman regulars, and, in the cases of the east and south, a crowd of levies. Ballista knew that as the siege went on and casualties mounted, he would be forced to rely more and more on the local levies. It was not a reassuring thought. Across the plain, the Drafshi Kavian, the battle standard of the House of Sassan, flashed red, yellow, violet in the early morning sun as it moved towards the great battering ram. It was followed by the now so familiar figure on the white horse. As Shapur arrived, the Magi started the sacrifice. Ballista was relieved to see that despite their reputation for necromancy, it involved no people. There were no Roman prisoners in sight. 2 of the defenders' ballistae had been knocked out during the assault. 1 had been repaired, the other replaced from the arsenal. Mamura had done well. 3 of the enemy artillery pieces had been hit, 2 on the approach, 1 during the retreat. It could be seen that they had also been replaced, but no more had been constructed. Ballista's rigorous scorched earth policy was bearing some fruit. There was no timber for miles. If they wanted to build more siege machines, the Sassanids would have to fetch the materials from a great distance. Ballista felt reasonably sanguine about artillery. He still had 25 pieces on the western wall, to the Persians' total of 20. Preceded by the Drafshikavian snapping in the wind, Shapur rode across to a raised tribunal, where he took his seat on a throne glinting with precious metals and jewels. Behind the throne loomed the terrifying wrinkled bulk of his 10 elephants. In front were the Immortals, commanded by Peros of the Long Sword, and the Jan Avaspa, those who sacrificed themselves, led by Mariades. Ballista found it unsurprising that Shapur had not so far tried to use his tame pretender to the Roman throne to undermine the loyalty of the defenders of Arete. Who would follow an ex-town councillor turned brigand, then traitor like Mariades? It was as unlikely as anyone trying to elevate to the purple a barbarian warrior such as Ballista himself. The battering ram was being cleared for action. Camp followers, priests, and their paraphernalia herded away. A chant began. Khosrow Shapur, Khosrow Shapur. Here was the heart of the matter. The great ram, the fame of Shapur and its protecting tortoise. From where it had been reassembled, Ballista assumed that it would advance straight down the road to the Palmyrene Gate. He had based his dispositions on this assumption. He hoped that he was right. Everything he could use to frustrate the ram was at the gate. The cowhides and the chaff he had requisitioned were piled nearby. Would the councillors remember sniggering when their barbarian ducks had announced their requisition? Ballista's 3 mobile cranes were stationed behind the gate. They were fitted with iron claws, a plentiful supply of enormous rocks to hand. And then there was his new wall. For 4 days the legionaries had laboured to finish the wall behind the outer gate. It was a pity that the painting of the Tyche of Arete had been obscured by it. The superstitious might read something into it. But Ballista
was not superstitious. Would the King of Kings send the Khosrow Shapur straight down the road into the teeth of the carefully prepared defences? Or would he have been warned by the traitor? Since the failed attack on the granaries, there was one fewer traitor in the town of Arete, but Ballista was sure that there was at least one remaining. It had taken at least 2 men to burn the magazine, at least 2 men to murder Scribonius Mucianus and dispose of his body. Admittedly, no traitor had told the Sassanids about the naphtha-filled jar buried just before the gate that had trapped the central city-taker, but the northerner felt certain this was proof of a problem of communication rather than evidence that there was no traitor. Shapur waved his arms, purple and white streamers flying, trumpets blared and drums thundered. The great tortoise housing the Khosrow Shapur moved forward, as did the mantlets, the ballistae, and innumerable hordes of bowmen. "Do you think he practices that?" Maximus asked. "What?" Ballista replied. "Whirling those streamers about. Imagine what a prick he must look, practicing on his own. Pointless anyway, not exactly a practical skill. Why do you spend what little time you have when not rattling the bed, practicing those fancy moves with your gladius?" Maximus laughed. "It intimidates my enemies. I've seen grown men cry with terror." Ballista looked at his bodyguard without speaking. Well, I see what you mean, but sure, it is an entirely different thing," Maximus blustered. "One cannot help but think that on the whole it is a good thing that I own you, rather than the other way around." The great battering ram was coming straight down the road, the mantlets shielding the ballistae and bowmen flung out on either side. "All-Father, here we go again." Almost unconsciously, Ballista ran through his pre-battle ritual. Slide dagger out, snap it back. Slide sword out, snap it back. Touch the healing stone on the scabbard. As the Sassanids came into range past the white-painted humps of rock, Ballista nodded to Antigonus, who made the signal, and the artillery began to shoot. This time the northerner had instructed the ballistarii to aim exclusively at the enemy artillery. The Persians pushing the great battering ram would marvel at their luck, an unlooked-for piece of luck, which Ballista thought might give Shapur and those around him pause for thought. Practice was improving the skills of the artillerymen of Arete. By the time the Sassanid line reached the section of white-painted wall, 3 of their ballistae had been squashed by high-velocity missiles. As the ram, mantlets, and bowmen carried on to cross the last 200 paces to the city wall, the Sassanid artillery unlimbered and began to shoot back. Honours were even. 2 of the defenders and 2 of the attackers' ballistae were rendered inoperable. The Dux Repi was happy enough. This was the only area of the siege where he would win a battle of attrition. Then another thought came to his mind. Disgraceful. Men are dying, my men as well as the enemy, and I am just calculating the numbers of machines destroyed and damaged, the effects on the rate of shooting. Disgraceful. Thank the gods that war can never be reduced to this impersonal machine-against-machine battle alone. If it could, what an inhuman business it would become. The Sassanid officers had an admirable control over their troops. The archers held their fire until the mantlets were fixed in position just 50 paces from the walls. Not an arrow was loosed until the command. When it came, the sky darkened again. As, with a terrible whistling, the arrow storm hit, Ballista once more marvelled at the almost unbelievable enormity of the thing. The defenders hunkered down behind the battlements and below their shields to weather the storm. Shouts and cries showed that not all had done so unscathed. In the pause before the next wave, the bowmen of Arete leapt to their feet and sent back an answering volley. Crouched behind the parapet, shields held all around him, Ballista knew he had to ignore the arrow storm. It was an irrelevance. Stoic philosophers held that everything that did not touch a man's moral purpose was an irrelevance. For them, death was an irrelevance. Fucking fools. Ballista's only purpose was to destroy the great ram, the Khosrow Shapur. Judging by the tortoise, the ram was about 60 feet long. The head which emerged was capped with a metal sheath, fittingly enough in the shape of a ram's head. It was bound to the shaft with nailed-down strips of metal. The wooden shaft itself looked to be about 2 feet thick. Like the tortoise, it was covered in dampened rawhides. With suicidal courage, Eastern warriors ran ahead to tear away the remains of the burnt siege tower and tip rubble to fill in the pit in which it had been trapped. The labourers were just 20 yards from the gate. It was hard for the Roman archers to miss. There was something deeply unnerving about the fanaticism with which the Sassanids leapt forward to replace men who had fallen, leapt forward to certain death, Were they drunk? Were they drugged? The tortoise edged forward. The rubble in the pit shifted, but took its weight. The ram neared the gate. "Everyone ready? Here they come! Now!" On Ballista's word, legionaries stood up in the face of the arrow storm. Two near the northerner were punched backwards. Without a pause, the survivors, grunting with effort, manhandled the huge, dripping wet bags stitched together from uncured hides and stuffed with chaff over the battlement. The bags fell like massive, soggy mattresses. The restraining ropes tied to the parapet snapped taut. The bags slapped wetly against the gate, held in place. Peering over, Ballista saw that he had calculated the length of the ropes exactly. The wood of the Palmyrene gate was cushioned from the force of the ram. The sodden bags would not burn. Ballista had bought some time. Above the heads of the defenders, the arms of the three cranes swung out. After only the briefest pause, Sassanid warriors poured from the rear of the tortoise. They carried scythes tied to long poles. Through his disappointment, Ballista felt a grudging admiration for Shapur and his men. They had been ready for this device. No wonder Antioch, Seleucia, and so many other towns had fallen to them in the time of troubles. These Easterners were better at sieges than any barbarians Ballista had ever encountered.
This ends Disc 9 of Fire in the East. Fire in the East. Disc 10.
Out in the open at the foot of the gate, the Persians dropped like flies. As men fell, others sprang out to snatch up the fallen scythes. Bloody fanatics, thought Ballista. One by one the ropes were cut. The bags began to sway and sag. He cursed himself for not thinking to use chains. Too late to worry about that now. One by one, the sodden stuffed hides fell ponderously to the ground. The wooden outer gate of Arete stood unprotected. The great ram surged forward, the horns of its head closing on the gate. The northerner rose to his feet. He was met by a hail of missiles. With his right arm above his head, he began to guide the grapple of one of the cranes to its target. Right a bit, a little more, stop, back a little, down, down, close the claws. Missiles whirled past him. An arrow embedded itself in his shield, making him stagger. Another hit the parapet and ricocheted past his face. The grapple caught the ram just behind its metal head. Ballista signaled for the crane to lift. The chains clanged rigid. The arm of the crane groaned. The grapple slipped a fraction, then held its grip. The head of the ram began to lift slowly, to point impotently towards the sky. For a moment, it looked as if it would work. Then, suddenly, the claws lost their grip. The grapple slid off. The head of the ram fell free. Again, it pointed at the gate. Again, the tortoise moved forward until it almost touched the gatehouse. There was no longer any room for a grapple between the two. The opportunity had passed. The device had failed. Ballista dropped back down behind the battlements. The metal head of the ram drew back under the tortoise, then shot out. The whole gatehouse trembled. The crash echoed down the walls. The gate still stood. The ram drew back, then struck again. Another deafening crash. Again the gatehouse reverberated. The gate still held, but a strange, tortured creaking indicated that it could not last long. With his back to the parapet, Ballista watched Antigonus and another soldier guiding the other two cranes to their target. The massive boulders swung ominously at the end of the chains as they were traversed over the tortoise. A glance at each other, and the two men signaled for the boulders to be dropped. As one, the grapples released their load. After a heartbeat, there was an appalling crash. Ducking out from behind cover, Ballista saw at a glance that the tortoise still stood. The boulders had bounced off. The arms of the two cranes were already swinging back over the wall to collect their next load. A Sassanid artillery stone took Antigonus's head off. Without even a fractional pause, another soldier stood up to take his place. The great ram struck again. The tremor came up through Ballista's boots. There was a terrible sound of rending wood. Khosrow Shapur had triumphed again. The outer Palmyrene gate was reduced to firewood. A cheer started up from the Sassanids, working the fame of Shapur. It faltered and died. They had expected, they had been told, they would be looking down a corridor to another less strong wooden gate. They were not. They were looking at a closely cemented stone wall. The arms of all three cranes, boulders swinging, arched back out over the gatehouse.
Again, Ballista stepped into the maelstrom to guide one. Right, a bit further. Maximus and two of the Equites Singulares trying to cover him with their shields. An arrow caught one of the guardsmen in the throat. He fell back, and his blood splashed over the group. It stung Ballista's eyes. The three grapples released their burden. A thunderous, splintering impact, and two of the boulders smashed through the roof of the tortoise, exposing its soft innards and the men below. Ballista dropped back into cover. There was no point in playing the hero unnecessarily. Maximus and the remaining guardsmen landed half on top of him. There was no need for further orders. Ballista could smell the pitch and the tar. Everything combustible that could be shot or thrown from the walls was being aimed at the yawning hole in the roof of the tortoise. Wishing they had some naphtha left to make sure, Ballista closed his eyes, tried to steady his breathing and hands. Yes, yes, yes! Opening his eyes, Ballista saw Maximus peering round the stone crenellations. The Hibernian was punching the air. It's burning! Burning like a Christian in Nero's garden! Ballista looked up at his Draco flying above the gatehouse. With the south wind hissing into its metal jaws, its white windsock body was writhing and snapping like a serpent. The incoming missiles had slackened. Maximus had been joined by Mamurra, and they were looking over the battlements. Demetrius and Bagoas were huddled on the floor. The Greek boy was very pale. Ballista patted him as if he was soothing a dog. They've had enough! They're running! Maximus and Mamurra rose to their feet. Ballista stayed where he was. Inexplicably, a group of girls appeared on the roof of the gatehouse. They were wearing very short tunics and a lot of cheap jewellery. There were no more incoming missiles. Ballista watched the girls walk to the battlements. They stood in a line, giggling. Altogether, they lifted their tunics around their waists. Baffled, Ballista stared at a row of 15 naked girls' bottoms. What the fuck? Mamurra's slab-sided face cracked into a great grin. It's the 3rd of May. Seeing complete incomprehension on Ballista's face, the Praefectus Fabrum went on. The last day of the festival of the Ludi Florales, when traditionally the prostitutes of the town perform a striptease. He jerked his thumb in the direction the girls were facing. These girls are honouring the gods and at the same time showing the Sassanids what they won't be enjoying. All the men on the gatehouse were laughing. Only Bagoas did not join in. Come on, said Maximus. Don't be prudish. Even a Persian like you must fancy a girl now and then, if only when he runs out of boys. Bagoas ignored him and turned to Ballista. Showing the bits that it is not proper to see is an omen. Any Mobad could tell you. It portends the fall of this town of the unrighteous. As these women disclose their secret and hidden places to the Sassanids, so shall the city of Arete. For a day and a night, a column of black, oily smoke streamed away to the north as the Khosrow Shapur, the fame of Shapur, burnt. The flames from the great ram and its tortoise lit the dark. For 7 days the Sassanids gave themselves over to their grief. Day and night the men feasted, drank, sang dirges, and danced their sad dances, lines of men slowly turning, arms around each other. The women wailed, rent their clothes, and beat their breasts. The sounds carried clear across the plain. Then, for 2 months, the Persians did nothing. At least, nothing very active in the prosecution of the siege. They did dig a ditch and heap a low bank around their camp. There was no wood to build a palisade. They stationed mounted pickets beyond the north and south ravines, and on the far side of the river. Parties of cavalry rode out, presumably to reconnoitre or forage. On occasional moonless nights, small groups would creep on foot close to the city, and of a sudden release a volley of arrows, hoping to catch an unwary guard or two on the city wall, or some pedestrians in the streets beyond. Yet, for 2 months, the Sassanids ventured no more assaults, undertook no new siege works. Throughout the rest of May, all of June, and into July, it was as if the Easterners were waiting for something. What am I doing here? The thoughts of Legionary Castricius were not content. It is the 24th of May, the anniversary of the birthday of the long-dead Imperial Prince Germanicus. To the memory of Germanicus Caesar, a supplication. It is my birthday. It is the middle of the night, and I am hiding in some damp undergrowth. A cool breeze blowing across the Euphrates from the northeast rustled the reeds. There was no other sound but the great river rolling past, gurgling, sucking at the banks. There was a strong smell of damp earth and rotting vegetation. Up above, tattered clouds no more covered the moon than a beggar's cloak. Just in front of Castricius's face, a spider's web was silvered in the moonlight. It
It is my birthday, and I am cold, tired, scared, and it is all my own fault. Castricius shifted slightly, lifting one wet buttock from the ground, and was shushed by the man behind him. Fuck you, brother, he thought, settling down again. Why? Why am I always such a fool? A keen little optio like Prosper asks for volunteers. Could be a bit dangerous, boys. And my hand goes up like a whore's tunic. Why do I never learn? Why do I always have to prove that I am the big man, up for anything, scared of nothing? Castricius thought back across the years and the many miles to his schoolteacher in Nemausus. You will end on a cross, the pedagogus had often said. So far he was wrong, but Castricius had been sent to the mines. He suppressed a shudder thinking about it. If I can survive the mines, I can survive anything. Moonlight or no moonlight, tonight will be a walk in a Persian paradise compared with the mines. The soldier in front turned and, with a gesture, indicated that it was time to go. Castricius got stiffly to his feet. Crouching, they moved south through the reed beds. They tried to move quietly, but there were 30 of them. Mud squelched under their boots, metal belt fittings chinked. A duck, disturbed by their passage, took off in an explosion of beating wings. And the wind is at our backs, carrying the noise down to the Persians, thought Castricius. Moonlight, noise, and an inexperienced officer. This has all the makings of a disaster. Eventually, they reached the rock face. The young Optio, Gaius Licinius Prosper, gestured for them to start climbing. If I die to satisfy your ambitions, I will come back and haunt you, thought Castricius, as he slung his shield on his back and began to ascend. Since the young Optio had foiled the plot to burn the granaries, he had made little secret of his ambition. Down by the river, the far cliff face of the southern ravine was quite steep. It was this that had attracted the attention of Prosper. The Sassanids will never expect a night raid from that quarter. Well, we will soon find out if you are right, young man. Castricius was one of the first to the top. Heights held no fears for him, and he was good at climbing. He peered over the lip of the ravine. About 50 paces away was the first of the Persian campfires. Around it he could see the huddled shapes of men wrapped in cloaks, sleeping. There was no sign of any sentries. From some distance came the sounds of talking, laughter, snatches of song. Nearby there was no sign of anyone awake. When the majority had caught up, Prosper just said, "Now!" There were an undignified few moments as everyone scrambled over the edge of the ravine, rose to their feet, slid their shields off their backs, drew their swords. Miraculously, the Sassanids slept on. With no further word of command, the ragged line of volunteers set off across the 50 moon-washed paces to the campfire. Maybe, just maybe this is going to work, thought Castricius. Along with the others, he accelerated into a run. He chose his man, a red cloak, hat pulled down over face, still not stirring. He swung his spatha. As the blade bit, Castricius knew that it was all about to go horribly wrong. They were in a trap, and he was very likely to die. The blade sliced through the man-shaped bundle of straw. Automatically, Castricius sank into a very low crouch, shield well up, and not a moment too soon, as the first volley of arrows tore through the Roman ranks. Arrowheads thumped into wooden shields, clanged off chainmail coats and metal helmets, punched into flesh. Men screamed. A blow to his left temple sent Castricius sprawling. It took him a moment or two as he retrieved his sword and got back to his feet to realize that it was an arrow, that they were caught in a crossfire. "Testudo! Form testudo!" shouted Prosper. Bent very low, Castricius shuffled towards the Optio. An arrow whipped past his nose. Near him, a man was sobbing and calling in Latin for his mother. A trumpet sounded, clear and confident in the confusion of the night. The arrows stopped. The Romans looked around. There were about 20 of them left, in a loose knot, rather than in a parade ground testudo. The trumpet sounded again. It was followed by a rising chant. "Peros, Peros, victory, victory!" Out of the darkness swept a wave of Sassanid warriors. The firelight glittered on the Easterners' armor, on the long, long blades of their swords, and in the murderous look in their eyes. "Fuck me, there are hundreds of them," said a voice. Like a wave crashing on a shore, the Persians were on them. Castricius parried the first blow with his shield. He swung his spatha low, palm up, in from his right. It swung under his opponent's guard, biting into the man's ankle. The impact jarred back up Castricius's arm. The Sassanid fell. Another took his place. The new enemy swung overhead.
As Castricius took the blow on his shield, he felt and heard it splinter. From his left, a Roman sword darted forward and tried to take the Persian in the armpit. Sparks flew, and the point of the blade glanced off the Easterner's mail. Before Prosper could pull back from the blow, another Sassanid blade flashed in and severed his right hand. Castricius watched horrified as the young Optio spun round and sank to his knees, his left hand holding the stump of his right arm, his mouth open in a soundless scream. There was blood everywhere. The two Sassanids moved to finish the officer. Castricius turned and ran. Boots stamping on the rock, Castricius flew back towards the edge of the cliff. He threw away his shield, dropped his sword. As he neared the lip of the ravine, he threw himself sideways and down, sliding the last few yards, swinging his legs out first into space, twisting his body, his fingers scrabbling for purchase. For a moment he thought he had misjudged it, that he would slip backwards clear over the edge. The cliff had 100-foot drop here. If he fell, he was dead. Sharp, strong pain as his fingernails tore, but he had a grip. Sliding, scrabbling, boots missing toe holds, legs often dangling, he shinned down the face of the ravine. High on the southwest tower of Arete, although he was at least 400 paces away, Ballista saw the trap close quicker than some of those caught in its jaws. The twang of bowstrings, the screams of men, the two clear trumpet blasts. "Bugger," he said succinctly. "We must help them," Demetrius blurted. Ballista did not reply. "We must do something," the Greek boy continued. "Sure, it would be good," said Maximus, "but there's nothing to be done. It will all be over by the time we get any troops there, and anyway, we cannot afford to lose any more men." Ballista watched for a while in silence, then said that they should go to the southern wicket gate, in case there were any survivors. Climbing down the steps from the Porta Aquaria, the northerner turned things over in his mind. Ballista had been driven by the words dinned into him by his mentors in fieldcraft. A passive defense is no defense at all. An inactive defense not only hands all the initiative, all the momentum to the besiegers, it undermines the defenders' discipline, their very will to resist. So, since the burning of the ram, Ballista had quite frequently sent out small nocturnal raiding parties, but his heart had somehow not been in it. The death of Antigonus had changed things. In Antigonus he had lost a master of clandestine operations. How the northerner missed him. Ballista thought back to the masterly way in which Antigonus had wiped out the Sassanids left stranded on the island in the Euphrates after the first failed assault on the city. 20 dead Persians, and not one Roman had fallen. Among the high reeds that night, death had come to the terrified Easterners with bewildering speed and efficiency. The raiders Ballista had sent out since had tried their best, but the results had been mixed. Sometimes they were spotted, and the mission abandoned near the start. As often as not, they took as many casualties as they inflicted. And now, tonight, there was this unqualified disaster. Whatever the textbooks said, whatever the doctrines of his mentors, Ballista would send out no more raids. Ballista stood by the open wicket gate and thought of Antigonus. It was strange how in a very brief time he had come to rely on him. It was one of the strange things about warfare. It quickly formed strong bonds between unlikely men. Then, with death, it could even more suddenly break them. Ballista remembered the artillery ball taking off Antigonus's head, the decapitated corpse standing for a few moments, the fountain of blood. Lungs burning, limbs aching, sweat running into his eyes, Castricius plunged on through the reed bed. He had hurled away his helmet, ripped off his mail coat when he reached the foot of the cliff. In flight lay his only hope of safety. On and on he ran, the date palms waving above his head, stumbling as roots twined round his legs. Once he fell full length in the mud, the breath knocked out of him. Fighting the exhaustion and despair that told him just to stay where he was, he struggled to his feet and plunged on. With no warning, Castricius was clear of the reed beds. Ahead in the moonlight was the bare rock floor of the ravine. On the far side of it, a group of torches along the low wall and around the wicket gate. There was no sound of pursuit. He set off at a run, nevertheless. It would be a shame to get this far, so close to safety, and then be cut down. They heard him coming before they saw him, the rasping breath, the dragging footfall. Into the circle of torchlight stumbled an unarmed man covered in mud. His hands were bleeding. "Well, if it is not the tunnel rat Castricius," said Maximus. As spring turned to summer, deserters crawled through the ravines or slunk across the plain in both directions. It was a feature of siege warfare that never failed to amaze Ballista. No matter how futile the siege, some defenders would flee to the besieging army. No matter how doomed the fortress, some of the attackers would risk everything to join the encircled men. Demetrius said that he remembered reading in Josephus's Jewish War that there had even been deserters from the Roman army into Jerusalem, just days before the great city was captured and burnt. Of course, there was an obvious explanation. Armies consisted of a very large number of very violent men. Some of these would always commit crimes that carried the death penalty. To avoid death, or just postpone it for a short time, men would do the strangest things. Yet Ballista could not help but wonder why these men, especially among the besiegers, did not instead try to slip away and hide, try to find somewhere far away where they might be able to reinvent themselves. There was a trickle of Sassanid deserters into Arete, never more than 20, although it was suspected that others had been quietly dispatched by the first guards they encountered. They were a great deal of trouble. Ballista and Maximus spent a lot of time interviewing them. Bagoas was emphatically not allowed to talk to them. It proved impossible to distinguish between the genuine asylum seekers and the planted spies and saboteurs. In the end, having had a few of them parade along the wall in an attempt to upset the besieging army, Ballista ordered all of them locked up in a barracks just off the Campus Martius. It was an unwanted extra problem. 10 legionaries from the centuries stationed there in reserve, that of Antoninus Posterior, had to be detailed to guard them. They had to be fed and watered. Initially, larger numbers slipped out of Arete. This soon stopped. The Sassanids had a summary way with them. Along the plain, tapering wooden stakes were erected. The deserters were impaled on them, the spike through the anus. It was meant to be horrific. It succeeded. Some of the victims lived for hours. The Sassanids had placed the stakes just within artillery range, taunting the Romans to try to end the suffering of those who had been their companions. Ballista ordered that ammunition was not to be wasted. After the corpses had hung there for a few days, the Sassanids took them down and decapitated them. The heads were shot by artillery back over the walls of the town, the bodies thrown out for the dogs. If there was a motive beyond an enjoyment of cruelty for its own sake, Ballista assumed that the Sassanids wished to discourage anyone from leaving Arete, to keep the demand for food in the town as high as possible. If the Persians hoped in this way to cause supply problems, they would be disappointed. Ballista's stockpiling in the months before the siege had worked well. With careful management, there was enough food to last until at least the autumn. The relative abundance of supplies was augmented by the arrival of a boat carrying grain. It was from Sassisium, the nearest Roman-held town upriver. The passage of 50 or so miles had not been without incident. Sassanid horsemen were out in force on both banks. Luckily for the crew, the Euphrates, although winding, was wide enough to be beyond bowshot for most of its course here, if one kept to the middle passage. The boat tied up opposite the Porta Aquaria on the 9th of June. Ironically enough, the festival of the Vestalia, a public holiday for the bakers. The crew was somewhat put out. Having run considerable risks, it had been hoping for a more voluble reception. Yet, in many ways, the arrival was something of a disappointment to the beleaguered garrison of Arete. Additional grain was welcome, but not essential. When the boat was sighted, the general expectation was that it was full of reinforcements. The crew of 10 legionaries seconded from Legio IV was a very poor substitute. Never really having expected more men, Ballista had been hoping for letters. There was one. It was from the governor of Cilicia, the nominal superior of the Dux Ripae. It was dated nearly a month earlier, written en route for Antioch. Well away from any nasty Persians, as Demetrius acidly commented. The letter contained self-proclaimed wonderful news. The Emperor Gallienus, having crushed the barbarians on the Danube, had appointed his eldest son, Publius Cornelius Licinius Valerianus, Caesar. The new Caesar would remain on the Danube while the most sacred Augustus Gallienus toured the Rhine. In Asia Minor, the gods had manifested their love for the empire, a love engendered by the piety of the emperors, by raising the river Rhindacus in flood, and thus saving the city of Cyzicus from an incursion of Goth pirates. There was nothing else in the governor's communication, except platitudinous advice and encouragement. Remain alert, keep up the good work, disciplina always tells. Ballista had been hoping for a communication from the emperors, something in purple ink with the imperial seal that could be waved around to raise morale, something with some definite news of a gathering imperial field army, a relief column tramping towards them, possibly even something that contained a projected date for the lifting of the siege. Being informed that old-fashioned Roman virtus would always endure was less than enormously useful. The wider picture grew worse after a private conversation over a few drinks with the legionaries from the boat put the wonderful news into context. Far from crushing the barbarians on the Danube, Gallienus had had to buy peace from the Carpi, the tribe he had been fighting there, so that he was free to move to the Rhine, where the Franks and the Alemanni were causing havoc. The new Caesar was just a child, a mere figurehead left on the Danube, where real power was in the hands of the general Ingenuus. The floodwaters of the Rhindacus might have saved Cyzicus, but nothing had stopped the Goths sacking Chalcedon, Nicomedia, Nicaea, Prusa, and Apamia. The whole of Asia Minor was threatened. The general Felix, accompanied by the great siege engineer Celsus, had been sent to hold Byzantium. Valerian himself, with the main field army, had marched into Cappadocia to try to drive the Goths from Asia Minor. Bad as the news of public affairs was, Ballista was more disappointed that there was no letter from Julia. He missed his wife very much. It had not been beyond the bounds of possibility that a letter written by her in Rome or from Sicily could have found its way to the eastern extremity of the Imperium, to Circesium, and onto the boat. With any letter Julia wrote, she was bound to enclose a drawing by their son, a scribble of such abstraction that only the boy himself could tell what it depicted. It was 10 months since Ballista had seen his son. Isangrim would be growing fast, changing quickly, but hopefully not out of all recognition. Battening down his disappointments, Ballista turned back to marshalling his meagre resources to defend the town. The 10 new legionaries were assigned to the sentry of Lucius Fabius at the Porta Aquaria, on the grounds that their experience as boatmen might be of more use there than elsewhere. Casualties had been surprisingly light on the day the great battering ram had been burnt, and only a few had been lost to occasional Persian arrows, or in unfortunate forays, until the disaster in which the young Optio Prosper died. The sentries of Legio IV on the desert wall still mustered nearly 50 men each, the Termai of cohorts 20, 40. Ballista had reinforced them with another 100 of the levy bowmen from the numerus of Yahai. The northerner hoped that serving alongside the regulars would both instill resolve in the conscripted townsmen and encourage their expertise. He was very aware that it might go differently, that the lax discipline of the levies might infect the regulars. So far, things seemed to be going as Ballista wished, but he would have liked it if Yahai would appear more often on the battlements. The grizzled caravan protector seemed ever less inclined to have anything to do with the military affairs of the siege. As the season advanced to high summer, the temperature grew ever hotter. From the walls of Arete, mirages could often be seen shimmering out in the desert, making distances difficult to judge, masking the movement of the Persians. For a northerner, the heat was almost intolerable. As soon as clothes were put on, they were soaked in sweat. Sword belts and armor straps chafed, rubbing skin raw. But that was not the worst of it. There was dust everywhere. It got into eyes, ears, mouths, down into lungs. Everyone who was not a native of the town had a persistent, hacking cough. The dust somehow penetrated into the very pores of your skin. And then there were the flies and gnats, continually buzzing and stinging, covering any morsel of food, swarming on the brim of every drink. There were only 2 moments of the day when it was less than hellish to be outside. In the evening, the temperature dropped as a cooler breeze blew over the Euphrates, and the sky turned briefly a lapis lazuli blue. Just pre-dawn, the wild fowl flew, and the bowl of the sky was a delicate pink before the sun was hauled free of the horizon to begin its task of punishing men. At noon on the 6th of July, the first day of the festival of the Ludi Apollinares, Ballista was lying in the pool of the Frigidarium, avoiding the heat of the day. As the bathhouse was the private one attached to the palace of the Dux Ripae, the northerner was on his own. Castricius, his latest standard-bearer, walked in and saluted smartly. "A large dust cloud has been spotted off to the south, our side of the river, heading this way." By the time Ballista had reached his accustomed post on the Palmyrene gate, the dust cloud was unmistakable. A tall, dense, isolated column, it could be caused by nothing but an enormous train of men and animals marching upriver. Most likely the vanguard would reach the Sassanid camp by early afternoon the next day. The Persian column made good time. By noon its forerunners could be seen approaching the camp. Line after line after line of camels stretched away as far as the eye could see. Swaying gently, all were heavily laden. Some were hauling things along the ground. Ballista saw that there were next to no accompanying troops. The Sassanids were supremely confident. "What is it? There seem to be very few armed men. That must be good." Several soldiers smiled at Demetrius's words. "Unfortunately not," said Ballista. "They already have all the warriors they need." "Probably more than they want," said Mamurra.
They outnumber us by so many, they actually could do with fewer mouths to feed, and the danger of plague is always greater with a really large army.
Then those camels are carrying food? Demetrius asked.
I do not think we are going to be that lucky. Ballista wiped the sweat out of his eyes. I am very much afraid they carry timber. The soldiers within earshot nodded gravely, but seeing that the young Greek seemed none the wiser, Ballista continued. One of the things that has kept us safe, kept the Persians so quiet for the last couple of months, is the lack of timber around here. What little there was, we burnt before they arrived. You need wood for pretty much all siege works, to build artillery, siege towers, battering rams, ladders, mantlets, tortoises, and all types of screens. You need wood for pit props if you are mining. Taking a town calls for lots of wood, unless, of course, you just offer the defenders big sacks of gold to go away.
If only, Dominus, if only, said Castricius.
Yes, indeed, Draconarius. It is a pity that the Sassanids are such bloodthirsty fuckers that they would rather impale us than bribe us.
It took 2 full days before the last of the caravan arrived. The Persian camp now flowed over all the plain as far as the hills. Camels bellowed, men shouted, trumpets called. Although all seemed chaotic, some organizing principle must have been at work. Within a day, carpenters could be seen hard at work. The fires of mobile field forges were fired, and strings of unloaded camels were heading off to the northwest. The camels returned a day later. Gangs of men could be seen unloading bricks. This time it was the Praefectus Fabrum, Mamurra, who explained the finer points of siege engineering to the young Greek.
They're going to build a siege ramp to try to overtop the wall at some point. Now, a siege ramp, an aga, is mainly built up out of earth and rubble. But the soil round here is sand, spreads as easily as one of Maximus's women, so they need retaining walls. That is what the bricks are for. The reptiles have not been as idle as we thought. They have been making sun-dried bricks somewhere out of sight, probably up in one of the villages in the hills to the northwest. With all that wood, they're making vini, mobile shelters for the poor bastards who are going to have to build the aga, and artillery to try and fuck our ballistae and stop us killing them all.
Thucydides tells that it took the Spartans 70 days to build their siege ramp at Plataea, said Demetrius, hopefully.
If we can delay them that long, it would be good, Mamurra replied.
Is there nothing we can do to stop them?
Ballista slapped a fly on his arm. No need for despair. He looked closely at the squashed insect and flicked it away. I can think of something that might work. During the night of the 20th of July, the Sassanids moved their artillery, 30 ballistae, into range opposite the southern end of the desert wall. Sunrise saw them emplaced behind stout screens some 200 paces out. The artillery duel began again. By lunchtime, long chains of vini were in place, making 3 long tunnels, at the front of which the beginnings of the ramp began to be evident. The long period of inactivity was over. The siege of Arete had entered a new and deadly phase. You look like a man offering a bun to an elephant. Come on, hand it over. Although Ballista spoke with a smile, the doctor was plainly terrified. He was a civilian. His shabby tunic suggested that he was not at the peak of his profession. He held the arrow in both hands, or rather he had both arms held out, palms up, the arrow resting on them. His whole demeanour said, "This is nothing to do with me." Seeing that the doctor was not going to move, Ballista slowly stepped forward. Making no sudden movements as if the doctor were a nervous horse, he took the arrow. The northerner studied it closely. In most respects it was unremarkable. About 2.5 foot long, with a 3-bladed and barbed iron arrowhead about 2 inches long. On this, blood and human tissue were still evident. As with most eastern arrows, the shaft consisted of 2 parts, a tapering wooden footing joined to a longer shaft of reed. For reinforcement, the join was bound with animal tendon. The shaft was decorated with bands of paint, 1 of black and 2 of red. What was left of the 3 feathers which made up the fletching appeared not to be coloured, but a natural white. Possibly goose feathers, Ballista thought. The arrow shaft bore various cuts and nicks, no doubt the legacy of whatever hooked and hideous instruments the doctor had employed during extraction. But what made this arrow so unusual, and potentially so significant, was the strip of papyrus unravelling from it. The papyrus had been bound around the very end of the shaft. The feathers of the fletching had been glued on top of it. The papyrus was some 3 inches long and about ½ an inch wide. Its inner face was covered with Greek characters written in a small, neat hand. There was no punctuation, but of course that was quite normal. Ballista tried to read it, but he could make out no words. All that emerged was a random-seeming sequence of Greek letters.
He detached the coded message and handed it to Demetrius. "Who did you dig this out of?" The doctor swallowed hard.
"A soldier from the Numerus of Ogolos, Kyrios, one of the conscripted townsmen."
The man stopped. He was sweating. "Why did he come to you?"
"Two of his fellow soldiers brought him, Kyrios. They had taken him to the doctor of the Numerus, but he was drunk."
The man stood straighter.
"I never drink to excess, Kyrios."
He beamed at Ballista. He was still sweating. "And did you find out where he was when he was hit?"
"Oh, yes. His friends told me. They said that he had always been unlucky. He was not on the wall, not even on duty. They had been drinking in the crater all evening. They were on their way home back to the tower just east of the postern gate. They were crossing that bit of open ground when, whoosh, out of the darkness, the arrow came down over the southern wall and hit him in the shoulder."
"Did he survive?"
"Oh, yes. I am a very fine doctor."
His tone betrayed his own surprise at this outcome. "I can see that." Ballista stepped towards him again. This time he came right up to him, using his size to intimidate. "You will not mention this to anyone. If I hear that you have—" He let the threat hang.
No one, Kyrios. No one at all."
"Good. Give the soldier's name and that of his friends to my secretary, and you are free to go. You have played the part of a conscientious citizen very well."
"Thank you, Kyrios. Thank you very much."
He virtually ran to Demetrius, who had his stylus ready. There was a loud tearing sound of something big travelling fast through the air, followed by a huge crash. The doctor visibly jumped. A fine trickle of plaster came down from the ceiling. The artillery duel had been going on for 6 days now. Clearly the doctor had no desire to be as near to it as this requisitioned house close behind the western wall. As soon as he had gabbled the names of the soldiers, he turned and fled. Demetrius folded his writing block and hung it back on his belt. He picked up the papyrus again and studied it. To give him time, Ballista walked across the room and poured some drinks. He gave one each to Mamurra, Castricius, and Maximus, put one down near the secretary, and, sitting on a table, began to sip his own. There was the awful sound of another incoming artillery stone, another crash, and again a fine drizzle of plaster. Mamurra commented that one of the Persian stone-throwers was overshooting. Ballista nodded. At last, Demetrius looked up. He smiled apologetically.
"I'm sorry, Kyrios. I cannot make out the code. At least, not straight away. Most codes are really very simple. You substitute the next letter in the alphabet for the one you mean, and the like. Sometimes even simpler. You make a small mark by the letters that are meant to be read, or you write them at a slightly different level from the others. But I'm afraid that this does not seem to be so simple. If I may, I will keep it and study it when I have no other duties. Maybe, eventually, I will unravel it."
"Thank you," said Ballista. He sat and drank, thinking. They all sat in silence. At intervals of about a minute there was another crash, and more plaster drifted down to add to the fine dust which covered every surface. Ballista once more felt the lack of Antigonus. He would have been ideal for what Ballista wanted done. Mamurra was already too busy. Ballista wanted Maximus with him. "Castricius, I want you to talk to the 3 soldiers. Find out exactly when and where the man was hit. Swear them to secrecy. Threaten them a little to make sure they do not talk. You had better be quick talking to the wounded one before he dies of some infection." "Dominus." Then pick 3 of the Equites Singulares and have them keep a discreet watch on the area. It is too much to hope that one of them will be hit by an arrow with a coded message tied to it, but I want to know who they see in that part of town." Again the standard-bearer simply said, "Dominus." "Anyone hanging around there might be our traitor looking for the message he was expecting but never received. At least now we have positive proof that we still have a traitor among us." A crescent moon hung low on the horizon. Above, the constellations slowly turned. Orion, the Bear, the Pleiades. It was the 15th of August, the Ides. Ballista knew that if they were still alive to see the Pleiades set in November, they would be safe. It was deadly quiet on the battered southwest tower of Arete. Everyone was listening. Usually it seemed unnaturally quiet in the evening when the artillery duel ceased for the day, but now, as they strained to hear one particular sound, the night outside the tower was full of noise. A dog barked somewhere in the town. Nearer at hand, a child cried. Faint noises drifted across the plain from the Sassanid camp. The whinny of a horse, a burst of shouting, snatches of a plaintive tune picked out on a stringed instrument.
"There! Do you hear it?"
Hadudad's voice was an urgent whisper. Ballista could not hear it. He turned to Maximus and Demetrius. In the dim light they both looked uncertain. They all continued to strain their ears.
The night grew quieter.
There it is again.
The voice of Yahai's mercenary captain was even softer. Now Ballista thought he half heard it. He stilled his breathing. Yes, there it was. The chink-chink sound Hadudad had described. Gone as soon as the northerner heard it. He leant out over the parapet, cupping his hand to his right ear. The sound was gone. If it had existed at all, it was covered by the noise of a Persian patrol making its way along the southern ravine. The scatter of stones dislodged in the near darkness, the creak of leather, the clang of metal on metal, all rang loud. They must have reached a picket. The listeners on the tower heard the low challenge, "Feroz Shapur," and the answer, "Mazda." Ballista and the others shifted their positions and breathed deeply as they waited for the patrol to pass out of earshot up onto the plain. The volume of the night resumed its normal, elusive texture. An owl hooted, another answered, and in the silence that followed, there it was, floating up from somewhere down in the ravine towards the plain, the chink, chink, chink of pickaxe on stone. "You're right, Hadudad. They're digging a tunnel." Ballista listened some more until somewhere behind him in the town, a door opened, and a burst of laughter and raised voices obliterated any other sound. "We should send out a reconnaissance party, find out exactly where it starts. Then we can estimate the route it will take." Hadudad still spoke in a whisper. "I would be happy to go. I can pick the men in the morning and go tomorrow night." "Thank you, but no." Ballista had been about to call for Antigonus. Then he remembered. He thought for some moments. "We cannot wait until tomorrow night. If we make any preparations for a scouting party, the traitor may find a way to warn the enemy. Our men would walk into a trap. No, it must be tonight. Now. I will go with Maximus." There was a collective intake of breath. Then several voices spoke at once. Quietly but determinedly, Demetrius, Hadudad, and his 2 centuries, in their different ways, said that this was madness. Maximus said nothing. "I have made my decision. None of you will speak of this. Hadudad, you and your men will stay here. Demetrius, go and find me some ashes or burnt cork and meet Maximus and me at the southern postern gate." Hadudad and his men saluted. Demetrius hesitated for some time before going down the steps. By the time Demetrius had fetched the camouflage from the requisitioned house that served as military headquarters and reached the postern gate, Ballista had told the plan to Coxeus, the Decurin in command of the Termor of Cohorts 20, stationed there. Ballista and Maximus were going to leave by the gate. It was to be left open until dawn. Then it was to be shut. It was not to be opened again unless the Dux Ripae and his bodyguard appeared before it in daylight, when the guard could be certain they were alone. In the event of them not returning, Acilius Glabrio was to assume command of the defence of Arete. Ballista had written a short order to this effect. "Sure, is that not enlisting the wolf to be your sheepdog, thinking as you do that he himself might be the traitor?" Maximus had said in Celtic. "If we do not come back, I think we will be past caring about that," Ballista had replied in the same tongue. Ballista prepared himself. He took off his helmet, mail coat, and the 2 decorations on his sword belt, the mural crown, and the golden bird that had been a parting gift from his mother. He tied his long fair hair in a dark cloth, and, as he always wore black, had only to rub his face and forearms with burnt cork. Maximus took rather longer. He gave the many ornaments which festooned his belt to Demetrius, with a graphic threat of what he would do if the Greek boy lost any of them. As his tunic was white, he stripped it off and got help darkening his torso, heavily muscled and much scarred. With a minimum of fuss, they stepped through the gate. The 2 men stood just outside for a while, letting their eyes become accustomed to the light of the stars and the sliver of moon. Ballista punched Maximus softly on the shoulder. The Hibernian gently punched him back, his teeth flashing white in the darkness. A path, paler than the rock around it, snaked away down into the ravine. With no words, they set off, Ballista in the lead, Maximus falling into step behind. They had known each other a long time. There was no need for any discussion. Maximus knew that, as was the custom among the tribes of Germania, Ballista, on reaching puberty, had been sent to learn the ways of a warrior with his maternal uncle. He had been a renowned war leader among the tribe of the Harii. Since Tacitus had written his Germania, the fame of the Harii as night fighters had spread far beyond the forests of the north. By preference, they fought on pitch-dark nights. With their blackened shields and dyed bodies, their shadowy and ghoulish appearance struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. Tacitus went so far as to claim that no enemy can endure a sight so strange and hellish. Maximus knew that there were few more dangerous men in the dark of the night than his Dominus and friend. After a time, the path turned to the right towards the plain, and, still descending, ran along the flank of the ravine. Now Ballista and Maximus were among the tombs of the Christian necropolis. Above and below the path were the black entrances to the natural and man-made caves where the worshippers of the crucified God buried their dead. Ballista stopped and made a signal with his hand. Together they climbed up the side of the ravine to the nearest mouth of a cave. Some 3 feet in, the tomb was sealed with a wall of mud bricks. Still, without speaking, the 2 men squatted down, leaning their backs against the wall. They listened and watched. Twinkling watchfires could be seen at the top of the far side of the ravine. Now and then, sounds wafted across, so low as to be at the limit of hearing. From the floor of the ravine, nothing could be seen or heard. The sounds of tunneling had disappeared. After what to Maximus seemed a very long time, Ballista rose to his feet. Maximus followed suit. Ballista turned to the wall, fumbled with his clothing, and urinated on the wall.
"Do you not think it might bring bad luck, pissing on their tombs?" The Hibernian's voice was very quiet. Ballista, concentrating on missing his boots, was slow to answer. "Maybe, if I believed in their one God, but I would rather piss here in the darkness than out there in the open." He rearranged himself. "If I was frightened, I would not do this," said Maximus. "I would go and till the soil or sell cheese." "If you do not know fear, you cannot know courage," replied Ballista. "Courage is being afraid but doing what you have to do despite it. You could call it male grace under pressure." "Bollocks," said Maximus. They set off again down to the path. Just discernible in the dim light, other narrow paths ran off to either side. Ballista ignored the first 2 to the left, heading downhill. He stopped at the third. After looking all around to try to judge how far they had walked, he took the left-hand turning. They were still descending, but were now travelling back towards the river. As they neared the bottom of the ravine, Ballista stopped more frequently. Eventually, he signalled that they were to leave the path and climb straight down the face of the ravine. Maximus's boot dislodged a small avalanche of stones. Both men froze. There was no alarm. Far off in the distance, a jackal barked. Others of its kind joined in. Ballista had judged the risk of making a noise while climbing on hands and knees, swords slung behind their backs, less than that of walking straight down one of the paths. If he had been in command of the Sassanid Guard, he would have placed a watch where the paths reached the floor of the ravine. They reached the bottom with no further incident. Without pausing, Ballista set off to cross to the southern wall of the ravine. There was no time to lose. They already knew that Persians carrying no lights sometimes patrolled here. Holding their swords away from their bodies, they moved at a slow jog. As soon as they reached the opposite side, they began to climb. The cliff face here was steeper. They moved slowly, searching for handholds. They had not been ascending long before the gradient lessened. Ballista signalled a halt. They lay on their backs, looking all around, listening hard. There it was again, coming from their left, from further up the ravine towards the plain, the chink, chink, chink of pickaxes on stone. Crabwise they crawled along the cliff face, taking the greatest care where they put their hands and feet. Without being told, Maximus could appreciate Ballista's thinking. The entrance to the mine would be in the north face of the ravine, tunnelling towards the wall of the town. The attention of any sentries should be directed the same way. By crossing the ravine, Ballista had in effect put them behind the enemy lines. With luck, no one would notice them as they approached from an unexpected direction. Maximus was concentrating so hard on not making a sound that he failed to see Ballista's signal, and bumped into him. There was a grunt from Ballista as a boot kicked him in the calf, and a sharp intake of breath from Maximus. They made no other noise as they waited. With infinite caution, Ballista half-turned and gestured down and across the ravine. Equally carefully, Maximus turned. The entrance to the Persian siege mine was about halfway up the northern face of the ravine. It was lit from within by torches or lamps. In their glow, the black silhouettes of miners flitted back and forth, casting grotesquely elongated shadows. The sound of pickaxes was clear. Men working pulleys and winches to remove the spoil could just be made out at the lip of the mine. Instantly, Ballista's mind was full of memories of the distant north, stories of dwarves scheming mischief deep in their rock-hewn halls. He wondered what thoughts were in Maximus's mind. Probably what was usually there, women and drink.
The men toiling at the pulleys ceased work, and abruptly some form of screen was pulled across the mouth of the tunnel. Ballista looked away into the darkness towards the river until his night vision returned. Then, using the faint chinks of light which escaped from the screen and the looming dark outline of the town defences lit by just a few torches, he tried to estimate the exact position of the mine. He took great pains over this. Distances are harder than ever to judge at night. He could sense that beside him Maximus was eager to go, but he took his time. There would be no second chance. Eventually, he patted the Hibernian's arm and signalled their withdrawal. Crabwise again, they inched back along the cliff the way that they had come. Ballista was taking extravagant care. He feared that the relief of being on the homeward journey might lead him into a false move. When he judged that they were roughly where they had climbed up, he signalled to Maximus, and they descended. This time, on reaching the floor of the ravine, they waited, their senses probing the darkness. Across the void, the great southern wall of Arete stood out black against the skyline. It was lit here and there by a torch. Their light and warmth beckoning, the massive solidity of the wall and towers gave Ballista a pang to be safe inside once more. He shrugged it off. Inside, his war was one of endless bureaucratic bookkeeping, list after list of men and supplies. Out here in the darkness was the true way of the warrior. Out here, his senses were fully alive, stretched to their limits. Nothing threatening could be seen on the floor of the ravine, nothing heard and nothing smelt. Ballista gave the sign. As before, they set off at a slow jog. The two men were halfway across when they heard the approaching Sassanid patrol. They froze. The sides of the ravine were too far to make a run for it. There was nowhere to hide. The noises were getting louder. The crunch of stones under numerous boots, the slap of weapons against shields and armour. Leaning very close to his bodyguard, Ballista whispered, "There are too many of them to fight. We will have to talk our way out of this. You had better not have forgotten your Persian." The Hibernian did not reply, although Ballista was sure that he was grinning. The Persian patrol was emerging from the darkness that lay down towards the river, a dim blur, darker than its surroundings. Suddenly, without warning, Maximus stepped forward. In a low voice, but one pitch to carry, he called, "Peros Shapur!" A surprised silence succeeded the noises of the advancing Sassanids. The patrol must have stopped. It had not been expecting to be challenged at this point. After a few moments, a voice, slightly uncertain, called back, "Mazda!" Without hesitation, Maximus called in Persian, "Advance and identify yourselves!" The noises of armed men moving resumed. Now the dark blur began to be recognizable as made up of individual warriors. Ballista noted two on either side detaching themselves from the main body and fanning out. Admiring as he was of Maximus's bold stroke, he did not intend to trust his life to the Hibernians talking. When the patrol was about 15 paces away, Ballista stepped to the front and called, "Halt there! Identify yourselves!" The Sassanids stopped. The four on the wings had arrows notched, their bows half bent. There looked to be about 10 in the main body. "Vardan, son of Nashbad, leading a patrol of the warriors of the Suren." The voice was one used to authority. "And who are you? You have a strange accent." "Titus Petronius Arbiter and Tiberius Claudius Nero." At the sound of the Roman names, the starlight glittered on the swords which the Sassanids drew. From the flanks, bows creaked as they were pulled to maximum draw. "Mariades, the rightful emperor of the Romans, is our master. Shapur, the king of kings himself, decreed that his servant Mariades send men to reconnoitre by stealth the postern gate of the town of the unrighteous." There was silence for a while. Ballista could feel his heart beating, his palms sweating. At length Vardan replied, "And how do I know that you are not deserters from the great Emperor Mariades?" There was a wealth of scorn in great emperor. "Roman scum running to its own kind? If we were fools enough to desert into a doomed town, we would deserve to die. There are many fools in the world, and many of them are Romans. Maybe I should take you back to camp to see if your story is true. Do that, and I will come and watch you impaled tomorrow morning. I doubt that the Mazda-worshipping Shapur, king of Aryans and non-Aryans, will take kindly to his orders being countermanded by an officer of the Suren." Vardan walked forward. His men were clearly taken by surprise. They started walking hurriedly after their commander. Vardan held his long sword at Ballista's throat. The others closed round. The commander put his sword aside and peered closely into Ballista's face. The northerner returned his gaze. "Uncover the lantern. I want to see the face of this one." The Persian behind Vardan began to move. "No! Do not do that!" Ballista put all his experience of command into his voice. "The great king's mission will fail if you show a light. The Romans up on the wall could not fail to see it. Shapur will not get the information, and we will meet our deaths at the foot of that wall." There was an awful moment of indecision before Vardan told the lantern-bearer to remain as he was. Vardan brought his face so close that Ballista could smell his breath, a waft of some exotic spices. "Even in the dark, with your face blackened like a runaway slave, I can still see you well enough to recognize you again." Vardan nodded to himself. Ballista did not move. "If this is a trick, if you are in the town when it falls, I will seek you out, and there will be a reckoning. It will be I that watches you writhe on the stake." "Mazda willing, that will not happen." Ballista took a step backwards, keeping his hands well away from his sides. "The night is advanced. If we are to return by dawn, we must be going." Ballista looked over at Maximus, jerked his head towards the wall, and walked to the edge of the circle of Sassanid warriors. The two blocking his way did not move. He turned back to Vardan. "If we do not return, tell our master Mariades that we did our duty. Remember our names, Petronius and Nero." Vardan did not reply, but at his sign the two men blocking Ballista's way moved aside. Ballista set off. It is very difficult to walk normally when you think that someone is watching you, and even more difficult when you think that someone might try to kill you. Ballista forced down an urge to break into a run. Maximus, all Father bless him, had fallen in directly behind his Dominus. The Hibernian would take the first arrow, yet Ballista's back still felt terribly exposed. 50 paces was about the real limit of accurate bowshot, less in a dim light. How far had they walked? Ballista started to count his steps, stumbled slightly, and went back to concentrating on walking as normally as possible. The walk seemed to last forever. The muscles in his thighs felt twitchy. In the end, the wall of the ravine came as almost a surprise. Both men turned, crouching, making themselves the smallest target possible. Ballista realized that he was panting. His tunic was soaked in sweat. "For fuck's sake, Petronius and Nero," Maximus whispered. "It's your fault. If you ever read anything apart from the Satyricon, some other names might have appeared in my mind. Anyway, let's get the fuck out of here. We are not home yet. The reptiles might change their minds and be after us." Demetrius was standing just outside the postern gate. He was surprised to find himself there. Admittedly, Coxeus, the Decurion, and 2 of his troopers were there as well, but even so, Demetrius was surprised by his own bravery. Part of his mind kept telling him that he could hear and see just as well, maybe better, up on the tower. He pushed such thoughts away. There was a strange exhilaration in being outside the walls after so many months. Demetrius stood with the 3 soldiers, listening and watching. The dark was alive with small sounds, the scurrying of nocturnal animals, the sudden rush of wings of a night bird. The gentle wind had moved round to the south. Fragments of sound, voices, laughter, the cough of a horse, drifted across from the Persian pickets on the far side of the ravine. Once a jackal barked, and others joined in. The chink of pickaxes came and went. But there was nothing that betrayed the progress of Ballista and Maximus. The young Greek's thoughts drifted far away to the dark plain before the walls of Troy, to the Trojan Dolon slinging his bow across his shoulders, pulling the pelt of a grey wolf around him, and stealing forth to spy out the Greek camp. Things had not gone well for Dolon. Out there across the dark plain, he had been hunted down like a hare by cunning Odysseus and Diomedes of the great war cry. In tears, begging for his life, Dolon had revealed how the Trojan pickets lay. It had done him no good. With a slash of his sword, Diomedes had cut through the tendons of his neck. His head dropped in the dust, and his corpse was stripped of his back-strung bow and the grey wolf pelt. Demetrius fervently prayed that Ballista and Maximus did not share the fate of Dolon. If the young Greek had had the poetry of Homer to hand, he would have tried to see how things would fall out. It was a well-known method of divination to pick a line of the Iliad at random and see what light the divine Homer shed on the future. The thoughts of Demetrius were dragged back to the present by the sounds of a Sassanid patrol making its way along the ravine up from the river. He heard the challenge, Peros Shapur, and the response, Mazda. Then a low exchange in Persian. Demetrius found himself, like the others, on the lip of the ravine, leaning forward, straining to catch the words. It was pointless. He did not know a word of Persian. Demetrius physically jumped as a flood of light came from the postern gate. He spun round. In silhouette in front of the gate stood Acilius Glabrio. The torchlight caught the nobleman's gilded cuirass. It was moulded to resemble the muscles of an athlete or hero. Acilius Glabrio was bareheaded. The curls of his elaborate coiffure shone. His face was in shadow. "What in the name of the gods below is happening here?" The patrician's tones sounded angry. "Decurion, why is this gate open?" "Orders, Dominus. Orders of the ducks." "Nonsense. His orders were that this gate remain shut at all times." "No, Dominus. He told me to keep the gate open until dawn." The junior officer was cowed by the seemingly barely controlled anger of his superior. "And why would he do that? To make it easy for the Persians to get in?" No, Dominus. He and his bodyguard are out there." "Are you mad? Or have you been drinking on duty? If you have, I will have you executed with old-fashioned severity. You know what that entails." Demetrius did not know what that entailed, but presumably Coxeus did. The decurion started to shake slightly. Demetrius wondered if Acilius Glabrio's anger was real. "Even our beloved Dux is not such a barbarian that he would desert his post to run around outside the walls in the middle of the night." Acilius Glabrio half-turned. He pointed to the gate. "You have moments to get inside and return to your post before I have this gate shut." Arguing with senior officers did not come easily to Coxeus. "Dominus, the Dux is still out there. If you close the gate, he will be trapped." "One more word from you and it is mutiny. Inside, now!" The two troopers sheepishly went inside. Coxeus started to move. "No!" Demetrius almost shouted. "The Dux heard the sounds of tunneling. He's gone to spy out where the Persian mine is being dug." Acilius Glabrio rounded on him. "And what have we here? The barbarian's little bum boy." He stepped close to Demetrius. He smelt of carnations. The torchlight highlighted the little ruffs of beard that were teased out in curls from his neck. "What are you doing here? Selling your ass to this decurion and a few of his troopers so that they open the gate and let you desert?" "Listen to the boy, Dominus. He's telling the truth," Coxeus said. The intervention attracted the full attention of Acilius Glabrio. Now the young patrician's anger was palpably genuine. Turning from Demetrius, he approached the decurion. "Have I not warned you? Inside, now!" Coxeus dared a final appeal. "But, Dominus, the Dux, we cannot just abandon him out there." Forgetting the sword at his side, Demetrius bent down and picked up a rock. "Are you disobeying a direct order, decurion?" Demetrius felt the rock sharp and gritty in his hand. The curls on the back of Acilius Glabrio's head shone in the torchlight.
"Ave, Tribunus Laticlavius!"
A voice came from beyond the torchlight. Acilius Glabrio whirled round, his sword rasped from its sheath. He crouched, his body tense. Two ghostly figures, blackened and streaked with dust, emerged into the circle of light. The taller pulled a cloth from his head. His long, fair hair fell to his shoulders. "I must congratulate you, Tribunus, on your diligence, patrolling the ramparts in the dead of night. Most admirable," Ballista said. "But now I think that we should all go inside. We have much to discuss. We have a new danger to face."
This ends Disc 10 of Fire in the East. Fire in the East. Disc 11.
Chapter 15. Ballista went to take a last look at the Persian siege ramp. He peered out from behind the makeshift parapet. Virtually every day the Sassanid artillery smashed the parapet to pieces. Then, that night, the defenders rebuilt it. Despite the thick cloud of dust, the progress of the ramp was clear enough. The Persians had begun work 13 days before the calends of August. It was now 9 days before the calends of September. Counting inclusively, that was 36 days' work. In 36 days, the ramp had inched forward some 40 paces and been slowly lifted up almost to the level of the parapet of the town wall. The ditch in front of the wall, which had taken the defenders such trouble to dig, had been packed with rubble. A gap like a canyon still separated the ramp from the defences, but the canyon was only about 20 paces wide, and it was partly filled by the defenders' own earth bank up against the wall. When the canyon was filled, the Sassanid storming party would have a final approach over a level land bridge some 25 paces wide. The progress of the siege ramp had been bought at the cost of the back-breaking labour of thousands. Every morning in the grey light of pre-dawn, the Persian vini, the mobile shelters, were pushed forward and joined together to form 3 long covered walkways. Under these, lines of men laboured to bring up the earth, rubble and timber that those at the front, protected by stout screens, dropped down into the space before the ramp. At the sides of the ramp, more workers, again protected by screens, levered and mortared into place the mud bricks which formed the retaining walls. The ramp's progress had been bought at the cost of the lives of many, many men in the Sassanid ranks. Soon after work had begun, Ballista had sighted the town's 4 20-pounder artillery pieces behind the wall in line with the ramp. Several houses had been demolished to create the new artillery emplacement. Those property owners that could be found had been promised compensation should the town not fall. Every morning the Vini had to advance on the same lines and then stay in place throughout the long day. Every morning the Ballistarii in charge of the 20-pounders, having checked the settings of their weapons, could fire blind at a high trajectory over the wall, reasonably confident that sooner or later, with help from the spotters on the wall, one of their smooth round stones would hit one of the Vini at terrifying speed, would smash its wood and leather and reduce to a sickening pulp the men labouring in the illusory safety beneath. As soon as the lookouts on the wall shouted, "Hit! Hit!" the defending bowmen would emerge from the shelters they had dug in the base of the town's internal glacis, sprint up to the battlements and pour a devastating hail of iron and bronze-tipped arrows into those Sassanids exposed as they feverishly worked to repair or reposition the Vini. Ballista had ordered that the 2 6-pounder artillery pieces sighted on the towers at the threatened stretch of wall concentrate on the bricklayers working on the ramp's retaining walls. The Ballistarii in charge of these had a clear line of vision. The screens could not withstand repeated impacts. Here again, over time, the slaughter was immense. The Sassanid artillery had done what it could to destroy its counterparts, but so far they had been unable seriously to curtail the havoc caused by the defenders. Ballista had had to replace both the 6-pounders and most of their crews twice, and one of the 20-pounders had been smashed beyond repair. There were no further reserves of stone throwers, yet the volume of shooting had been little reduced. As Ballista watched, a 6-pound stone moving almost too fast to see crashed into one of the screens shielding the bricklayers. Splinters flew, a cloud of dense dust erupted, the screen seemed to buckle, yet it remained in place. Another 1 or 2 of those, and that will be another gone. More dead reptiles, and another delay. Ballista ducked back behind the parapet. He sat down, resting his back against it, thinking. Every night the Sassanids withdrew to start again the next morning. Why? Why did they not work through the night? They had the manpower. If Ballista had been their commander, they would have done. The northerner had read somewhere that under the previous Eastern Empire, that of the Parthians, there had been a reluctance to fight at night. Maybe it was the same with their Persian successors. Yet they had been digging the mine from the ravine at night. Possibly it took something special to drive them to it. It was a mystery, but war was one long series of inexplicable events. "I have seen all I need for now. Let us go down." Crouching, Ballista moved to the stairwell in the roof of the tower, and down the stairs. He walked the few paces to the northern of his 2 mines. Castricius was waiting just inside. Ballista waved his entourage in first. Maximus, Demetrius, the North African scribe, 2 messengers, and a couple of equites singulares. "We can talk here." Ballista sat down. Castricius squatted down next to him, Demetrius nearby. Ballista noted the solid-looking lintel, the thick pit props. It was not too bad here, just near the entrance. The oppression of the enclosed space could not overwhelm him when it was but 3 or 4 steps from the open air. On the other side of the mine, a line of men passed baskets of spoil from hand to hand out of the tunnel. Castricius produced several scraps of papyrus, all covered in his scrawled writing. He expounded with admirable clarity and brevity the course of his tunnel. It was under the wall, under the outer glacis, and was scrabbling like a mole towards the Persian siege ramp. Consulting one piece of papyrus after another, he outlined his projected needs for pit props and slats to hold up the sides and roof, lamps and torches to light the work, and various incendiaries and their containers for the ultimate purpose of the mine. As Ballista approved the figures, Demetrius wrote them down. Castricius went to check on progress. Ballista sat in silence where he was. A Sassanid missile thundered into the wall above. A fine shower of earth fell from the roof. Ballista, from wondering if the opposite pit prop was slightly off-centre, found himself thinking about Castricius and his changes of fortune. He must have committed a terrible crime to have been sent to the mines. He had survived that hell, which spoke of uncommon resilience. He had joined the army. Was there a regulation that should have prevented that? Finding the corpse of Scribonius Mucianus had brought his knowledge of mines to the attention of his ducks. Being one of the 3 survivors of the ill-fated expedition of the young Optio Prosper, had won him the post of standard-bearer to Ballista. Now, for a second time, his experience of the mines had aided him, bringing promotion to acting centurion to dig this tunnel. Another stone hit the wall. More dust drifted down. From this mine and the mutability of fortune, Ballista's thoughts moved along unconsidered back roads to the question of treachery. Demetrius had not been able to unravel its secrets, but the mere existence of the coded message attached to the arrow showed that there was still at least one traitor in the city of Arete, or at least that the Persians thought there was still a traitor active in the town. Ballista was sure they were right. What did he know about the traitor? Almost certainly he had murdered Scribonius Mucianus. He had burnt the artillery magazine. He had tried to organize the burning of the granaries. He was in communication, albeit sometimes interrupted, with the Sassanids. Clearly the traitor wanted the city to fall. Who could want such a thing, such a very monstrous thing? Could it be one of the townsmen? One of those who had lost their homes, family tombs, temples, slaves, and all the liberties that were most precious to them because of the defensive measures Ballista had put in place? And hadn't he played his own part? How far could one go before destroying the very thing one was trying to protect? If it was one of the townsmen, it was a rich one. Naphtha cost a lot of money. It stank. Only the rich could afford it and the luxury of space to conceal its noxious smell. If the traitor was a townsman, it had to be one of the elite. One of the caravan protectors, Anamu, Ogalos, even Yahai, or one of the other town councillors like that ever-smiling Christian Theodotus. But was it a townsman? What of the military? Ballista was very aware that Maximus still mistrusted Terpio. Not without reason. The humorous-faced Terpio had a past of proven duplicity. He had done well out of the death of his commander, Scribonius Mucianus. Despite Maximus's urgings, Ballista had never pressed the matter of what it was that Scribonius had used to blackmail Terpio. Maybe he would say one day, but Ballista very much doubted that Terpio could be forced to tell. On the other hand, Terpio had done well throughout the siege. His raid into the heart of the Persian camp had called for exceptional courage. One might say that he had earned the right to be trusted. But, yet again, as Maximus had reminded him, courage is useful for a traitor, and so is being trusted. Then there was Acilius Glabrio. Ballista knew that he was prejudiced against him, extremely prejudiced against the Tribunus Laticlavius. The crimped hair and beard, the supercilious manner. The northerner disliked almost everything about him. He knew that the young patrician detested serving under a barbarian. If Terpio was the traitor, it would be for money, or to prevent his ultimate exposure as the killer of Scribonius, so money again. But if Acilius Glabrio proved to be the traitor, it would be about dignitas, that untranslatable quality that gave a Roman patrician a reason to believe in his superiority, a reason to exist. Ballista wondered if serving under an Eastern monarch would be better for the dignitas of a Roman patrician than the humiliation of obeying the orders of a northern barbarian. In a certain light, the Easterner could be thought less of a barbarian than a savage from the northern forests like Ballista. Although Castricius was now in charge of this mine, the watch was being maintained on the area of town where the arrow with the coded message had struck the unfortunate soldier, who had, of course, died a few days after the doctor had extracted the arrow. 4 equites singulares, whom Ballista could ill spare, kept up a more or less discreet observation. So far it had yielded nothing of use. As was to be expected, both Acilius Glabrio and Terpio had been seen on their rounds. All 3 of the caravan protectors had properties in the area. The Christian church of Theodotus had relocated there. Castricius returned. Again he squatted down, and again they talked of timber and olive oil and pig fat, of distances and density and momentum. "Thank you, Centurion. Thank you very much." At Ballista's words, Castricius swelled with pride. He stood up, sharply, but he was too old a hand to crack his head on one of the beams. He saluted, smartly. Stepping outside was like stepping into an oven. The heat sucked the air out of Ballista's lungs. Everywhere were shifting clouds of dust. The northerner could taste it, gritty in his mouth, feel it sifting down into his lungs. Like everyone else, he had a persistent cough. As they walked to the southern mine, there was a cry from the wall of, "Baby on the way!" Most of the party threw themselves to the ground. Ballista and Maximus remained on their feet. The others might interpret it as coolness in the face of danger, but the two men knew that this was not true. Both stared upwards, thinking that if the missile were heading their way, they might get just a glimpse of it and have a split second to hurl themselves out of the way. With a terrible tearing sound, the stone ripped through the air above their heads, and with a roar plunged into an already ruined house. A further cloud of dust rolled out. Mamura was waiting at the entrance to the other mine, which was hard up against the southernmost tower of the desert wall. "Dominus." His face broke into a smile. "Praefectus," Ballista smiled back. They shook hands, then kissed on the cheek, slapping each other on the back. They had grown to like each other. Mamura knew that as far as the duck's repie was concerned, his conscience was absolutely clear. Nothing that he had said or written about him was unfair or malicious. The big barbarian was a good man. You could rely on him to do the right thing. Ballista looked with distaste at the entrance to the tunnel. The big, roughly worked beams, the uneven floor, the jagged rock walls, the precarious hang of the roof. He stepped inside. The darkness stretched away in front of him, half lit here and there by an oil lamp in a niche. It was strangely quiet in this mine after the noise of the other one. "How goes it?" "Good, so far." Mamura leant against a beam. "As I said we would, we have dug deep, under the wall, the external bank, and the ditch. We have taken the tunnel out to about 5 paces beyond the ditch. There we have dug a short crosswise listening gallery. I found some old bronze round shields in one of the temples. I've put them up against the wall and have men listening at them." "Did the priests object?" "They were rather unenthusiastic, but then there is a war on." Although a slave should never initiate a conversation with the free, Demetrius could not contain himself. You mean it works? I had always thought that it might be just a literary conceit of the ancient writers." Mamura's grin grew wider. "Yes, it is an old trick, but it works. They amplify sound well." "And have you heard anything?" Ballista asked. "Oddly, no, nothing at all. I am reasonably sure that if they were tunneling nearby, we would have heard their pickaxes." "That must be good news," Demetrius said. "Either there has been a cave-in and they have abandoned their mine, or it has wandered far off course and they're nowhere near our wall."
"Yes, those are two possibilities." Mamura looked thoughtful. "But unfortunately there is a third." He turned to Ballista. "When you and Maximus told me where their tunnel started out, there in the ravine, I think we all assumed, that its purpose was to undermine the foundations of our southernmost tower, collapse it so that no artillery from there could interfere with their siege ramp. Now I am not so sure. It may well be more dangerous than that. Maybe they intend to dig clean under our defences and let their troops come up behind our wall. If so, they're waiting for the ramp to be near completion before they excavate the last part of the tunnel, so that they can attack from 2 places at once." The whole party was silent, imagining an inexhaustible flow of Sassanid warriors pouring across the siege ramp, while another erupted from the ground, imagining the sheer impossibility of the task of trying to stem both at once. Ballista patted Mamura on the arm. "You will hear them coming. You will catch them." "What then?" Demetrius volubly clutched at this comfort. "Will you smoke them out, or throw bees or scorpions into their tunnel? Release a maddened bear?" Mamura laughed. "Probably not. No. It will be the usual nasty work in the dark with a short sword." The arrow was coming straight for his face. With a convulsive twist, Ballista jerked himself back into cover. The side of his helmet hit the crenellation, the cheekpiece scraping along the rough stone. He felt a muscle pull in his back. He had no idea where the missile had gone, but it had been far too close. He exhaled noisily, trying to will his breathing back to normal. Behind him, he heard a low sob. Keeping low on his hands and knees, Ballista scrambled to the man who had been hit. It was one of his messengers, the one from the Sabura. The arrow had gone in by the collarbone. Only the feathers still stood out. The man had his hands curled round them. His eyes were uncomprehending. "You will be all right," said Ballista. He ordered 2 of his equites singulares to carry the man to a dressing station. The guardsmen looked dubious at this fool's errand, but obeyed anyway. Back behind the parapet, Ballista steadied himself. He counted to 20, then peered out. There was the Persian ramp. There was the void between the ramp and the wall, but now the gap was less than 5 paces wide. From underneath the screens at the front, seemingly almost close enough for the defenders to touch, earth and rubble, the occasional tree trunk, fell into the drop.
it would be today. Even if he had not seen the Sassanid troops massing at the far end of the covered walkways, he would have known that it would be today. The Persians had clearly decided not to wait for the ramp to touch the wall, but to use some kind of boarding bridge. The race was on. One way or another, it would be decided today. Ballista looked round. The messenger's blood was already soaking into the brickwork, a film of dust dulling the bright red pool. Ballista nodded to those with him, and again, keeping very low, crawled to the trapdoor. Maximus, Demetrius, and the 3 remaining equites singulares clattered down the stone stairs after him. Castricius was waiting at the entrance to his mine. With no formalities, he told them to get ready. Ballista had been dreading this moment. It had to come. It was inevitable. He had to do it. But he did not want to. Don't think, just act. Let's go. As they walked down into the northern mine, the sunlight from the entrance soon gave out. They moved quietly, just them in the darkness. None of the oil lamps in the niches was alight. Before they entered, Castricius had checked that no one had hobnails in the soles of their boots. They had left their sword belts, armor, helmets, anything metal, above ground. A careless spark could bring on their greatest fear, a premature fire. In the pitch darkness, they moved in single file. Castricius led the way, feeling his way with his right hand on the wall. Ballista followed, gripping the back of Castricius's tunic in his fist. Then came Maximus, then Demetrius. The floor was uneven. Ballista's boot half turned on a loose stone. He imagined twisting his ankle, breaking his leg, being trapped down here. He fought down a surge of panic. Keep going. Don't think. Just act. The walk defied time, defied logic. They had been walking for hours. They could have walked all the way across the plain to the Persian camp. Something changed. Ballista could sense space opening all around him. Possibly it was the quality of sound. The echo of their footfalls came back more slowly. The air smelt strange. It brought to mind different things. A stable, a butcher's shop, a warship. But the air was less close than before. Castricius stopped. Behind him, the others stopped. Carefully, very carefully, Castricius opened his shuttered lantern just a chink. The thin beam of light barely illuminated the far side of the cavern. He held up the lantern. The roof was lost in shadows. Bringing the lantern down again, he directed the light at the timbers which held up the roof. To Ballista's eye there seemed very few of them, and those there were, impossibly slender. "There are just enough to hold the roof," said Castricius, as if reading the mind of his commander. "The wood is good, well seasoned, tinder dry. I've coated the timbers in pitch." "Good," said Ballista, feeling he had to say something. Castricius directed the light downwards. Most of the floor of the cavern was ankle-deep in straw. Around the bases of the timbers were pigskins stuffed with pig fat. "A few cooks may have a problem, but they will burn well." "Good," said Ballista, in a voice that sounded strained to himself. "And here is the heart of the matter." Castricius shone the light behind them. To the left of the mouth of the tunnel where they had entered, there were 3 large bronze cauldrons, raised on wooden blocks, straw heaped around them. A trail of straw ran from them back up the tunnel. "I found some bitumen for the first cauldron. The others contain oil." "I see," said Ballista. "Is it good?" "Very good. The fuse leads 2/3 of the way out of the tunnel. When you are clear, call to me, and with your permission, I will light it." "You have my permission." "Then let's go." Back on the surface, the sunlight was blinding. Tears ran from their eyes. Having got his breath back, Ballista called to Castricius to fire the mine. They stepped away from the entrance. For some time, nothing happened. Then they heard the sound of Castricius's boots dislodging stones as he ran. He shot out of the tunnel, bent double but running hard. He skidded to a halt, looked around, and, blinking hard, walked over to the others. "It is done. Now it is in the hands of the gods." They struggled back into their armor and sword belts and ran to the tower. Taking the steps 2 at a time, Ballista burst out onto the battlements. He dived behind the parapet and looked out. Almost everything was as it had been before, yet Ballista knew something was wrong. There was the void. There was the Persian ramp with the screens along its face. Further back, level with the base of the ramp, was the line of mantlets. Further back still were the Persian artillery emplacements. Ballista searched hard, but he could see no wisp of smoke escape from the ramp. There was no evidence of what should be happening. There was no sign of the conflagration that should be raging in the man-made cavern below, the terrible fire that should be burning through the props, bringing down the cavern roof and the whole ramp above it. Everything on the surface was completely still. That was it. Everything was completely still. No incoming artillery, no archery, no rubble being tipped into the void. It would be now. The assault would come any second now. "Hadudad, get the men up on the wall! The reptiles are coming!" Even as he shouted to the mercenary captain, Ballista saw the screen at the front of the Persian ramp begin to tip up. "All Father, we are going to lose this race. So close. Just a few minutes more was all we needed." The screen was pulled horizontal. Ballista ducked back behind the crenellations. A volley of arrows like a swarm of hornets buzzed across the fighting top, snickering off the stone. A sentry howled. The arrow in his shoulder, he spun round, lost his footing, and tumbled down the slope of the inner earth ramp, where he got in the way of some legionaries coming out of their dugouts and beginning the climb. The arrow storm stopped. Ballista quickly glanced out. The boarding bridge was being pushed towards him across the void. A vicious-looking spike stuck down from beneath its leading edge. Ballista looked back inside the town. The defenders were labouring up the inner glacis, Roman regulars, mercenaries, and local levies combined. They would not make it in time. The boarding bridge crashed down, its spike well over the parapet. Without thinking, Ballista grabbed it. The wood was warm and smooth under his right hand. He swung his legs up onto the bridge. His boots thumped hollowly as he landed. Side on, shield well out in front, he drew his sword. He heard Maximus's boots thump down just to his left, those of another defender beyond the Hibernian. The boarding bridge was not wide. If no one fell, 3 men might hold it, at least for a short time. In front was a line of fierce, dark, bearded faces, mouths open, yelling hatred. Under a coating of dust were the bright colours of Sassanid surcoats and the shine of their armour. Their boots drummed on the boarding bridge. The Easterner hurled himself, baying at Ballista, not even trying to use the long sword in his hand. He wanted to smash his shield into that of the Northerner, simply drive the defender back and off the bridge. Ballista let himself begin to be pushed backwards. He stepped away to the right with his rear foot. There was no railing to the bridge. His boot was far too near the edge, and brought his left foot back behind his right. The Persian's momentum drew him on. As Ballista's body turned, he brought his sword over, and palm down, he stabbed it into the Easterner's collarbone. There was a momentary resistance from the mail coat, then the point slid in, cutting through the soft flesh, scraping down the bone. As the first Sassanid fell, beside and behind Ballista, the next came on. Ballista dropped to one knee and swung the sword in a wide arc at the man's ankle. The Persian hastily dropped his shield to take the blow. Leaning over, off balance, the man had little chance. Ballista lunged forward and up, driving his shield into the man's chest, knocking him back and sideways. There was a momentary look of horror on the Persian's face as he realized that there was nothing under his boots, that he had been driven over the edge of the bridge. Then he fell backwards, arms waving into the void. For a second, Ballista teetered on the edge. Then he regained his balance. He glanced to his left. There were 2 Persians on the floor around Maximus. Beyond that, one of the Equites Singulares was down, but another had taken his place. Calling to the other 2 defenders to stay with him, Ballista carefully stepped back over the body of the first Sassanid he had killed. The line of angry, contorted faces stopped. To get at the defenders, they would have to risk the uneven footing of stepping on or over the bodies of 4 dead or dying men. The Sassanids were no cowards, but it would be a fool who would willingly put himself at a disadvantage in a fight like this. Ballista felt a surge of confidence. He could do this. He was good at this. A perfect Thessalian feint, followed by taking the man over the edge. The Northerner's euphoria was broken by a vicious pain in his right thigh. There was a thin white line which suddenly swelled into a red gash. As the blood ran down, he shifted his leg. It hurt a lot, but it would take his weight. The arrow had caused only a glancing flesh wound. Crouching low behind his shield, arrows flying in from both sides, Ballista looked over the edge at the siege ramp. He thought he saw a wisp of smoke curling out of the mud bricks at the side of the ramp. It was gone before he could be certain. Sweat ran down his back. Maddeningly, a fly tried again and again to land on his eyes. His leg was throbbing. Soon it would stiffen up. A Sassanid nobleman was shouting at the storming party on the ramp. Any moment now they would recover their nerve. Ballista looked over the edge again. There! There was a wisp of smoke. This time he was sure. Another and another. The Sassanids on the boarding bridge knew that something was wrong. They stopped yelling, stopped screaming at the defenders. They looked from one to another, puzzled. It was the noise. something beyond the sounds of men in combat, something deep, low, and elemental, something like a wave crashing on a rocky shore. As Ballista watched, smoke leaked out from all over the siege ramp. The noise changed to the deep rumble of an earthquake. The ramp seemed to quiver. The boarding bridge began to buck wildly. The looks on the Sassanid faces changed to terror. Slowly at first, then too sudden to follow, the center of the ramp sank out of sight. The three side walls held for a moment. The boarding bridge swayed above the abyss. "Jump!" As he shouted, Ballista spun round and started to run. The wooden boards under his feet tipped up. He was scrabbling upwards on his hands and knees, his sword swinging dangerously from its wrist loop. The boarding bridge slid backwards down into the void. Its spike snagged for a moment on the parapet. With a leap born of desperation, the leap of a salmon, Ballista just got the fingers of his right hand over the end of the bridge. There was a deafening roar. A mushroom cloud of choking dust and smoke blinded him. The parapet gave way. The boarding bridge began to slide down into the abyss. A hand caught his wrist. The grip slipped, then held. It was joined by another hand, then another. Hadudad and Maximus hauled Ballista up onto the fighting top. For a time, he lay on his back in the dust, holding both hands to the wound in his thigh. Through the darkness, he could hear the groaning of thousands of tons of earth, wood, and rock shifting, and hundreds, thousands of men screaming. Thick, sweet coils of smoke meant to keep the swarms of insects at bay rose from the incense burners. Despite the clouds of gnats, evening was the one time of day Ballista still enjoyed in Arete. The artillery fell silent, and a cool wind blew across the Euphrates. The terrace of the Palace of the Dux Ripae was the best place to enjoy it. Here, the door guarded by the Equites Singulares and the waspish presence of Calgacus, Ballista could know some privacy. The northerner picked up his drink and went and sat on the wall, one leg dangling. In the half-light, bats flitted along the face of the cliff. Below him the great river rolled past, always changing, always the same. The green of the tamarisks provided a welcome relief for the eyes. Across the river came the bark of a fox. Ballista put his drink down on the wall and looked again at the amulet that the two guardsmen had brought him. The messenger from the Subura had, of course, died. They had found the amulet on his body. In life he had worn it under his clothes. The leather thong on which it had hung around his neck was stiff with dried blood. The amulet was a circular disc, not more than 2 inches across. It was an identity tag, one side blank, the other stamped with 2 words. Miles Arcanus. Ballista turned it in his hands. The northerner's thoughts were interrupted by the approach of Calgacus. "That hot Syrian bitch and her miserable father are outside. He says he wants to talk to you. Probably wants to know why you haven't fucked her yet." "That should make for an interesting conversation." "What?" "Never mind. Would you show them in?" Calgacus walked away. "Your father would have had her on her back months ago. Any man in his right mind would." Ballista put the amulet in the purse on his belt and swung down off the wall. He brushed down his tunic. He had not yet had a chance to bathe or eat. "Dominus, the Synodiarch Yarhai and his daughter Bathsheba." Calgacus could not have sounded more courtly. Ballista had seen very little of Yarhai recently. For the last couple of months, the caravan protector had seldom appeared on the walls. More and more he had entrusted the running of his troops to the mercenary captain Hadudad. Hadudad was a fine officer, but Yarhai's continuing absences were worrying. As Yarhai advanced out of the gloom of the portico, Ballista was struck by a change in him. He looked thinner, gaunt even. The broken nose and cheekbone looked more prominent. The lines on his forehead and at the sides of his mouth were deeper. "Ave, Yarhai, Synodiarch, and Praepositus." Ballista greeted him formally, giving him his titles both as caravan protector and as Roman officer. "Ave, Ballista, Dux Ripae." They shook hands. With a thickening in his throat, Ballista turned to the girl. "Ave, Bathsheba, daughter of Yarhai." Her eyes were black, very black. They smiled as she returned his greeting. "Calgacus, would you bring some more wine and something to eat, some olives and nuts?" "Dominus." The aged Caledonian left without a sound. "If we sit on the wall, we can catch the cool of the breeze." Ballista watched Bathsheba's lithe movement as she sat, curling her legs beneath her. She was dressed as one of her father's mercenaries. She took off her cap and put it behind her on the wall. Her long black hair tumbled down around her shoulders.
All father, but she had a body made to be against that of a man. Ballista knew enough of Easterners not to talk first to the daughter. He knew enough of Easterners not to ask the father straightforwardly what he wanted. Your men have done good work, Yahai. Very good work. Thank you. It is partly about them that I want to talk to you. At Ballista's nod, the caravan protector continued. They have taken many casualties. There are but 150 of the original 300 mercenaries left, and over 100 of the levies have died. I would like your authority to conscript another 100 civilians. While they are being trained, they can be stationed on the southern wall, where it is usually quiet. Yes, I have been thinking that something of the sort would soon be necessary. I think that you should try to conscript more, say 200? If suitable freemen are hard to come by, we could offer some able-bodied slaves their freedom. My fellow caravan protectors, Anamu and Ogolos, will not like it. No, but as they are not placed on the desert wall, their troops have not suffered comparable casualties. I will speak gently to them about it. I have no wish to upset them. Kalgakis brought out the food and drink. Ballista took a sip of his own wine and pondered Yahai's last words. More than his appearance seemed to have changed. Yahai, who was still standing, held his cup up towards Ballista. My congratulations on your destruction of the Persian siege ramp yesterday. It was a fine stroke. As the northerner dipped his head in acknowledgement, Yahai went on. The defense goes well. The end of the ramp was a turning point. Now the danger is less. Inwardly, Ballista sighed. Yahai could not believe that the danger was in any way past, any more than Ballista himself did. The caravan protector was fully aware of the Persian mine from the ravine, the possibility of another all-out assault, the ever-present threat of treachery. I think that it is a long road before we are safe. Ballista smiled to try and take any sting out of contradicting his guest. There was a short silence as they all took a drink. Things go well in the east. Your arrangements down by the river are good. As there had been no repetition of the one failed Sassanid venture by water, Ballista had allowed some fishing boats to go out, under strict military supervision. At least one legionary from the Porta Aquaria went with each boat. The 10 legionaries who had brought the grain boat down from Circesium had proved useful. Yes, it is good to eat fresh mullet and eel, said Ballista. He was wondering where this was going. Yahai had established his loyalty by talking about his soldiers, then pretended that the danger was past, and now he had brought up the river. The northerner took another drink. When he had first met Yahai, he had considered him wonderfully straightforward for an Easterner. Quite a lot had changed. A muscle twitched in Yahai's broken right cheekbone. I own a few of the boats. He looked away across the river to the approaching Mesopotamian night. One of them is called the Isis. He pronounced the name of the goddess with distaste. She is large for a fishing boat. She has benches for 10 rowers. Before all this, I used to use her to go upriver for pleasure trips. Fishing, hunting, sometimes as far as Circesium. Everyone in the West believes that it is impossible to take boats up the Euphrates. The current is too strong, Ballista said. He glanced at Bathsheba. She was sitting very still. Her face gave nothing away. The current is strong. Usually you row for short spells, then come to shore. Taking a boat up the mother of all rivers is hard work, but it can be done. It would not be in the interest of the caravan trade for the authorities in Rome to know that it can be done. Yahai smiled. For a moment he looked like his old self. Well, I will not tell them unless it is necessary. Ballista smiled too, but the warmth had gone from Yahai's face. I would ask you a favor. Yahai stopped. He said no more. I will grant it if I can, said Ballista. I want you to give the Isis back to me. I want your permission for 10 of my men to take her to Circesium. I want them to take my daughter there. Ballista took care not to look at Bathsheba. He could sense her stillness. I am afraid that I cannot grant you this. It could not be done in secret. Once it was known that you had evacuated your family to safety, everyone would assume that the town is about to fall. It would cause panic. If I let you do this, how could I refuse the others? Anamu, Ogolos, the councillors, all would want a boat to take their loved ones themselves to safety. Aware he was talking too much, Ballista stopped. I understand. Yahai's mouth was a thin line, like the mouth of a fish. I will not trouble you further. I have to do the rounds of my men. Come, daughter. Bathsheba got down from the wall. As they made their formal farewells,
Ballista could read nothing in her face. Kalgakis appeared and led them out. Ballista leant on the wall and looked out into the night. On silent wings, an owl was hunting over the big island. Again he heard the bark of a fox, nearer now. There was a light footstep behind him. He turned fast, his hand going to his sword. Bathsheba stood there, just out of reach. "That was not my idea," she said. "I did not think that it was." They looked at each other in the pale moonlight. "I am worried about my father. He is not himself. The fight has gone out of him. He hardly ever goes to the battlements. He leaves everything to do with the troops to Hadudad. He stays in his rooms. If you ask him his opinion about anything, he just says that it will be as God wills. You must have seen. He is even being nice about Anamu and Ogalos." Ballista took a step towards her. "No, my father is waiting at the gate. I left something." She walked around Ballista and picked up her cap from the wall. She pushed it on her head, piling her long black hair under it. "I must go." She smiled and left. Back, sitting on the wall, Ballista took the amulet from his purse and turned it in his hands. Miles Arcanus, literally secret or silent soldier. It was the mark of a frumentarius. Ballista was sweating like a Christian in the arena. The air was very bad down here, close and fetid. It was hard to draw breath properly. At Mamura's gesture, the northerner moved at a crouch to the far right of the gallery. The sweat was slick on his sides. Kneeling down, he put his ear to the first of the round shields held to the wall. The bronze was cold to his ear. He listened. He would have liked to shut his eyes to concentrate on listening, but he feared what would happen when he opened them again. He had done that once before, and he had no wish to relive that almost physical surge of panic that ran up through his body as his eyes told him that he was still in the tunnel. After a time, he looked at Mamura and shook his head. He could hear nothing. Mamura gestured to the next shield. His fear making him clumsy, Ballista shuffled along and put his ear to this one. He put his hand over his other ear. He tried to calm himself, tried to filter out the thumping of his heart, the small, scratching noises as the shield moved imperceptibly against the rock. Yes, now he thought he heard something. He listened some more. He was not sure. He made a gesture of uncertainty, palms up. Mamura pointed to the final shield. With this one, there was no doubt. There it was, the steady, rhythmic chink, chink, chink of pickaxe on stone. Ballista nodded. Mamura pointed, his hand describing an arc from straight ahead to about 45 degrees off to the left. Then, still without speaking, he held out the splayed fingers of his right hand, once, twice, 3 times. The enemy mine was approaching from the left. It was about 15 paces away. Ballista nodded and jerked his head towards the entrance. Mamura nodded back. Still crouching, Ballista turned to leave, hoping his pathetic relief was not too evident. Back above ground, back from the realm of the dead, Ballista sucked air into his lungs. The hot, gritty, dust-laden air that hung over the town of Arete was like the coldest, cleanest air off the northern ocean of his childhood. Gulping it down, he used his scarf to mop the stinging sweat and dirt from his eyes. Maximus passed him a skin for water. He cupped a hand, filled it, and bathed his face. Above him, the windsail over the entrance to the mine hung limp. One of Mamura's engineers was tipping a bucket of water over it to try and make it draw better. "Now I can show it to you from up above," said Mamura. In contrast to what had gone before, the view from the battlements of the southwest tower was Olympian. There, off to the right, was what remained of the Persian siege ramp. Broken-backed, it lay like a stranded whale. Beyond it was the broad sweep of the plain. Shattered missiles, scraps of clothing, and bleached bones broke the wide, dun-coloured monotony that stretched all the way to the Sassanid camp. They kept low behind the much-repaired parapet. Since the fall of the ramp, shooting had been desultory, but a man in full view would still attract missiles. Mamura borrowed a bow from one of the sentinels. He selected an arrow with bright fletching. He looked round the crenellations to find his mark, ducked back into cover, took a deep breath, and stepped out to draw and release. Ballista noted that Mamura drew the bowstring not with 2 fingers, but with his thumb, like the nomads of the steppes. Mamura grunted as the arrow embedded itself in the ground. its bright red feathers quivering. He considered for a moment or two. "You see the arrow? Now move your eyes 5 paces to the right. Now almost 10 paces away, not as far as the scrap of yellow material. You see what looks like a large molehill?" Ballista saw it. "Now move further away, 25, 30 paces. You see the next one? Then at a similar distance the one beyond that." "I see them. That was not a great shot," Ballista said. "I've done better," Mamura grinned. "It served its purpose. Now you can see the air shafts the reptiles have dug up from their mine. The Persian tunnel is considerably longer than ours, so those air shafts are necessary. Ours is about 40 paces long. Much further, and the air gets bad at the head of the mine. The wind sail helps a little. If there had been time, I would have dug another tunnel next to our mine. If you light a fire at the mouth of a parallel tunnel, it draws out the bad air." "All father, but he is a good siege engineer, this one. A good praefectus fabrum. I'm lucky to have him." "I think that their tunnel will pass just to the left of our cross gallery. We will have to dig a little more to catch them." Mamura continued in answer to Ballista's unspoken question. "There is a risk they will hear us digging, that they will be ready for us. But we will dig and listen by turns. Anyway, it cannot be helped." Both were silent. Ballista wondered if Mamura was also thinking that the traitor might already have warned the Sassanids of the Roman countermine. "When you intercept them, what will you do?" As was often his way, Mamura slowly mulled the question over. "We could try and break into their tunnel from below, light a fire and smoke them out. Or we could come in from above, throw down missiles, maybe pour in boiling water, try to make their mine unworkable. But neither really answers. As I told the Greek boy when he talked of bears, bees, scorpions and such things, it will be nasty work in the dark with a short sword." "And then?" "Collapse their mine, preferably not with us still in it." "How many men will you need?" "Not many. Numbers can be an encumbrance underground. When I ask, bring up the reserve sentry stationed on the campus marshes. I will take 20 of them into the tunnel to add to my miners. Have the rest of the sentry around the entrance. Keep Castricius with you, in case things should work out badly." The corners of Mamura's mouth were turned down. "I will tell the centurion Antoninus Posterior to have his men ready." 2 days passed before a red-faced messenger sought out the Dux Ripae. Ballista collected Antoninus Posterior and his men. When they reached the mine, Mamura was waiting. There was no time for an extended farewell. Ballista shook the hand of his praefectus fabrum, and Mamura led 20 legionaries into the tunnel. Faced with a period of inactivity when nothing was required of him, Ballista did what all soldiers do. He sat down. There was no convenient shade from which he could see the entrance, so he sat with the hot sun on his back. He watched the awful black mouth of the mine. It was the 29th of September, 3 days before the calends of October. It was autumn. In the north it would be cool. Here it was still very hot. He draped his cloak over his shoulders to keep the sun off the metal rings of his mail coat. Calgacus arrived with some slaves from the palace. They handed round skins of water. Ballista took off his helmet and scarf. He took some water in his mouth, swilled it round and spat it out, then, holding the skin away from his lips, poured a sparkling jet of the cool liquid into the back of his mouth. Passing the water skin to Maximus, Ballista looked round and caught the eye of his latest standard-bearer, a lumpen-faced Macedonian called Pudens. "Dracontius, take my standard to the Palmyrene gate. Let the Persians see the white dragon flying there as usual." Ballista picked one of his equites singulares, a Gaul with fair hair. "Vindex, take my cloak, put it on and show yourself by the standard. Play at being the Dux Ripae for a while. Let the Persians think it is just another day." Mamura took his ear from the bronze shield. It was time. Holding it so that it did not clash on anything, Mamura stepped between the 2 miners, then between the 2 men with bows. Putting the shield out of the way against the side wall, he squatted down. In the flickering light of the oil lamps, everyone stared at him. Very quietly, Mamura said, "Now." The 2 miners hefted their pickaxes, looked at each other, then swung. The noise was very loud after the silence in the enclosed space. Crash, crash, splinters flew. The 2 bowmen shielded their eyes. Crash, 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 crash. The men with the pickaxes worked as a team, concentrating their blows in one place. Stripped to the waist, their bodies shone with sweat. Mamura drew his weapons, an old-fashioned short sword, a gladius, in his right hand, a dagger, a pugio, in his left. A lot depended on how quickly the axemen could make an entrance in the thin wall of the tunnel. Mamura fervently hoped he had got it right. By all his calculations, by all his instincts, the Persian mine had advanced beyond the Roman countermine. The breach should bring the Romans out some way behind the Persian pit face. Crash, crash. Crash, crash. Come on, come on. How thick was the wall? Mamura was sure it would give at any moment. He found that he was humming under his breath a legionary marching song as old as Julius Caesar. Home we bring our bald whoremonger, Romans lock your wives away, all the bags of gold you sent him went his Gallic whores to pay. One of the pickaxes went handle deep through the wall. The miners redoubled their efforts to enlarge the hole. Crash, 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 crash. Enough! Shouted Mamura. The men with the pickaxes stepped back. The bowmen stepped forward. They drew and released, straight through the hole. The arrows could be heard ricocheting off the opposite wall. They drew again. They shot again, this time one to the left, one to the right. The arrows snickered down the rock walls. The bowmen stepped aside. Mamura and the man next to him hurled themselves through the hole and into the Persian mine. Crashing into the far wall, Mamura turned right. The man next to him turned left. Mamura took a couple of steps, then waited until another man joined him. Together they moved forward. Mamura kept low. Without his helmet or a shield, he felt terribly vulnerable. In the distance, a shaft of light came down from one of the Persian air holes. Beyond it, Mamura could see the indistinct shapes of Sassanids. He caught a glimpse of a curved bow. He resisted the urge to flatten himself against the wall. Arrows could follow walls. He crouched, making himself as small as possible. He heard the wisp, wisp sound of the feathers as the arrow spun through the air, felt the wind of its passing. Straightening only a little, he had no desire to crack his head on the jagged roof of the tunnel. Mamura ran at the Persians. The two eastern warriors at the front drew their swords, stood for a moment, then turned to run. One tripped. The legionary next to Mamura was on the fallen Persian, a foot on the small of his back, stabbing repeatedly down at the man's head, neck, shoulders. "Hold!" yelled Mamura. "Bring up the shields!" Wicker shields were passed forward. 4 legionaries improvised a barrier. "Where are the miners?" "Good! Bring down those pit props and collapse the reptile's mine!" As the men with the pickaxes set to work, Mamura turned to find out what was happening in the other direction, at the head of the mine. He did not see what gave him the blow. He just felt the terrible, dull impact. He stood for a moment stunned, feeling nothing but a vague surprise. Then a violent wave of nausea surged up from his stomach as the pain hit him. He saw the rough floor of the tunnel as he fell, felt his face smash into the rock. He was conscious just long enough to hear the Persian counterattack, to feel a man stand on his ankle. The first Ballista knew of the disaster below ground was when a legionary ran out of the entrance to the mine. His hands empty, the man stopped, looking around stupidly. Another legionary followed. He nearly ran into the first man. "Fuck," said Maximus quietly. They all rose to their feet. The soldiers around the entrance hefted their weapons. Antoninus Posterior started to get them into line. Now there was a stream of men running from the mine. Everyone knew what had happened. The Persians had won the underground fight. At any moment, Sassanid warriors would burst out of the mine hard on the heels of the fleeing Romans. Castricius was standing by Ballista, waiting. "Bring down the mine shaft," said Ballista. Castricius turned and issued a volley of orders. A group of men with crowbars and pickaxes fought their way into the mouth of the tunnel against the flow of panic-stricken legionaries. Others took up the ropes that were already tied around some of the pit props. "No!" Maximus caught Ballista's shoulder, his grip tight. "No, you cannot do this! Our boys are still down there!" Ballista ignored him. "As quick as you can, Castricius!" "You bastard! You cannot do this! For fuck's sake, Mamura is still down there!" Ballista rounded on his bodyguard. "You want us all to die?" The noise of frantic work came from the dark mouth of the tunnel. "You bastard! He's your friend!" Yes, he is, but all father, I have to do this. Don't think, just act. Plenty of time later for recriminations, for guilt. Don't think, just act." The men with crowbars and pickaxes sprinted back out of the mine. A couple more legionaries emerged with them. Castricius bellowed more orders. The men on the ropes took the strain, and 1, 2, 3 began to pull. Ballista watched. Maximus had turned away. First one, then another of the gangs of men shot forward, stumbling, some falling as the strain came off their ropes. One by one, the pit props were pulled away. There was a low groaning, then a strange roaring. A dense cloud of dust enveloped the mouth of the mine. There was just enough light to see in the Persian tunnel. Although Mamura kept his eyes shut, He could tell there was enough light to see. He was lying on his back. There was a crushing weight on top of him, a strong smell of leather. He could hear Persian voices. One of them was obviously shouting orders. Strangely, his ankle hurt worse than his head. The harsh, iron taste of blood was in his mouth. Cautiously, Mamura opened his eyes a fraction. There was a boot on his face. It was not moving. Clearly, its owner was dead. There was a distant groaning which changed to a roaring. There was a burst of shouting, the sound of men running, and the tunnel was filled with dust. Mamura shut his eyes and tried to breathe shallowly through his nose. He did not dare cough. When the moment passed, it was quiet. He opened his eyes again. He tried to move, but only his right arm responded, and in doing so the skin of his elbow scraped along the wall. He shifted the dead man's boot a little to make it easier to breathe. He was at the bottom of a pile of bodies. Somehow that and the roaring and the dust told him everything. The victorious Persians had thrown him and the other casualties aside, out of the way. They had been following hot on the heels of the routed legionaries when Ballista had collapsed the Roman mine. Bastard. Fucking bastard. There would have been nothing else that the Northerner could have done. But the fucking bastard. It was very quiet. Biting his lip against the pain, Mamura moved his right arm. Both his sword and dagger were gone. He rested for a moment. It was still quiet. Slowly, stifling a whimper of pain, he moved his right hand up and across, pushing it into the neck of his mail shirt, down under the collar of his tunic. Grunting with effort, despite himself, he pulled free the concealed dagger. He let his arm drop, the dagger close by his right hip. He closed his eyes and rested. Death did not worry him. If the Epicurean philosophers were right, everything would just return to sleep and rest. If they were wrong, he was not too sure what would happen. Of course, there were the islands of the Blessed and the Elysian fields, but he had never really been able to tell if they were one place or two, let alone discover how you entered them. He had always had a talent for gaining access to places he was not meant to be, but not, he suspected, this time. It would be Hades for him, an eternity in the dark and cold, flitting and squeaking like an insentient bat. It must be easier for the Sassanids. Fall in battle, become one of the blessed, and straight to heaven. Mamura had never bothered to ask what their eastern heaven was meant to contain. Probably shady arbors, cool wine, and a never-ending supply of fat-assed virgins. It must be easier for a northerner like that bastard Ballista. For sure he had had no choice, but bastard anyway. The bastard and he had talked of it. Fight and die like a hero, and the northerner's high god with the outlandish name might, just might, send his shield maidens to bring you to a glorified northern warlord's hall, where, in a typical northern way, you would spend eternity fighting every day, and your wounds magically healed, drinking every night. No, not eternity. Mamura half remembered that in Ballista's world, even the gods die in the end. No, it was not death that Mamura minded. It was not being alive. It seemed a monstrous, obscene joke that the world could continue, and he not know anything about it. Not knowing. He, a man who had ferreted out so many things he was not meant to know. He knew what being alive meant. Walking through a field of grain, running your hand through the heads of the wheat as the wind moved them, a sound horse between your legs as you rode into the valley, through the trees and down to the clear running water, and to the hills and trees on the other side. For him, that was not really being alive. No, it was waiting in the dark in an alley for the servant you had bribed or threatened to come and unlock the wicket gate, slipping inside to unravel the dirty secrets of the powerful, the fuckers who thought they were above the likes of him. It was lying in the dark, cramped behind the false ceiling, afraid to move a muscle, straining your ears to hear the drunken senators move from nostalgia to outright treason. That was being alive, more alive than at any other time. The tune started rerunning in his head. Home we bring our bald whoremonger, Romans lock your wives away. Mamura heard the Persians returning. He moved his right hand back into his tunic. His fist closed around the hard metal disc. His fingers traced the words, Miles Arcana. Very soon he would be a very silent soldier. very silent indeed. If it had not hurt so much, he might have laughed. The sounds were getting nearer. He moved his hand back to the dagger by his hip. He had not yet made up his mind. Try and take one of the bastards with him, or end it quickly. One way or another, the fourth frumentarius, the one the others had not spotted, was prepared to die. The pommel of the dagger was slick in his hand. The dried peas moved on the skin of the tambourine. Not much, but perceptibly. Maximus did not like it. It was as if those left below were trying to attract attention. It was as if that great square-headed bastard Mamurra were trying to dig his way out. Castricius picked up the tambourine and moved it from the western to the northern wall of the tower. They waited for the dried peas to settle. They lay still for a time, then moved. They walked outside and looked into the three large cauldrons of water along the wall which faced into the tower. The waters were still. Castricius led them to the north. Here, along the inner face of the town wall, at intervals of about 5 paces, were 3 more cauldrons of water. The water rippled in the 2 nearest the tower. It was still in the one furthest away.
It is clear what they are doing, Castricius said. If poor old Mamurra was right that they originally intended to tunnel clean under the wall to bring troops into the town, they have changed their minds. I know we're expecting that, so they've decided to undermine the southeast tower and about 10 paces of the wall to its north.
It's not Mamurra. As Ballista framed the conventional line, its sheer inappositeness struck him. Can we stop them? With no pause for thought, Castricius replied, No, there's no time. I can spring their mine at any moment. When the peas and the waters stop moving, that'll be the time. I will send word. In the event, Ballista and his entourage had only just reached the Palmyrene gate when the word caught up with them. They turned and retraced their steps. Nothing moved on the face of the waters. The dried peas stayed in place. The Persians had stopped digging. There was nothing to do but wait. The tower and the adjacent stretch of wall had been evacuated. 2 volunteers had remained on the battlements of the tower. The terms were those usual if it had been a storming party. Should they survive, they would receive a large sum of money. Should they not, their heir would receive the money. Ballista had summoned both the reserve centuries of legionaries, that of Antoninus Prior from the caravanserai, and that of Antoninus Posterior from the Campus Martius. The men were marshalled in the open space behind the tower. They were armed. They also carried entrenching tools. Piles of timber and mud bricks were at hand. That was all anyone could think to do. Turpio, now acting Praefectus Fabrum in addition to commanding Cohors 20, stood on one side of Ballista. Next to Turpio was Castricius, now deputy to the new Praefectus Fabrum. On Ballista's other hand, as ever, were Maximus and Demetrius. The white Draco hung limp behind them. They waited. After an hour, the indefatigable Calgacus appeared, followed by a train of slaves carrying water and wine. The Dux Ripae and his companions drank thirstily in silence. There was little to talk about. Even Maximus, out of sorts for the 2 days since the underground disaster, had nothing to say. When it happened, there was next to no warning. There was a loud crack. The wall near the tower shook. It seemed to ripple. Held in place by the great earth banks, unable to fall outward into the plain or inward into the town, it slid vertically about 2 paces into the ground. It shuddered. Cracks zigzagged across its face. But it remained standing. A stunned silence. Another loud crack. The southeast tower lurched drunkenly forward. Its descent caught by the outer earth bank, it leant at an angle. It shook. Some of the makeshift parapet came away, bricks raining down. The tower remained upright. Ballista thought that the 2 volunteers on the tower were screaming. But no. Clinging to what was left of the battlements, they were howling, howling like wolves. The howling echoed along the whole wall as soldier after soldier joined in. Then a chant began. Ballista! Ballista! The tall northerner laughed. Men slapped him on the back. The defences of Arete still stood.
This ends Disc 11 of Fire in the East. Fire in the East. Disc 12.
Chapter 16. Ballista lay in the pool of the frigidarium. The cool water was scented with carnations or cloves. He was alone. Both Maximus and Demetrius had asked for the evening off. To anyone who knew them, it was no surprise after such a day. They would look for release in their different ways. Maximus would find his with a woman. Demetrius would opt for the less physical, the rather less tangible comforts offered by a dream diviner, an astrologer, or some such charlatan. Ballista had been happy to grant their requests. Solitude was a rare commodity for a man in his position. Putting his thumbs in his ears and blocking his nostrils with his forefingers, he submerged himself. Motionless under water, his eyes shut, he listened to the beating of his heart, the plink-plink of water dripping. It had been a good day. Things had worked out well at the tower and the wall, but every danger surmounted brought on fresh dangers in its train. Ballista surfaced, shaking water out of his hair, wiping it from his eyes. It had a taste of carnations or cloves, too. Idly, he wondered where Kalgakis had got this new, unlikely scent. He lay motionless. The ripples in the pool died down. Ballista looked at his body. The forearms burnt dark brown by the sun, the rest pale white. The two long scars on the left of his ribcage are still paler white. He flexed his left ankle, felt the bones scrape and click. He yawned a big yawn, the right-hand side of his jaw scrunching where it had been broken. He was 34. Sometimes he felt much older. His body had taken a battering in the 34 winters he had walked the Middle Earth between the gods above and hell below. Ballista started to think of the siege. He pushed the thoughts away, keen to hang on to the momentary feeling of peace the bath had brought. He thought of his son. It was over a year, 13 months, since he had left his Sangrim in Rome. The boy had turned 4 in March. He would be growing fast, changing fast. All Father, do not let him forget me. Deep Hood, fulfiller of desire, let me see him again. Ballista felt crushed by longing, by sadness. Unwilling to give way to tears, he plunged under again. Standing up abruptly, the water sluiced off his heavily muscled, battered body. Stepping out of the pool, he wrung the water from his long, fair hair. From nowhere, Kalgakis appeared and handed him a towel. The northerner began to dry himself. Somehow, he had never got used to the Roman habit of having others towel you down. "Did you like the perfume?" Kalgakis asked, his intonation showing what he thought of it. "It's fine." "It was a present, from your mincing little Tribunus Laticlavius. Seeing how fond you and Acilius Glabrio are of each other, I tested it on one of the house slaves. He did not die, so it must be safe." Both men smiled. "And here's the robe you asked for, the finest sheer Indian cotton, you sensitive little flower," wheezed Kalgakis. "Yes, I am renowned for it." "What?" "Nothing." Although he spoke at the same volume, Kalgakis, as ever, affected to believe that a change of tone rendered the asides he came out with when they were alone completely inaudible. "I put some food and drink out on the terrace for you. It's in the shade of the portico. There's a cover over it to keep the flies off." "Thank you." "Will you need me again tonight?" "No, go off and indulge in whatever frightful drunken lechery your vices demand." With no word of thanks, Kalgakis turned and walked away. As his domed head receded, his complaints floated behind him. "Lechery, vices, and when would I find the time for them, working my fingers to the bone all hours looking after you?" Ballista pulled the soft robe around himself and walked out onto the terrace. In the gathering gloom under the portico, he found the food up against the back wall. Lifting the heavy silver cover by its handle, he poured himself a drink, scooped up a handful of almonds. Having replaced the cover, he went over to his accustomed place on the wall of the terrace. It was the best time of the day. To the west, the farmland of Mesopotamia was purple-hazed as night advanced. A cool wind blew over the Euphrates. The first stars shone. Bats hunted across the face of the cliff. But none of it brought back to Ballista the fleeting peace of the bathhouse. Things had gone well today, but that was luck. Ballista had had the earth banks built to protect the walls and towers from artillery and from rams. That they had saved the defences from undermining was luck. Yet, Ballista smiled ruefully in the dark. If others put it down to his far-sightedness, that was no bad thing for morale. He had issued orders to capitalize on his luck. Throughout the night, men would labour, packing the leaning tower with earth. By the morning, the parapets of the tower and wall should have been replaced or shored up. The Persians had thrown all the instruments of siege warfare at the city of Arete. Siege towers, the great ram, the fame of Shapur, the siege ramp, the mine, all had failed. The defences had held. Now it was the 1st of October. The rains should come in mid-November. There was not enough time for the Persians to gather the materials and begin new regular siege works. But only those defenders of very little understanding could believe that the danger was past. The King of Kings would have no intention of slinking away defeated. The frustrations, the losses, the stain on his glory, all would have increased his resolve. Shapur would have no intention of lifting the siege. If his siege engineers could not deliver the town to him, he would punish them, probably savagely, and revert to a simpler strategy. He would decree another attempt to storm the town. 5.5 months of siege had taken their toll on the defenders. Casualties had mounted. When the Sassanids launched another assault, Ballista wondered if there would still be enough defenders to deny them. The storm would not come tomorrow. There was not enough time for Shapur and his nobles to whip their men up to fighting frenzy. It would come the day after. Ballista had 1 day. Tomorrow he would send more men to the desert wall. He would go among them. He would speak to them, try to encourage them. Tomorrow evening he would hold a last supper for his officers and the leading men of the town, try to put heart in them. Inauspiciously, he thought of the final dinner in Alexandria of Antony and Cleopatra. What are they called, the diners? Those inseparable in death, something like that. Finding that he had finished his drink, Ballista wondered for a second if he could throw the heavy earthenware beaker all the way over the fish market far below and into the black waters of the Euphrates. He did nothing of the sort. Instead, he walked back to the portico. It was very dark behind the columns. He only found the food because he already knew where it was. There was a noise of something scraping on brickwork. He froze. The noise came again, from the south of the terrace. Ballista crouched down low. From over the south wall, a shape appeared. Compared with the darkness under the portico where Ballista waited, it was reasonably light out on the terrace. Ballista could make out the black-clad figure that dropped down over the southern wall, the wall that led into the town. More sounds of scraping on brickwork, and 2 more black-clad figures joined the first. There was a quiet rasping as the 3 drew their weapons. Starlight glittered on the short swords. Ballista reached for his own sword. It was not on his hip. You fool, you stupid fucking fool. He had left it in the bathhouse. So, this was how it was going to end. Betrayed by his own stupidity. He had let down his guard, and he was going to be punished. You stupid fucking fool. Even that poor bastard Mamura warned you of this. The 3 black-clad assassins moved slowly forward. Ballista pulled the robe up half over his head to cover his face, his long fair hair. If by some miracle he survived, he must thank Kalgakas for finding a robe of the finest Indian cotton in the black that his dominus customarily wore. The dark figures advanced down the terrace, moving ever so gently. The fingers of Ballista's left hand found the big silver food cover. He gripped the handle. His right hand found the heavy earthenware beaker from which he had been drinking. As weapons they were not much, but they were better than nothing. He stilled his breathing and waited. A fox barked away across the river. The 3 assassins stopped. They were a few paces short of Ballista. One of them waved, gesturing the one nearest Ballista to go under the portico. The northerner raised himself up, ready to spring. The door to the terrace opened. A rectangle of yellow light shone across to the wall, plunging everything outside it into a deeper darkness. The assassins stopped. "Kyrios? Kyrios, are you out here?" the voice of Demetrius called. After a moment, when there was no answer, the young Greek could be heard going back into the palace. His shadow disappeared from the rectangle of light. One of the assassins spoke softly in Aramaic. All 3 crept silently towards the open door. The one just inside the portico, his night vision spoilt by looking into the light, passed no more than 4 paces from Ballista. At the edge of the patch of yellow, they stopped, drawing close together. Again one whispered in Aramaic, so low that Ballista probably would not have made out the words even had he spoken the language. The first assassin slipped through the door. Safe, thought Ballista. Let them come inside. Run across the terrace, over the north wall, drop down into the alley a few paces to the 2 guards on the north door, collect them, run to the main courtyard, collect the 5 equites singulares from the guardroom, pick up a sword, then back through the main door into the living quarters. Take one of the bastards alive, and then we can find out who sent them. The second assassin slipped through the door. But Demetrius, the Greek boy would be killed. Maybe Kalgakis too. Ballista moved. As the third assassin stepped through the door, Ballista came up behind him. The northerner smashed the heavy beaker into the back of the man's head. There was a sickening thud, the sound of breaking crockery. With a gasp of pain, the man turned. Ballista ground the broken crockery into his face, twisting the edges into his flesh. The man fell back, his face a bloody ruin. Just outside the doorway, Ballista assumed a fighting crouch, side on, the food cover held out as an improvised shield, the shards of the beaker drawn back to strike. One of the assassins dragged the injured man out of the way. The third man leapt forward, stabbing underhand with his sword. Ballista took the blow full on the food cover. He felt the soft metal buckle. The impact jarred up his arm to his shoulder. He lunged with the broken beaker. The lunge was too short, and the black-clad man swayed back out of reach. The man stabbed again. Ballista angled his improvised shield to deflect the blow. Again, his counterstroke failed to bite home. The other uninjured assassin was crowding behind Ballista's assailant, bobbing about, desperate to be in a position to attack their quarry. Ballista knew that as long as he held the doorway, they could come at him only one at a time. Another thrust sliced a chunk out of the northerner's inadequate shield. Ballista found that he was yelling, a deep, wordless roar of rage. Again and again his opponent's sword bit into his increasingly tattered shield. The food cover was awkward, offering less defense and feeling heavier with each blow it took. The assassin, unable to gain access to Ballista, stopped hopping from foot to foot. He looked down at the 3 inches of steel protruding from his stomach. He opened his mouth. Blood came out. He was hurled sideways. Realizing something was wrong behind him, the assassin fighting Ballista ducked, turned, and swung a cut at Maximus's head. The Hibernian parried the blow, rolling his wrist to turn the blade aside, and stepped inside to drive his own weapon up into the assassin's throat. "Don't kill the other one! Take him alive!" Ballista shouted. The injured man had crawled to the side of the room. There was a smear of blood across the checkered tiles. Before Ballista or Maximus could act, the final assassin got to his knees, put the point of his sword against his stomach, braced the pommel against the tiles, and threw himself forward. There was an awful sound as the sword tore through his guts. He collapsed sideways, curled around his own blade, twitching in his death agony. From the start, things did not bode well for Ballista's dinner party. It was not the setting. The great dining room of the Palace of the Duck's Repie was splendidly decked out. The windows opening onto the terrace were open to catch the evening breeze blowing across the Euphrates. Hangings of fine material were in place to keep out insects. The polished cedarwood tables were arranged in an inverted U. Flouting the convention that diners should not outnumber the 9 muses, places were laid for 13. As much a council of war as a social gathering, it was to be an all-male affair. Dining with Ballista were his senior commanders, Acilius Glabrio and Terpio, and the 3 caravan protectors turned Roman officers, Iahai, Anamu, and Ogolos. Some less exalted officers were present, the 2 senior centurions from the 2 cohorts of Legio IV, Antoninus Prior and Seleucus, the one from cohort 20, Felix, and Castricius as deputy praefectus fabrum. The numbers were made up with 3 of the more influential town councillors, the bearded Christian Theodotus, a nondescript little man called Alexander, and most unusually of all, a eunuch called Otes. As poor Mamurra had often pronounced, things were very different in the East. It was not the food, the drink, or the service. Despite months of siege, there was a sufficiency of meat, fish, and bread. In truth, the fruit was limited, just a few fresh apples and some dried plums, and the vegetables were few and far between. "How much for a fucking cabbage?" as Kalgakis had been heard eloquently to exclaim. But there was no danger whatsoever of the wine running out, and the guests being reduced to the unhappy expedient of drinking water, and the servants came and went with silent efficiency. All the way through, from the hard-boiled eggs to the apples, there was a spectre at the feast, never spoken of, but seldom far from mind, were the 3 naked corpses nailed to crosses in the agora, and the treachery they represented. At dawn, Ballista had had the assassins stripped and publicly exhibited. On each cross beneath their feet was nailed a placard offering a large reward to the man who would identify them. The face of one was mutilated, but the wounds on the other 2 were to the body. They should have been easily recognizable. So far, no one except 1 madman and 2 time-wasters had come forward. The soldiers had given them a beating for their temerity. Near the end of the meal, as Ballista broke another loaf of unleavened bread and passed half to Terpio, he knew he could not be alone in thinking that the traitor had to be in the room. Pledging the health of his fellow diners, dipping his bread in the communal bowls, had to be the man who had organized the attempt on Ballista's life the previous night. The man who would, if he could, betray the town to the enemy. Ballista studied his fellow diners. On his right hand, Acilius Glabrio gave the impression that he would far rather be in other company, as he drank deeply of his host's wine. To his left, Turpio gave the impression that he was privately enjoying the follies of mankind in general, and those round the table in particular. The three caravan protectors, brought up in the hard school of their mutual loathing, betrayed nothing of their feelings. There was little to learn from the appearance of the town councillors. The Christian Theodotus looked beatific, the eunuch Otis fat, and the one called Alexander virtually anonymous. The four centurions wore suitably respectful expressions. Together, the company looked as far from those inseparable in death as could be imagined. A group of disparate men thrown together by Tyche, and one of them a traitor. Unsurprisingly, the evening had passed slowly. The conversation had flagged. It was not the place of the less important members of the party, the centurions and town councillors, to initiate conversation. The others, to avoid the topic of the crucifixions and everything they entailed, had chewed over again and again the likely course events would take the next day. No one doubted that the Persians would make another assault in the morning. All day, Sassanid noblemen had been seen riding to and fro in their camp, haranguing their men. No attempt had been made to conceal the distribution of the siege ladders, the hasty repairs to the mantlets. All agreed with more or less conviction that after their terrible losses, the hearts of the Persians would not be in it, that they would not press their attack home, stand firm for just one more day, and at last Arete and everyone left alive in the town would finally be safe. All were agreed that the latest disposition of the defenders' meagre supply of men was the best that could be envisaged. As the 9 centuries of Legio IV on the western wall now averaged only 35 men each, and the 6 of cohorts 20 just 30, Ballista had ordered that all the surviving mercenaries of the 3 caravan protectors be stationed there. They were to be joined by some levy bowmen nominally commanded by Yahai. Given the latter's now customary lack of involvement, they were really in the charge of Hadudad. In addition, Ballista had brought the number of artillery pieces there up to the original number of 25 by the expedient of taking them from elsewhere. All this seemed to put the defence of the desert wall on a sound footing. Some 1,300 men, composed of 500 Roman regulars, 500 mercenaries and 300 levies, supported by artillery, would face the Persian attack. Of course, this came at a price. The other walls were now held only by conscripted citizens, very sparsely supported by a few Roman regulars, and an inadequate number of artillery pieces. Over the cheese course, the silence was broken by the eunuch councillor Otis, who, possibly surprised by his own daring, addressed himself directly to Ballista.
"So, you say that if we stand firm for just one more day, we are safe?"
One or two of the army officers failed to suppress a smile at the eunuch's use of the collective "we stand firm." They had never seen him on any of the battlements. Ballista ignored the look on his officers' faces. He tried to override the prejudice against eunuchs instilled in him by both his northern childhood and his Roman education. It was not altogether easy. Otis was grossly fat and sweating profusely. The cowardice was evident in his high, sing-song voice. Broadly speaking, yes. Ballista knew it was not true, except in the very broadest of terms. But this occasion had been intended to put heart into the men of importance in the town of Arete. Unless, of course, our mysterious traitor takes a hand. Our very own Ephialtes shows Xerxes the path along the spine of the mountain and outflanks our Thermopylae, so we all go down fighting bravely like the 300 Spartans against the countless thousands of the eastern horde. Acilius Glabrio's reference to the most infamous traitor in Greek history, Ephialtes' notoriety had been immortalized by Herodotus, brought a shocked silence, which the young patrician affected to ignore for a time. He took a drink, then looked up, his face a picture of assumed innocence. "Oh, I am sorry. I seem to have pointed out that Hannibal is at the gates, that there is an elephant in the corner of the room, to have let the cat clean out of the bag." Ballista saw that while Acilius Glabrio's hair and beard were as elegant as ever, there were unhealthy-looking pouches under his eyes, and his clothes were slightly disarrayed. Possibly he was drunk. But before Ballista could intervene, he continued. "If tomorrow we are to share the fate of the Spartans, possibly we should pass our last night as they did, combing each other's hair, oiling each other's bodies, finding what solace we can." Acilius Glabrio rolled his eyes at Demetrius as he spoke. The young Greek, standing behind the couch of his Kyrios, kept his eyes demurely on the ground. "I would have thought it better, Tribunus Laticlavius, if one of the Acilii Glabriones, a family which I understand claimed to go back to the founding of the Republic, took examples of antique Roman virtue as his model. Horatius, Cincinnatus, or Africanus, say, staying up all night doing the rounds, checking the sentries, staying sober. Ballista had no idea if the Roman heroes that he named had a reputation for shunning sleep for duty, if they cut their wine with plenty of water. He did not care. He could feel his anger rising. Claim to go back to the founding of the Republic? Claim? How dare you? You jumped up! Acilius Glabrio's face was flushed, his voice rising. Dominus! The voice of the Primus Pilus Antoninus Prior was used to carrying across a campus martius. It stopped the commander of his unit in mid-flow. Dominus, it is getting late. We should take the suggestion of the Dux Ripae. It is time we checked the sentry posts. Antoninus ploughed on, giving his superior no time to speak. Dux Ripae, the officers of Legio Forsitica, thank you for your hospitality. We must go. As he spoke, the centurion had risen to his feet and moved to Acilius Glabrio's side. The other centurion from the legion appeared on his other side. Together, Antoninus and Seleucus gently but firmly got their young commander on his feet and propelled him towards the door. Acilius Glabrio suddenly stopped. He turned and jabbed a finger at Ballista. The nobleman was shaking. All the colour drained from his face. He seemed too angry to speak. Taking an elbow each, the two centurions got him out of the door with no further words spoken. The party did not last long after that. Terpio, with Felix and Castricius, the centurions under his command, were the next to leave, followed in rapid succession by the caravan protectors and the councillors. As soon as he had said farewell to the last of his guests, the eunuch Otes, "Most enjoyable, Kyrios. A great success." Ballista, Demetrius at his heels, retired to his private quarters. Maximus and Calgacus were waiting. "Did you get the things I asked for?" "Yes, Dominus," replied Maximus. "And bloody expensive they were, too," added Calgacus. On the bed were spread 2 sets of clothing, gaudy red, blue, yellow, and purple tunics, trousers and caps, striped, hemmed, and embroidered in contrasting colours in the local style. "Let's get on with it." Ballista and Maximus began to strip off their normal clothes and pull on the Eastern garments. "Kyrios, this is madness," said Demetrius. "What good can it do?" Ballista, having removed the 2 ornaments from his belt, the mural crown and the gilded bird of prey, was looking down, concentrating on attaching a new decoration, which spelt out, "Felix, good luck." There is a danger that junior officers tell their superiors what they think they want to hear. Their men are in good spirits, full of fight. Imagine what the King of Kings is told. I am no Shapur, but it is always more pleasant to bring good news than bad. Ballista scooped his long hair up under the Syrian cap. "Please, Kyrios, think of the dangers, if not to yourself, then to the rest of us, if something should happen." Ballista was wondering if he should remove the amber healing stone from the scabbard of his sword. He decided against it. "Stop worrying, boy. There's no better way of testing the morale of the men. At their posts, unsupervised, they talk intimately of their hopes and fears." The northerner patted Demetrius on the shoulder. "It will be fine. I have done this sort of thing before." "No one seems all that concerned about me," said Maximus. "You're expendable," said Calgacus. Ballista hung a combined bowcase and quiver over his shoulder, draped wolfskin around himself, and looked at himself in the mirror that Calgacus held out. Then he looked at his bodyguard. "Maximus, rub some soot on your nose. Apart from that gleaming white cat's ass, no one could recognize us. We look like a couple of the most villainous mercenaries employed by the caravan protectors." A quiet word with the guards, then the 2 men slipped out of the northern door of the palace. They turned left and walked down through the military quarter towards the desert wall. At the Campus Martius, they were challenged by a picket of legionaries from the century of Antoninus Posterior stationed there. "Libertas!" They gave the password, "Principatus!" and went on their way. They climbed up to the battlements at the northwest angle of the wall by the Temple of Bel. Having been challenged again, "Libertas! Principatus!" they stood by the parapet for a time, looking out over the ravine to the north and the great plain to the west. In the distance, the myriad fires of the Sassanid camp cast a ruddy glow in the sky. A low hum of noise drifted across the desert. A Persian horse neighed, and, near at hand, a Roman one answered. Along the wall, torches guttered. From somewhere in the town came the ringing of a hammer as a blacksmith worked late, closing up the rivets of a sword or the sprung rings of a mail coat. Up on the tower above, a sentry called Antiochus talked lengthily and monotonously of his recent divorce. His wife had always been a shrew, vicious tongue on her, and gods below did she talk, worse than being married to your own stepmother. Ballista leant close to his bodyguard. I think that you did enough last night to pay back your debt and claim your freedom.
No, it has to be the same. Last night, sure, those three may have soon killed you, but I cannot be certain. When you saved me, there was no room for doubt. On my back, weapon knocked out of my hand, 1 more second and I was dead. Certain it has to be the same. Some religions hold pride to be a terrible sin, I believe. More fool them. Ballista and Maximus drifted south along the wall walk. Here and there, as they passed in and out of the pools of torchlight, they were challenged by sentries, lean-cheeked men in war-torn tunics. Libertas, Principatus! Libertas, Principatus! At the fourth tower they came to, the sentries were playing dice. They were legionaries from 4 Sithica. Their oval shields, red with blue victories and a golden lion, were piled nearby. Ballista and Maximus stayed in the shadows watching the firelight play on the men's faces, listening to their talk. Canis, a player groaned as his 4 dice landed in the dog, the worst throw possible. You've always been unlucky. Bollocks, I'm saving all my luck for tomorrow. Fuck knows we'll need it. Bollocks to you. Tomorrow will be a walk in a paradise. We've whipped them before and we'll whip them again. So you say. There aren't that many of us left. Most of the men on this wall are just fucking civilians playing at soldiers. I tell you, if the reptiles push it home tomorrow, we are fucked. Crap. The big barbarian bastard has got us through so far. He'll see us right again tomorrow. If he says we can hold this wall, are you going to argue with him? Ballista grinned at Maximus in the shadows. I'd rather argue with him than that fucking Hibernian bodyguard of his. Maximus's teeth flashed white in the shadows. You've got a point. You wouldn't want to meet him in a dark alley. Ugly bastard, isn't he? Ballista took Maximus by the arm and led him down the stairs. By the time they had reached the Palmyrene gate, the night was creeping on, and they had heard enough. The regular soldiers seemed solid enough. Moaning furiously, their contempt was evenly divided between the enemy and the conscripts on their own side. The much-derided conscripts, especially those new to the desert wall, were either very quiet or boastfully loud, just as was to be expected from those who had not yet looked closely into the face of battle. Ballista decided to return to the palace. They needed their sleep. Tomorrow was another day. Demetrius finished dressing. Fussily he retied his writing block and stylus to his belt, getting them to hang just so. He looked at himself in his mirror. Despite the distortion in the polished metal, he could see that he looked awful. There was a network of fine blue veins under his eyes. He felt awful too. For the first half of the night he had remained fully dressed, pacing about. He had told himself that he would be unable to sleep until Ballista and Maximus returned from their foolish theatrical errand. When, some time after midnight, they had returned, in high spirits, laughing, teasing each other, Demetrius had gone to bed. He had still been unable to sleep. Stripped of his concerns for the others, he had had to face his fears for himself. There was no escape from the thought that in the morning the Persians would come again. Demetrius had not been much reassured by Ballista's performance at the dinner. He knew his Kyrios well. The big, bluff northerner was not good at lying. There had been a hollowness to his claims that the hearts of the Persians would not be in it. When that fat eunuch had asked if it was true that if they survived tomorrow they would be safe, what was it that Ballista had replied? Something like it being broadly true. The Kyrios was not good at dissembling, but there again, privately, the Kyrios was a warrior. It was part of what made him such a good soldier, the obsessive care for detail that made him such an excellent siege engineer. But this time, surely, he was right to be worried. This would be the Persians' last throw. Shapur and his nobles would have whipped their warriors into a lather of fanaticism and hatred. They would want to eat the defenders' hearts raw. Although he did not want to, Demetrius kept remembering that first Persian assault. The fierce, dark-bearded men swarming up the ladders, long swords in their hands, murder in their hearts. And tomorrow it would happen again. 1,000 after 1,000 Easterners over the parapets, laying about them with those terrible swords, cutting down those who stood in their way, an orgy of blood and suffering. Needless to say, at Gallinicium, when the cocks start crowing but in peacetime men are still fast asleep, that time well before dawn, when the entourage of the Dux Ripae had been ordered to assemble, Calgacus had had to wake Demetrius from a troubled sleep, a sleep in which he endlessly chased an aged dream diviner through the narrow, filthy back alleys of the town. Tantalizingly, the man had remained out of reach, while from behind had come the sounds of the pursuing Sassanids, the screams of men and women, the crackle of burning buildings. "There's no time to lose," the old Caledonian had said, not unkindly. "They're all breakfasting in the great dining room. Everything will be all right. They're feeling good." Calgacus was not wrong.
As Demetrius entered the dining room where the lamps still burnt at this early hour, he was greeted with a wave of laughter. Ballista, Maximus, the centurion Castricius, the standard-bearer Pudens, the 2 remaining messengers, the 1 remaining scribe, and 10 of the Equites Singulares were crammed together, eating fried eggs and bacon. Ballista called Demetrius over, shook his hand, had Maximus slide along to make him a space. If anything, Ballista and Maximus were in even higher spirits than they had been when they returned the previous night. They were laughing and joking with the other men. Yet Demetrius, the unwanted plate of food in front of him, wedged between the 2 men from the north, thought that he detected an underlying tension, a fragility to the humour. Maximus was teasing the ducks for drinking just water. Ballista said that he wanted to keep a clear head, a state he assured everyone that his bodyguard had never known. Tonight he would drink until he sang maudlin songs, told them all he loved them as brothers, and passed out. Breakfast finished, they trooped into the main courtyard of the palace to arm. They were quieter now. Low conversations, short bursts of laughter. One after another, men disappeared to the latrines. From the living quarters emerged Calgacus and Bagoas, carrying the parade armor of the Dux Ripae, unworn until now. "If you're going to defeat the Sassanid King of Kings, you should look like a real Roman general," said Calgacus. Ballista would have preferred his old war-worn mail shirt, but he did not argue. Calgacus always had a desire to send him off well turned out, a desire that Ballista all too often frustrated. He stood, arms outstretched, as Calgacus and Maximus buckled him into the breast and back plates of the muscled cuirass, fitted the ornate shoulder guards, and the fringe of heavy leather straps designed to give protection to manhood and thighs. Ballista put on his sword belt, then let Calgacus pin a new black cloak over his shoulders. Over the cloak, Calgacus draped the wolfskin from the previous night against the chill of the early morning, and handed Ballista his helmet. Ballista noted that the wolfskin had been cleaned, the helmet polished. "If you don't defeat Shapur, sure you will turn up well-dressed in Valhalla," Maximus said in Ballista's native tongue. "I hope that this is not the end of the long road for us, brother," Ballista replied in the same language. They set off from the main gate of the palace, silent now. In the darkness, torches flaring in the chill southerly breeze, they walked down through the military quarter, across the Campus Martius, and to the northern end of the desert wall. As they climbed the steps by the Temple of Bel to the northwest tower, a sentry challenged them. "Isangrim," the outlandish word correctly pronounced. Ballista gave the Latin response. "Patria," fatherland or home. Ballista greeted the men out on the battlements, a mixture of soldiers from Cohorts 20 and local conscripts, shaking each one by the hand. Then he climbed half up onto the artillery piece. He took off his helmet, and his hair streamed away. The leather of his moulded cuirass gleamed in the torchlight. He addressed the men. "Commilitiones, fellow soldiers, the time has come. Today is the final throw." He paused. He had their full attention. "The Persians are many, we are few, but their numbers will be nothing but an encumbrance. Our sword arms will have all the room they need." There were rueful smiles in the torchlight. "Their numbers do not signify. They are the effeminate slaves of an Eastern despot. We are soldiers. We are free men. They fight for their master. We fight for our freedom, our libertas. We have whipped them before, we will whip them again." Some of the soldiers drew their swords and began quietly to rap them against their shields. "If we win today, the noble emperors Valerian and Gallienus will declare this day a day of thanksgiving, a sacred day to be celebrated as long as the eternal city of Rome stands. The noble emperors will open the sacred imperial treasury. They will shower us in gold." The soldiers laughed as one with Ballista. The elder emperor was not renowned for being open-handed. Ballista waited a moment, then, altering the tone of his voice, went on. "Today is the last day of our suffering. If we win today, we have won our safety with our own swords. If we win today, we will have earned our fame, which will be remembered down the centuries. We will be remembered with the men who beat Hannibal at Zama, the men who beat the barbarian hordes of the Cimbri and Teutones on the plains of northern Italy, the men who beat the Asiatic multitudes of Mithridates the Great, humbled his oriental pride, and drove him to exile and a squalid suicide. If we win today, we will be remembered from this day to the ending of the world." All the men cheered. The din of swords beaten on shields was deafening. The chant rang out. "Ballista! Ballista!" It was picked up, and, like a great wave, it rolled down the wall walks and towers of the embattled town. When they left the tower, it was the time of morning that the light of torches first turns a pale yellow, then fades to nothing. They walked south the length of the wall. At every tower, Ballista made a version of his speech. Always the listeners cheered. Sometimes they chanted, Ballista, Ballista. Sometimes they tipped their heads back and howled like wolves. By the time they had walked north again and taken their accustomed places high on the Palmyrene Gate, the sun was hot on their backs. Dominus! 2 troopers of Cohors 20 stood to attention. Between them stood a man in Persian dress. Marcus Antoninus Danamus and Marcus Antoninus Thamasus of the Terma of Antiochus, Dominus. This here is a deserter. Came up to the north wall last night. Says his name is Kur. Says he can tell you all you want to know about the Persian plan of attack. At the sound of his name, the Persian showed his teeth like a dog expecting a beating. The man's colourful clothes were grimed in dust. His loose, long-sleeved tunic was unbelted. The belt must have been removed when he was searched and disarmed. Under the dirt, his face was pale. Ballista gestured him forward. The Persian came close, then prostrated himself. He bowed his forehead to the floor, then got up to his knees, his arms out in supplication. Demetrius watched the man with distaste as Ballista spoke to him in Persian. Before he replied, the Sassanid prostrated himself again, covering his hands with his long sleeves. It was disgusting how these Orientals abased themselves. The man got to his knees again, and lunged up at Ballista. The knife shone in the Persian's hand as he thrust it to stab below the Northerner's cuirass. Quicker than Demetrius could follow, Ballista stepped forward and inside the blow. Seizing the Persian's arm with both hands, Ballista brought his knee up. There was a loud crack as the arm broke. The man screamed. The trooper called Danamus leapt forward and drove his sword between the shoulder blades of the Persian. The Easterner fell forward. In a few seconds, he had choked his life out. "That was unnecessary, soldier," Ballista said. "Sorry, Dominus, I thought—" Danamus's voice trailed away. "I take it he was searched?" "Yes, Dominus." "Who by?" "I do not know, Dominus." "Not by you?" "No, Dominus." Danamus dropped his eyes to where the blade of his sword was dripping blood on the floor. He was sweating heavily. His crestfallen manner was at odds with the jaunty ornaments on his military belt. A sunburst, a flower, a fish, a man carrying a lamb, and a swastika. It struck Demetrius that the Persian's killer was the only one present with a drawn blade. "Very well. Take the corpse away." Danamus sheathed his weapon, and the 2 troopers, taking a leg each, dragged the Persian towards the stairs. The man's face scraped along the floor. He left a trail of blood. "Pick that fucking corpse up! Someone could hurt themselves if they slipped in that blood!" Castricius roared. Ballista and Maximus looked questioningly at one another. If he had been disarmed when he deserted, someone must have given the Persian the knife. There was no time to investigate that now. They could search for the culprit tomorrow, if they were still alive. Almost imperceptibly, Ballista shrugged, and then turned to look up and down the wall. Unable to take in the sudden eruption of extreme violence followed by the equally abrupt return to something like normality, Demetrius watched as his Kyrios took off his helmet. As Ballista handed it over, Demetrius realized that his own hands were shaking. The big Northerner smiled a tight smile and said that he ought to show the boys that he was still alive. Demetrius became aware of the oppressive silence on the battlements, the sort of silence that precedes a thunderstorm. He watched Ballista climb up onto the frame of the nearest artillery piece and raise his arms above his head. Turning slowly so that all could see him, he waved. The southerly wind caught his sweat-flattened hair. The polished cuirass gleamed in the sunshine. There was a strange noise like 1,000 men exhaling at once. Nearby, a voice shouted, "Flavius! Flavius!" All along the wall walk, soldiers laughed and took up the chant. "Flavius! Flavius! Blondie! Blondie!" "So, that is what they really call me," Ballista said as he climbed down. "Among other things," said Maximus. When Demetrius tried to hand back the helmet, Ballista asked him to put it with the other things until it was needed. The young Greek went and placed the helmet on the carefully folded wolfskin next to the Kyrios' shield, which, after some consideration, the young Greek had earlier put out of harm's way in the corner of the tower. From the front parapet, Ballista inspected the defences. The men waited quietly. Above their heads, the banners snapped in the breeze. 2 towers to the south, where Terpia was stationed, flew the green vexillum of Cohors 20, the unit's name picked out in gold, the image of its patron deity, a proud Palmyrene warrior god, shifting. On the southernmost tower was Yahai's battle standard, the red scorpion on a white background. Hadudad would be standing there. Ballista wondered if Yahai himself would be present. Away 2 towers to the north was the red vexillum of the detachment of Legio IV. On it, the personifications of victory in blue, the eagle, the lion, and the lettering all gold. The young patrician Acilius Glabrio would have taken his stand under that. Beyond that flew the yellow-on-blue 4-petal flower of Anamu. Beyond that again, near the northwest corner of the defences, was the banner of Ogelos, a golden image of the goddess Artemis on a purple background. And, in the centre, above the main gate, the white Draco of the Ducks Ripae hissed and snapped. Here and there along the wall, the air shimmered where the fires were heating the sand to a crackling, spitting heat. The city of Arete was as ready as it could be to face this ultimate test. This wall had become the final frontier of the Imperium, where West met East, where Romanitas, even Humanitas itself, faced Barbaricum. The irony that 4 of the 6 standards that floated over the wall of Arete could in no real sense be described as Roman was not lost on Ballista. He looked out across the blasted plain at the Sassanid horde. It was the 4th hour of daylight. The Easterners had taken a long time getting arrayed for battle. Was this reluctance? Had it proved hard for Shapur, his client kings and nobles, to have their men stand once again in the dreadful battle line? Or was it calculation, the desire for everything to be right? Were they merely waiting for the sun to be pulled clear of the eastern horizon, out of their eyes as they gazed on the stark, lonely wall of Arete? The Sassanids were ready now, a dark line which stretched across the plain. The trumpets and drums fell silent. 1,000 upon 1,000 warriors waited in silence. The wind kicked up dust devils out on the plain. Then the drums thundered, the trumpets shrilled. The sun struck the golden ball which topped the great battle standard of the House of Sassan as it was carried across the front of the army. The Drafshikavian glinted, yellow, red, and violet. Thin at first, then filling, the chant of Mazda, Mazda came across the plain. The chant faltered and died. Then a new one began, this one stronger. Shapur! Shapur! His white horse kicking up the dust, the purple and white streamers flowing behind him, the King of Kings rode to the front of his army. He dismounted, climbed onto the high raised dais, settled himself on his golden throne, and signalled that the battle should begin. The trumpets struck a different note. The drums hit a different rhythm. A slight hesitation, and the Sassanid army moved forward. The screens were pulled aside, and the 10 remaining Sassanid artillery pieces spat missiles. Ballista nodded to Pudens, who raised the red flag. The 25 ballistae of the defenders answered. This phase of the day held few fears for Ballista. The odds in the artillery duel were heavily stacked in his favour. As the Sassanid line began its long, long advance, Ballista called for his helmet and shield. Demetrius's fingers fumbled with the chin strap. Ballista leant forward, kissed Demetrius on the cheek, hugged him, and whispered in his ear, "You're all frightened." Armed, flanked by Maximus and Castricius, Ballista called the Persian boy Bagoas to his side to help identify the enemy. When the Sassanid line crossed into extreme range of the defenders' artillery, Ballista nodded again to Pudens, who raised and lowered the red flag twice. The artillery of Arete switched its aim from the eastern artillery to their plodding infantry. Wicked iron-tipped bolts and carefully rounded stones shot away, seeking to pierce or smash the Persian mantlets and kill and maim the men who huddled behind them. As the first missiles struck, the Sassanid line seemed to ripple like a field of wheat when the wind gets up. By the time the Easterners passed the stretch of white-painted wall marking 200 paces from the town wall and came into the effective range of the defenders' artillery, their line had begun to fragment. Gaps had started to open between units. The gaudy banners under which marched the Sakas, Indians, and Arabs, the men of King Hamazasp of Georgia, and the warriors who followed the Lord Karen, were falling behind. They still came on, but more slowly than the men under the banners of the scions of Shapur's family, Prince Sassan the Hunter, Prince Valash, the Joy of Shapur, Queen Dinak of Messene, Ardashir, King of Adiabene. The standard of the Lord Surin was still well to the front. In the forefront, on the road which led to the Palmyrene Gate, were the Immortals, led by Peros of the Long Sword, and the Janavaspa, led by the Roman deserter Mariades. "Shame, shame on those who dawdle," muttered Bagoas. "Truly they are Margazan. They will be tormented in hell for eternity." "Quiet, boy," hissed Maximus. Ballista was lost in his own thoughts. The mere presence of the 2 guard units in the first wave of the attack was a double-edged weapon. It showed how furiously Shapur intended the attack to be pressed home. But, on the other hand, it showed that there were no reserves. If the first wave failed, there would not be another. "So be it," Ballista said under his breath. When the leading Persian units were 150 paces from the wall, the red flag was raised and lowered 3 times, and the archers among the defenders bent and released their bows. This time, the Sassanids made no attempt to hold their shooting until they were just 50 paces from the town. As soon as the Roman arrows struck, the Persians replied. The sky was darkened with their arrows, but Ballista noted with satisfaction that each Persian shot just when the mood took him. There were no disciplined volleys, and much of the shooting was very wild. The Persian line was becoming ever more fragmented, the gaps between the units bigger. Now the men of the Lord Suren and those of Queen Dinak were falling behind, as were those of Mariades. Those who sacrificed themselves were belying their name. Out in the plain, those who had already fallen behind were nearly stationary. Ballista watched a brightly clad horseman hectoring the Georgians. Bagoas confirmed that it was Hamazasp, their king. He had lost his son at the start of the siege. He had more reason than most to want revenge. Ballista then saw something he had never seen on any field of battle. A line of men was deployed behind the Georgian warriors. They were wielding whips. A warrior turned to run. He was literally whipped back into position. Ballista looked at the other groups of warriors. Behind every one, even those still in the fore, was a line of men with whips. There was even one behind the immortals. For the first time that day, Ballista felt his confidence soar. He smiled. Without warning, the warriors of Ardashir, king of Adiabene, hurled aside their mantlets and surged forward towards the wall. Ballista laughed for joy. This was not a charge born of courage or even bravado, but of fear. Goaded and stung beyond endurance, the warriors of Ardashir just wanted to get it over one way or another. Throwing aside order and even their own protection, they ran forward. It was a classic flight to the front. At an instant, the missiles of the defenders were concentrated on them. Hunched forward, stumbling as they carried their siege ladders, the Sassanids ran into the storm of iron and bronze. Men were falling. Ladders were dropped. More men were falling. The first 3 ladders reached the wall. Up they swung, bouncing against the parapet. A simple rustic pitchfork pushed one ladder sideways. It fell, men jumping clear. A bronze cauldron appeared over another ladder and tipped white-hot sand down on those not quick enough to get away. The warriors around the foot of the 3rd ladder looked at each other, then turned and ran. The panic spread like fire on a Mediterranean hillside in high summer. Where before there had been an army, distinct units of warriors, now the plain was covered by an indiscriminate mass of running men, each with no thought but to save his skin, get away from the missiles which flashed towards him from the grim stone wall. The defenders did not spare them. Without any need for orders, they shot and shot again at the defenseless backs of their fleeing foes. Along the battlements, men laughed and roared. Competing chants broke out. Ballista! Ballista! Roma! Roma! Nike! Nike! Some howled like wolves. The killing went on. Ballista looked out across the plain. On the golden throne, high on the dais, Shapur sat immobile. Behind the King of Kings, the great grey humps of his elephants stood impassive. When the surviving Sassanids were out of range, all at once, as when a ship goes aground, any discipline vanished. Skins and jars of alcohol appeared as if by magic. Men tipped back their heads, gulping down the wine or local beer. Maximus passed Ballista a jug of beer. The northerner found that his mouth was full of dust. He rinsed some of the thin, sour beer round and spat over the wall. The liquid landed on a Sassanid corpse. He felt disgusted. He drank some of the beer. I wonder how many of the fuckers we have killed. Thousands, tens of thousands since they came here. Castricius had his own jar of wine. Some of it was running down his chin. Ballista did not know or care about the numbers of enemy dead. He felt very tired. Castricius, I want the sentries doubled tonight. The centurion looked taken aback, but quickly recovered. We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready. He saluted, and still holding his wine jar, went off to give the necessary orders. Ballista's progress along the wall was slow. Every man wanted to shake his hand, thump him on the back, praise him. First, he walked south. 2 towers from the gate under the green banner of Cohorts 20, he thanked and praised Turpio. The ex-centurion's face carried a look of unalloyed pleasure. He took off his helmet, his hair flattened by sweat. He and Ballista embraced, Turpio's face bristly against that of Ballista. At the southernmost tower, Hadudad stood under the red scorpion of Iahai. The mercenary captain explained that the strategos Iahai had been indisposed. Ballista said it was no matter when the noble Iahai had such a captain as Hadudad. The northerner looked round. He could see no sign of Bathsheba. Quite surprisingly, it seemed that she had heeded his orders to avoid the wall and the fighting line. There was a knot of Iahai's mercenaries in one corner of the tower. Momentarily, Ballista wondered if they were concealing her. Then he pushed the idea away. The walk back to the north was even slower. The copious amounts of alcohol that were being consumed had transformed the defences into the sort of bacchanalian orgy usually discreetly veiled by secrecy and the darkness of night. Soldiers leant drunkenly on the parapet. They lay in groups on the slope of the internal earth bank. They passed skins and jugs of wine and beer from hand to hand. They roared out jokes and obscenities. The prostitutes were out in force. With no shame, one girl was on her hands and knees, her short tunic up. She accommodated one soldier from behind, another in her mouth. Another girl was on her back, naked. The soldier who was thrusting vigorously between her legs was raised up on his braced arms to let 2 of his colleagues get to her face. As they knelt, she turned her head from side to side, taking first one, then the other in her mouth. 3 or 4 more soldiers stood around drinking, waiting their turn. Ballista noted she was blonde, big breasts, very large dark brown nipples. He felt a sharp stab of lust. All father, but he could do with a woman. 2 towers north of the Palmyrene Gate, the red vexillum of the detachment of Legio IV flew. When Ballista climbed to the fighting platform on the roof, he found Acilius Glabrio sitting on a stool, drinking wine. A good-looking slave boy was holding a parasol over his head. Another was fanning him. He was holding court over his soldiers, talking to them and praising them in the manner of a patrician, affable but always letting them remain aware of a certain distance. The young nobleman made no hurry to rise and greet his superior officer. "Dux Repi, I give you joy of your victory," he said, when eventually he was on his feet. "A wondrous result, especially given all the things against you." "Thank you, Tribunus Leticlavius." Ballista ignored the ambiguous implications the other had opened up. "A lion's share of the victory must go to you and your legionaries of Legio IV Sidica." The northerner's words brought a cheer from the legionaries present. Acilius Glabrio did not look pleased. He took another long drink of wine. "Some idiot of a messenger came here. The fool claimed to come from you. I knew it was nonsense. He said you had ordered the sentries doubled tonight. I told him in no uncertain terms that our ducks would not have issued such a ridiculous order. I sent him on his way." Acilius Glabrio took another long drink. He looked flushed. "I am afraid there has been a misunderstanding." Ballista tried to keep his voice neutral. "The messenger was from me. I have ordered the sentries doubled for tonight." "Why?" Acilius Glabrio laughed. "The battle is done and over. We've won. They've lost. It is over." He looked round for moral support from his legionaries. Some nodded. More avoided his eye. They looked down at the ground, unwilling to be drawn into the escalating tension between these 2 senior officers. "Yes, we have won today, but there are huge numbers of Sassanid warriors still out there. Shapur will now be desperate. He will know that we will celebrate hard. It would be an ideal time for him to strike, when we have let our guard down because we think we are safe." Ballista could hear the anger creeping into his own voice. He was thinking angry thoughts. "You may be a good officer, but do not push me too far, you perfumed and crimped little fucker." "Pshaw!" Acilius Glabrio made a noise of dismissal and gestured with his wine cup. Some of the wine slopped over the edge. "There's nothing whatsoever to fear. Shapur could never force them to attack again tonight." Acilius Glabrio was swaying slightly. "I see no reason to stop my boys having a good time." He smiled round at his men. A few smiled back. Noticing that he was not receiving unanimous support, the young nobleman scowled. "Tribunus Leticlavius, you will order your men to double the sentries tonight." No one could now mistake the anger in the big northerner's voice. "I will not." Acilius Glabrio glared defiance. "You are disobeying the direct order of your superior officer." No, Basilius Glabrius spat. I am ignoring the ludicrous whim of a jumped-up hairy barbarian who should have stayed in the squalor of his native hut somewhere in the woods. There was a deep silence on the fighting platform. From beyond the tower came the sounds of revelry. Basilius Glabrio, you are removed from command. You will disarm yourself. Go to your home and place yourself under house arrest. You will report to the palace of the Duxby Pie tomorrow at the 4th hour of daylight to face court-martial. Ballista sought out the centurion. Seleucus, you will inform the senior centurion, Antoninus Prior, that he is to assume command of the detachment of Legio 4 here in Arete. He is to ensure that enough of his men remain sober to double the sentries tonight. And tell him that I want a blue lantern prepared on every tower. They are to be lit at the first sign of any enemy activity.
We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready.
There was no emotion in the centurion's words. Basilius Glabrio looked round. No one caught his eye. Realizing that what he had said was irrevocable, he raised his chin and assumed a pose of nobility, wrongly arraigned. He put down the wine cup, undid his sword belt, pulled the crossbelt over his head, and let it fall to the floor. Looking neither right nor left, he walked to the stairs. After a moment's indecision, his 2 slave boys scampered after him.
This ends Disc 12 of Fire in the East. Fire in the East. Disc 13.
Chapter 17. Nobody knows what the late evening may have in store, Bathsheba said. She was laughing. Her eyes were very black. How the hell did you get in here? Ballista was thinking. Obviously Demetrius was not nearby. The young Greek disliked Bathsheba. He would have done all that he could to keep her away from his Kyrios. But Maximus and Calgacus were definitely in the living quarters, through which she would have had to pass to reach the terrace of the palace. Ballista had no doubts about what had been in their minds when they let her through. She walked across the terrace towards him. She was dressed as one of her father's mercenaries, but the tunic and trousers, the boots, the sword on her hip, did little to conceal that she was a woman. Ballista found himself watching the movement of her breasts, the roll of her hips. She stopped in front of him, just out of reach. Ballista felt a hollowness in his chest. "Does your father know you are here?" As he spoke, the words sounded ridiculous to Ballista. Bathsheba laughed. "He is part of the reason that I am here. But no, he does not know that I am here." "You did not cross town alone." Ballista thought of what he had seen as he walked to the palace. By now, hours later, the whole town would resemble a wild Dionysian orgy. The celebrating soldiers would have no more trouble than Ballista in seeing through Bathsheba's disguise. Many among them would have fewer qualms than the northerner in stripping that disguise from her. Ballista did not doubt that she could use the sword on her hip, but against a gang it would do her little good. Her resistance, the edge of danger, would only increase their pleasure in taking her. "No, I am not a fool. There are 2 well-armed men waiting in the great courtyard. By now they will be drinking in the guard-room." "And is one of them again your father's faithful captain, Hadudad, with his sharp sword?" She smiled. "No, I thought it better to bring others this time, men whose discretion I think I can trust." Ballista stared at her. He could think of nothing to say. Bathsheba took off her cap. As she shook out her long, tumbling black hair, her breasts swayed, heavy, full, inviting. "Are you not going to offer a girl who is risking her reputation so much as a drink?" "I am sorry, of course. I will get Calgacus to bring some more wine." "Is that necessary?" She stepped round Ballista, just out of arm's reach, and picked up his cup from the wall. "Do you mind?" She lifted the cup to her lips and drank. "Why are you here?" He knew that his behavior was awkward, even unwelcoming. He was unsure what he wanted, what he would do. "As I said, in part because of my father. He did not go to the walls today. He stayed in the house, locked in his private rooms. I think he was praying. He has not been himself for some time. In part, I am here to apologize." She took another drink. "There's no need. One more man would never have made a difference.
He left his men in the hands of Hadudad. He is capable. She poured what remained in the jug and handed the cup to Ballista. He took it and drank. She was closer now. He could smell her perfume, her skin. Her long hair curled black round the olive skin of her neck, down over her tunic, over the swell of her breasts. Your soldiers know how to celebrate the victory. Do you? She looked up at him. Her eyes were very black, knowing, full of promise. He said nothing. He did not move. Tell me, do you think that Shapur and his nobles would have restrained themselves had they taken the town? I doubt it. His voice was thick. Should the savior of a town enjoy the same rights as a conqueror? All father, Ballista thought. If ever a woman has offered herself to me, this is it. He was breathing hard. Her scent was strong in his nostrils. He could feel himself starting to get an erection. He wanted her. He wanted to rip the neck of that tunic, to expose her breasts. He wanted to pull down those trousers, lift her up onto the low wall, spread her legs and enter her. He wanted to take her there and then, her bottom on the wall, him standing in front of her, thrusting into her. He did not move. Something stopped him. The fierce, smothering morality of his northern upbringing, the thought of his wife, the superstition that had grown in him about infidelity and battle. He did not know what, but something stopped him. He did not move. Bathsheba stepped back, offended. Her eyes were hard and angry. You fool! You may know how to defend a town, but I doubt that you could take one. She swept up her cap, turned, and walked furiously back across the terrace. For a time after Bathsheba left, Ballista stood by the wall. His desire slipped away, and he was left with a feeling of frustration and an ill-defined sense of foreboding. The cup was still in his hand. He finished the wine. At length he walked back into the palace. He called for Maximus. The Hibernian came clattering down the stairs from the flat roof. "What were you doing up there?" "I do not know, to be sure. Certain I was not spying on you. As always these days, fuck all to see there. I was just looking around. Sure, I cannot put my finger on it, but something is not right." "For once I know what you mean. Fetch a cloak. Tell Calgacus we are going out. We will walk the defences." The orders of the Dux Repi had been obeyed to the letter. All along the wall walks and at every tower were twice the usual number of sentries. Blue warning lanterns hung ready on every tower. Looking mulish, the sentries paced slowly or leant against the parapets, feeling resentful at their enforced sobriety and envious of their fellow soldiers' celebrations. From within the town came the noise of the celebrations, bursts of laughter, indecipherable shouts, girls' squeals, the sounds of running feet and cups being smashed, the distinctive cacophony of Roman soldiers baying for alcohol and women. The sentries saluted Ballista and Maximus as they walked south along the desert wall. "We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready." There was unhappy resignation, sometimes bordering on insubordination in their voices. Ballista shook their hands, praised their disciplina, promised them 3 days' leave and a carefully unspecified sum of money as a donative. It did not seem to do an iota of good. To the west the great dark plain stretched away. Beyond it were the lights of the Persian camp. There were men awake there. Lights flickered as they passed in front of the torches or fires. Yet it was strangely quiet. There was none of the keening mourning, the plaintive music and high-pitched wailing Ballista had expected. The silence of the Sassanids was unnerving. It added to Ballista's feeling of foreboding. In the depth of the night, Ballista and Maximus returned to the palace. They had a cup of warmed wine, and Ballista retired to his sleeping quarters. He stripped off his clothes and lay down in the big, very empty bed. After a few moments' regret, he fell asleep. It was well after midnight, maybe towards the end of the third watch, when Ballista heard the noise. Instinctively his hand closed on the pommel of his sword. He knew it was pointless. Somehow, he knew what he would see. Ballista forced himself to look. There by the door was the big man, the great pale face under the deep hood of the shabby dark red caracalas. The big man walked forward. He stood by the foot of the bed. The light of the oil lamp glittered on the thick golden torque, and the eagle carved in the gem set in the heavy gold ring. "Speak," said Ballista. "I will see you again at Aquileia."
The great grey eyes shone with malice and contempt. "I will see you then." The big man laughed, a horrible grating sound. He turned and left the room. The smell of the wax that waterproofed the hooded cloak lingered. Ballista was sweating heavily. He threw back the covers, got out of bed and opened the window to let in the fresh night air. Naked, he stood by the window, letting the sweat dry on his skin. Outside, he saw the Pleiades low on the horizon. It would all fall out as the All-Father willed. Ballista went to the washbowl, splashed cold water on his face, towelled himself dry, and got back into bed. After what seemed an eternity, he fell into a deep sleep. "Wake up! Wake up!" Ballista struggled to the surface. "Wake up, you lazy little shit!" Ballista opened his eyes. Kalgakis was standing by the bed, shaking his shoulder. "What?" Ballista felt drugged, stupid with sleep. Kalgakis' sour, thin mouth was more pinched than ever. "The Sassanids are in the town!" Ballista swung himself out of bed. Kalgakis talked as he handed the northerner his clothes, and he dressed. "I relieved Maximus up on the roof. I saw a blue warning lantern on one of the towers on the south wall. It shone for a moment, then went out. Pudens is raising the alarm. Castricius is turning out the guard. Maximus is saddling the horses. Demetrius and Bagos are taking your armour down to the stables." "Which tower?" "The one nearest the desert wall." Dressed, Ballista picked up his sword belt. "Then we should go." The stables, when they reached them, were in a state of just controlled chaos. Grooms ran here and there, carrying saddles, bridles, and other bits of tack. The horses shook their heads, stamped their feet, and called out in indignation or excitement at being woken at this unusual hour. In one of the further stalls, a horse was misbehaving, rearing up and plunging against its headstall. Kalgakis went off to find what had become of Demetrius and Bagoas. Ballista stood still, a point of calm in the eye of the storm. He breathed in the familiar, homely smell of the stables, the evocative mixture of horse, leather, saddle soap, liniment, and hay. He was struck by the timelessness of the scene. Stables would always be much the same. The needs of horses did not change. Give or take the odd marble manger or bit of fine wood panelling, stables were the same in the Imperium as anywhere else. They were the same in his homeland as they were in Sassanid Persia. Horses were not much affected by the culture of the men who rode them. In the golden glow of the lamps, Ballista saw Maximus making his way down the line of horses. The air was thick with dust raised from the straw by the boots of men and horses' hooves. "I have saddled Pale Horse for you," Maximus said. "Thank you." Ballista thought for a few moments. "Thank you, but leave him in his stall. Leave him saddled. I will ride the big bay gelding." Maximus did not question the order, but went off to carry it out. Kalgakis appeared, chivying along Demetrius and Bagoas, who were carrying Ballista's war gear. Ballista was pleased to see that they had not brought the fancy Roman parade armour of earlier that day, but his old war-worn mail shirt. Asking just Kalgakis to attend him, Ballista stepped into an unoccupied stall. As the aged Caledonian helped him into his armour, Ballista spoke, his voice low so no one else could hear. "Kalgakis, old friend, I have a very bad feeling about this. When we are gone, I want you to collect our essentials, saddle all the remaining horses, pack supplies on 3 of them, skins of water, army biscuit, dried meat. Wait here in the stables with Demetrius and the Persian boy. Have your sword drawn. Do not let anyone touch the horses. I will leave 5 of the Equites Singulares here in the palace. I will tell them to take their orders from you. Post 1 at each of the 3 gates, 1 on the terrace and 1 on the roof." Outside, in the narrow alley between the palace and the granaries, Ballista rapped out orders. He organized his little mounted column and told his staff, the house slaves and the 5 guardsmen who were staying behind, to do as Kalgakis instructed. The latter received the command with a marked lack of enthusiasm. Ballista squeezed the big bay gelding with his thighs and set off around the small temple of Jupiter Dolicanus and down the wide road that led to the Campus Martius. The small column rode at a loose canter in single file. They kept well closed up. After Ballista came Maximus, Castricius, Pudens, and the 5 Equites Singulares. Trumpet calls echoed through the town. In the distance, men were shouting. There were the sounds of crashing and banging, yet the military quarter was strangely deserted. A few soldiers were running, some staggering, but not nearly the proper number were heading to their posts. In some doorways, soldiers lay unconscious through drink. As he clattered past the military baths, Ballista saw one soldier lying on the steps, dead to the world, a half-naked girl next to him, one of her pale white legs across his. A large wine jar stood next to them. Emerging onto the Campus Martius, Ballista saw Antoninus Posterior standing in the centre of the broad open space. The centurion was bareheaded, his helmet in his hand.
He was shouting at his men. There were but 10 of them. 1 or 2 appeared none too steady on their feet. Ballista rode over. "We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready." The irony in speaking the ritual phrase on behalf of his reduced company did not appear to have struck the centurion. "Is this it, Antoninus?" "Afraid so, Dominus. I've sent 5 others off to try and rouse more of the boys." "It is as the gods will. As soon as you have a few more, I want you to lead them down to the tower on the south wall that is nearest the desert wall." "We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready." Ballista started to turn his horse. "Ducks, wait!" Out of the darkness from the north came Acilius Glabrio. The young patrician was riding a fine horse and wearing gilded armour. There was a sword on his hip. Ballista felt a jet of pure anger rising in himself, but before he could speak, demand to know how the young bastard dare break his house arrest, dare disobey another command and arm himself, Acilius Glabrio slid from his mount. The horse was well trained. It stood stock still. Acilius Glabrio walked up to Ballista, then knelt in the dust, arms up in the gesture of supplication. "Dux Ripae, I have disobeyed your commands, but I would not have you think that I am a coward. If the Sassanids are within the defences, you will need every man. I ask your permission to accompany you as a private soldier." Ballista did not like and did not trust the perfumed aristocrat at his feet, but he had never doubted that the loathsome young man was a fine soldier. "Get on your horse and come with us." Ballista wheeled his mount and set off south. There was no gate in the wall that separated the campus marshes from the civilian part of the town, so they had to backtrack. After 3 blocks, they struck the main street which ran across town from the Palmarine Gate to the Porta Aquaria. There were more people here, soldiers and civilians, but too many of the latter, and not enough of the former. Ballista turned right and reined in outside the great caravanserai. Throwing his leg over the gelding's neck, he jumped down and ran inside. In the light of guttering torches, the scene was much the same as on the campus marshes. In the middle of the courtyard, bareheaded and exasperated, was Antoninus Prior. The centurion, since the disgrace of Acilius Glabrio, the temporary commander of all the legionaries in Arete, was yelling at his men. Again there were only about 10 of them. Again several looked the worse for wear. Ballista snapped out the same orders as before, and ran back to his horse. This was all taking time. No one knew what was happening. There was as yet no sound of fighting, but all this was taking time. They rode towards the Palmarine Gate for a block, then left down the street that would bring them out near the tower where Calgacus had seen the blue warning lantern. There was a great deal of noise, but still nothing that spoke unambiguously of fighting. It could be a false alarm. But Calgacus was not given to fancies. In all the years he had known him, Ballista had never seen the Caledonian give way to panic. The lantern could have been lit by mistake. All-Father, let that be the case. But if it was, why had no messenger come from the tower to explain and offer profuse apologies? Ballista kicked on, pushing his horse into something near a gallop. Apart from a drunken soldier who stepped out into their path, then went reeling back, they reached the end of the street without incident. Ballista held up his right hand and reined in. The tower was about 50 yards away, just off to their right, across open ground. The tower was in darkness. Ballista thought he could see men up on the fighting platform. He sat, playing with the horse's ears, thinking. A bend in the wall prevented him seeing the next tower to his left, but to his right all looked normal on the southernmost tower on the desert wall. Torches burnt there, unlike on the tower in front of him. He indicated that they should move forward. Walking their horses onto the open ground, they fanned out into line. Maximus was on Ballista's right, Pudens on his left. It seemed very quiet, the background noises very far away. The only sounds that Ballista could hear close to were the hooves of their horses on the hard-packed ground, the hiss of the breeze blowing through the jaws of the Draco above his head, and his own harsh breathing. Halfway across the open space, Ballista called a halt. The horses stood in line, shifting their feet. It was very quiet. The inner wall of the tower was about 20 paces away. The door was shut. Ballista sucked air into his lungs to hail the tower. He heard the twang of the bow's release, the wisp-wisp sound of the fletchings in the air. He caught just a glimpse of the arrow. He jerked his head to the left and took a jarring blow as the arrow ricocheted off the right shoulder of his mail coat, sparks flying. The bay gelding reared up. Already off balance, Ballista was thrown. He lost his shield as he landed heavily. He rolled to get clear of the gelding's stamping hooves. The next horse was plunging, its hooves cracking down on the hard ground inches away. Ballista curled into a tight ball, his arms up, covering his head.
A strong grip under his armpit hauled him to his feet.
"Run!"
said Maximus. Ballista ran. They ran towards the desert wall, arrows skittering off the ground around them. They veered right to put a fallen horse, its legs flailing, between them and the bowman on the tower. Head down, Ballista ran. They reached the earth bank inside the desert wall. Running, scrambling on hands and knees, they reached the top. His back against the wall, Ballista crouched in the angle where the southern and desert walls met. Maximus covered both of them with his shield, but no one was shooting at them now. Ballista looked around him. Acilius Glabrio and 2 of the Equites Singulares were still with him. There was no sign of Castricius, Pudens, or the other guardsmen. He looked back the way they had come. A column of Sassanid warriors was pouring across the open ground. They seemed to erupt from the very ground beneath the wall on the near side of the tower.
"Fuck, there was another mine," said Maximus.
Ballista raised himself up and peered over the wall. Outside in the starlight, a long column of Persian warriors snaked up the side of the southern ravine. Lights flared on the Sassanid-held tower. Torches were waved to signal. In the sudden light, Ballista saw a familiar figure on top of the tower. "No, they are coming up through the Christian tombs cut in the wall of the ravine," he said. Bald head catching the torchlight, bushy beard thrust out. Theodotus, councillor of Arete and Christian priest, stood motionless on the tower amid the mayhem.
"Never did trust the fuckers," said one of the guardsmen.
The Persian column was streaming north into the town, up the street that moments before Ballista and his party had ridden down. There was a commotion on the wall walk to the north. Ballista drew his sword, and with the others turned to the left to face the new threat. "Roma! Roma!" The newcomers shouted the knight's password. Turpio and half a dozen troopers of Cohorts 20 ran into view. "Salus! Salus!" Ballista and his group shouted back. "More bad news," said Turpio. "Another group of Christians has overpowered the sentries on the Palmyrene Gate. They're letting down ropes for the Sassanids to climb. There are not enough sober men on the wall walks to dislodge them." Turpio smiled. Who would have thought they had it in them? His manner suggested that he was merely making a light, throwaway comment on the social foibles of a group. Who would have thought that they of all people would be so devoted to the baths or the circus? Nothing about him betrayed the fact that he had just announced the death sentence for the town of Arete, and almost certainly for most of his listeners. Everyone was looking at Ballista. He ignored them, withdrawing into himself. His eyes, unseeing, gazed out over the dark ravine. They were trapped in the southwest corner of the town. Calgacus and the horses were waiting in the palace in the northeast of the town. The direct route, the streets just below them, were filling with Sassanid warriors. If they went north along the desert wall, they would run into the Persians coming in over the Palmyrene Gate. The route along the southern wall walk was blocked by the enemy on the tower where Theodotus stood. Whichever way Ballista chose, they would have to cut their way out. He thought of Bathsheba. She should be in her father's house. Yahai's mansion lay near the Porta Aquaria in the southeast corner of the town. Ballista made up his mind. "There." Ballista pointed at the glinting bald pate of Theodotus up on the tower to the east. "There is the traitor. We will have our revenge." In the near darkness, there was a low growl of approval from the men. "Form up quietly, boys." The wall walk was wide enough for 4 men abreast. Ballista took the position on the right, next to the parapet. Maximus fell in beside him, Acilius Glabrio beyond him, Turpio next. Ballista ordered Turpio to the rear. It would be senseless to commit all the senior officers to the front rank. A trooper from Cohorts 20, unknown to Ballista, took the place vacated by Turpio. Ballista looked round at the tiny phalanx. It contained just 12 men, all told, 4 wide and 3 ranks deep. Maximus told one of the troopers in the rear to hand his shield to the ducks. The man reluctantly complied. "All ready?" Ballista asked. "Then let us go. Quietly. We may yet give them a surprise." They set off at a jog along the wall walk. The tower was not above 50 paces away. There was a group of a dozen or so Persians by the open door which led from the wall walk to the interior of the tower. They were looking into the town, pointing and laughing. The Roman phalanx was almost on them before they realized. The Persians may not have been expecting a counterattack, but they stood up to it. Ballista accelerated over the last few paces into an all-out run. The Sassanid facing him raised his long sword to bring it down on Ballista's head. Ballista ducked down, and with all his momentum behind it, smashed his shield into the man's body. The Sassanid went flying backwards. He crashed into the warrior behind him. Both fell back onto the wall walk. As the first Persian tried to get to his feet,
Momentarily, his left leg was not covered by his shield. Ballista brought his sword down, cutting savagely into the man's knee. The Sassanid howled. All thought of defending himself overcome by the pain, he clutched his shattered kneecap. Ballista drove the point of his sword into the man's crotch. He was of no further account. The second Sassanid had got to his feet. Ballista jumped at him over the man whimpering on the floor. The Sassanid brought his sword down in a fierce cut. Ballista took it on his shield. Splinters flew from it. Quick as a flash, from Ballista's left, Maximus's short sword thrust into the Persian's armpit. The man crumpled and fell against the parapet. With about half their number down, the Persians turned and fled.
"After them!" bellowed Ballista. "Do not let them shut the door!"
The Roman soldiers burst into the tower on the heels of the fleeing Sassanids. The pursued hurled themselves down the stairs to find safety in the numbers pouring into the town from the Christian necropolis. Ballista went for the stairs up to the roof. He took them 2 at a time. As Ballista emerged onto the fighting platform, he saw 2 Persians with torches, their backs to him. They were signalling to those outside, still ascending the ravine. A backhand cut to the head dealt with the one on Ballista's right. A forehand cut caught the other at the left elbow as he turned. He looked bemused at the blood fountaining out of the stump of his arm, until Ballista drove the point of his sword into his mouth. For a second, the blade snagged. Then Ballista pulled it free, fragments of teeth and blood coming away with it.
"Come!"
A voice like thunder echoed round the tower.
"And I saw, and behold, a pale horse, and its rider's name was Death, and Hades followed him."
Theodotus was pointing at Ballista. Between the 2 men was a line of men fighting. Ballista could clearly see the tall Christian priest over the crouched, ducking figures of the combatants. Theodotus's face was shining. He was shouting, his voice carrying over the clash of weapons.
"The 6th angel poured his bowl on the great river Euphrates, and its water was dried up, to prepare the way for the kings from the east."
The words made no sense to Ballista.
"Why, Theodotus? Why betray your townsmen?"
Theodotus laughed, his great bushy beard bobbing.
"The number of the troops of cavalry was twice 10,000 times 10,000. I heard their number. The riders wore breastplates the color of fire, and of sapphire, and of sulphur." "You fool!" Ballista yelled. "They will kill us all! They will not spare the Christians! They will not spare anyone!" "I saw a beast,"
Theodotus continued to rant,
"with 10 horns and 7 heads, with 10 diadems upon its horns, and a blasphemous name upon its heads. Let him who has understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is a human number. Its number is 666.
"Why?" Ballista roared. "Why let the Sassanids massacre the people of this town? For pity's sake, man! Why?" Theodotus stopped chanting. He looked keenly at Ballista.
"These Sassanids are reptiles. I do not do it for them. They are no better than you. They are merely God's instrument. I do it for pity. Pity for the sins of the people. The Sassanids are the punishment that God has ordained in his infinite mercy for the sins of the people of Arete. Christians and pagans, we are all sinners."
Outnumbered, the Sassanids on the fighting platform were falling. A trooper broke through their line and made for Theodotus.
"If anyone worships the beast, he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb."
The trooper swung his sword, catching Theodotus on the leg. The Christian staggered.
"Blessed are the dead who die in the Lord!"
The trooper swung again. Theodotus fell to his hands and knees.
"Salvation!"
The trooper dispatched him in drill book style. 1, 2, 3 heavy cuts to the back of the head. Persian resistance on the fighting platform had ended. Ballista numbered his remaining men. Maximus, Terpio, Acilius Glabrio, 2 equites singulares, 3 troopers of cohorts 20, 9 men, including himself. "Are there any wounded who cannot run?" There was a pause. Terpio came forward. "They have been dealt with." Ballista nodded. "This is what we will do. The Persians are coming up under the wall. They are going straight on into the town. There are no Persians on the wall." Ballista had no idea if this last were true. He found that he was pacing, crackling with energy. "We will head east along the wall towards the river. When it is safe, we will come down from the wall. We will make our way to the house of Yahai.
There we should gather some more men. We will make our way up through the eastern part of the town to the palace. Ballista saw the blank looks. There are horses waiting for us there. The men nodded. Ballista knew they had no idea what he intended they would do if they made it that far and got mounted, but any plan seemed good to the men now. At least it gave them something to work towards, provided a tiny glimmer of hope. With Ballista in the lead again, they clattered down the stairs and out of the eastern door. As they exited, there was a shout and a volley of arrows. Just behind Ballista, men screamed. He ducked his helmet down to meet his shield and ran. An unlucky arrow in the leg here, and it was all over. In a short time the incoming arrows stopped. The shouts of the Sassanids fell away behind them. It was a long run to the next tower. Ballista's lungs were burning. All around him he could hear laboured breathing. The door to the next tower was open. Ballista hurled himself inside, ready to fight. The tower was deserted. He plunged on through it and out the other side. The next tower was not far. Again it had been abandoned by its defenders. This time Ballista led them down the stairs and to the ground floor door into the town. Just inside the door, he stopped to let them catch their breath. He looked round. Just 2 men were missing. Ballista peeked around. The alley by the wall was empty. He led them out, and turning right, they ran on in the direction of the river. By the time they crossed the open area where the soldier had been hit by the arrow intended for the traitor— Theodotus, you bastard. There were people about, soldiers and civilians heading the same way as Ballista and his men, down towards the Porta Aquaria and the river. After a time, Ballista turned north into the street that brought him to the mansion of Yahai. The main gate of the house stood open. There were 6 mercenaries there, their weapons drawn. They looked anxious. Ballista pulled up by them. Bent over, hands on his knees, sucking air into his lungs, it took him some time to speak.
Yahai, where is he?
A mercenary jerked his head.
Inside,
he spat.
praying.
As Ballista stepped inside, Bathsheba ran straight into his arms. He held on to her. He felt her breasts against him.
We are all about to die, he thought, and I am still thinking about fucking her. A man remains a man.
Where is your father? She took him by the hand and led him to the caravan protector's private quarters. In a sparsely furnished white room, Yahai was kneeling on a rug, praying.
You bastard! You knew, didn't you?
Ballista's voice was savage.
Answer me!
Yahai looked at him.
Answer me!
No. A muscle twitched in Yahai's broken cheekbone.
Yes, I have become a Christian. I am sickened by life, sickened by killing. Theodotus offered me redemption. But no, I had no idea he would do this.
Ballista tried to rein in his anger. He believed Yahai.
I will give you a chance of redemption in this life, if not the next.
Yahai regarded Ballista incuriously. If I can help it, I do not intend to die in this fly-blown dump of a town. I have horses waiting saddled in the palace. If I can reach there, I have a plan which may work. I will take your daughter with me, but we will never reach the palace unless someone holds up the Sassanids.
It will be as God wills, Yahai said in a flat monotone.
Get up and arm yourself, you gutless bastard! Ballista shouted.
Thou shalt not kill, intoned Yahai. Never again will I take the life of another man.
If there is one thing in this world that you love, it is your daughter. Will you not stir yourself even to try to save her?
It will be as God wills.
Ballista looked around in fury. Bathsheba was standing near. Without warning, he grabbed her by the hair and pulled her to him. She shrieked in surprise and pain. Ballista held her in front of him, his left hand in a strong grip around her throat. Yahai half rose. Automatically, his hand went to his left hip, seeking the sword that was not there.
Will you let her fall into the hands of the Sassanids? Ballista spoke quietly. You know what they will do to her.
Yahai said nothing. They will rape her. One after another, they will rape her. 10, 20, 30 men, 100. They will mutilate her. She will beg them to kill her long before they do. There was a look of agonized indecision on Yahai's face. Is this what you want? With his right hand, Ballista gripped the neck of Bathsheba's tunic. With a savage yank, he ripped it down. Bathsheba's breasts spilt free. She screamed and tried to cover her dark brown nipples with the palms of her hands.
You bastard!
Yahai was on his feet, a look of indescribable pain on his face. "Arm yourself. You are coming with us." Ballista let Bathsheba go. She ran from the room. Yahai went to a chest in the corner. From it he took his sword belt and buckled it on. Ballista turned and left. At the gate there were just the 6 men who had arrived with Ballista. "The mercenaries have run," said Maximus. In a few minutes Yahai appeared from the depths of the house with Bathsheba. She was wearing a new tunic. She did not look at Ballista. "Time to go." At a steady jog they set off north towards the palace. There was a nightmare quality to the journey. None too far in the distance they could hear screams. Already there was a smell of burning in the air. At every street junction they had to fight their way across the streams of panic-stricken people running east to the Porta Aquaria and the river. Ballista knew that there would be scenes of almost unimaginable horror down on the riverbank at the jetties, where thousands of terrified individuals would be fighting for a place on one of the very few boats. Children separated from their mothers, trampled underfoot. It did not bear thinking about. Ballista put his head down and ran north. They had just passed the temple of Zeus Theos, were within a block of the open ground on the other side of which was the palace, when they heard the pursuit. "There he is! 10 pounds of gold for the man who takes the King of Kings, the head of the big barbarian!" For a second, Ballista thought he recognized the voice of the Persian officer he had tricked that dark night in the ravine, but he realized it was only his own tired thoughts tricking him. The Sassanids were still 100 paces away, but there were a lot of them, and they looked fresh. Ballista and those with him were exhausted. "Go on," said Yahai. "The street is narrow. I can delay them." Ballista looked at Bathsheba. He expected her to scream, to cling to her father and plead with him. She did not. She looked at her father for a time, then turned and ran. "You will not delay them alone. I will stay." Acilius Glabrio turned to Ballista. "You do not care for patricians, but I will show you how one of the Acilii Glabriones dies. Like Horatius, I will hold the bridge." Ballista nodded, and with Maximus ran after the others. Soon there was the sound of fighting. When he had passed the artillery magazine, Ballista stopped and drew breath. There was only 50 yards to go to the palace. He looked back. The end of the street was full of Persians. He could not see Yahai. The caravan protector had not had time to put on his armor. He could not have lasted long. But there was Acilius Glabrio, a small figure in the distance, ringed by the enemy. Ballista ran on. "You took your time." Calgacus was beaming. Ballista smiled weakly. He was too tired to answer. He leant against the stable wall. Compared with earlier, the stables were deserted. Ballista roused himself to ask the guardsman where the other Equites Singulares were. The man looked embarrassed. They thought that you were not coming back. There was only Titus outside, and me." There were a few moments when they were nearly right. Ballista ran his hands over his face. "What is your name?" "Felix, Dominus." "Then let's hope that your name is an omen." Ballista asked Calgacus about the slaves attached to the palace, and was told they had all vanished. He shut his eyes and breathed in the reassuring smells of the stables. His chest hurt. All the muscles in his legs were jumpy with fatigue. His right shoulder was raw where his sword belt had made his mail coat rub. He was tempted just to lie down in the straw. Surely he would be safe, surrounded by these homely smells. Surely the Sassanids would not find him here. He just needed to sleep. The Northerner's childish fantasy was shattered by the arrival of Maximus. "We're ready to go. Everyone is outside mounted except us." The Hibernian threw across a waterskin. Ballista tried and failed to catch it one-handed. He juggled it with 2 hands until he had it secure. He unstoppered it, tipped some water into a cupped palm, and washed his face, rinsing his weary eyes. He drank. "Time to go, then." Outside the moon was up, nearly full. The narrow alley between the palace and the granaries was bathed in its light. Ballista tried to remember if this was the harvest or hunter's moon at home. He was too tired to remember. He walked to the mounting block. Demetrius led up Pale Horse. Ballista mounted painfully. In the saddle he felt a little better. He looked up and down the alley at the horses and riders. Apart from himself there were 14 riders. Maximus, Calgacus, Demetrius, Bagoas, Terpio, the 2 remaining members of his official staff, a scribe and a messenger, the 2 Equites Singulares, Titus and Felix, and another 4 soldiers who had crossed the town with him. 3 troopers from Cohorts 20 and another guardsman. And there was Bathsheba. There were 3 horses loaded with supplies.
"What shall we do about the other 6 saddled horses in the stables?" Calgacus asked.
Ballista knew that he should order them killed or hamstrung in case they aided the pursuit.
"Cut the girths and bridles."
Calgacus swung off his horse, disappeared into the stables, and was back in a few moments. When the Caledonian had remounted, Ballista gave the signal to move out. For the second time that night, Ballista led a column of riders around the temple of Jupiter Dolicanus. They came out onto the broad road heading to the Campus Martius, and Ballista pushed Pale Horse into a gallop. In case he should fall, he had hurriedly told Maximus, Calgacus, and Turpio his plan, such as it was. They had not looked thrilled. He had not told the others. There was no point in scaring them even more. The military quarter through which they thundered was empty. The Romans had fled. The Persians had not yet arrived. Smoke blew across the road from the south. As he flashed by the military baths, Ballista noticed that the comatose soldier had gone from the steps. So had the girl. "Good luck to you, brother," he thought, "and to your girl." The cavalcade careered down the street, the sound of thundering hooves echoing back off the walls. From a street off to the left came the sound of fighting. Ballista glimpsed one of the mercenaries backed up against the wall of the amphitheatre, his sword flashing in the torchlight as he tried to keep at bay a howling mob of Sassanid warriors. In a moment, the sight and sound were cut off by the building on the next corner. "Hadudad!" Bathsheba shouted. She reined in her horse savagely. Those following her had to swerve or pull up quickly to avoid her. "Leave him!" Ballista shouted. "There is no time!" "No, we must save him!" Bathsheba turned her horse, and kicking her heels in, set off back towards the corner. "Bugger!" muttered Ballista. As he turned Pale Horse, he called to Turpio to carry on with the others, Maximus to come with him. He set off after Bathsheba. What was it with her? She had left her father to certain death with no more than a significant look, but now she was risking her life for one of his mercenaries. Was it guilt at leaving her father that was making her do this? Was it something about Hadudad? Ballista felt a stab of jealousy. Pale Horse skidded around the corner. Maximus's mount was just a neck behind. Hadudad was still upright. There were a couple of Easterners prone at his feet. The press around the mercenary had slackened off with the arrival of Bathsheba. As Ballista watched, she cut down a Persian on her near side, but then the mob closed. 2 men grabbed her reins, another seized her right boot and pulled her from the saddle. A loud cheer went up. All the Persians' attention was on the girl or the mercenary. They were completely oblivious to the approach of the 2 horsemen. Ballista held his sword out straight along the neck of his horse, his arm rigid. The Persian jerked his head round just before the impact. It was far too late. The sword punched through the mail coat and on between the shoulder blades. The shock pushed Ballista back in his saddle. He let his arm swing through, down, then up straight out behind him as the Easterner fell away, the man's own weight freeing the blade. Ballista was out of the other side of the knot of Persian warriors. Maximus was next to him. They wheeled their horses. Kicking in their heels, they drove forward again. Out of the corner of his eye, Ballista saw Hadudad launch a fierce attack on the 2 Sassanids still facing him. A Persian aimed a cut at Pale Horse's head. Ballista blocked it with his shield, then brought his sword across and down in a bone-crunching blow to the top of the man's domed iron helmet. Sparks flew, a loud crack, and the blade bit down into the skull. Again Ballista was through the mob, Maximus as ever at his side. The remaining Persians were running. There were several on the ground. Among them was Bathsheba, motionless. Hadudad ran forward. He cradled the girl's head. "It's all right. She's coming round." He helped her to her feet. Her legs seemed unstable. Maximus trotted up, leading Bathsheba's horse. Hadudad helped her into the saddle. Then, with a lithe jump and complete familiarity, the mercenary jumped up behind her. "Time to go," said Ballista, damping down his irritation. The horses clattered back the way they had come. Ballista and Pale Horse plunged through the inky black shadow between the Principia and the barracks, and emerged onto the moon-washed emptiness of the Campus Martius. This time there was no chance that the figure of Acilius Glabrio would appear. Ballista pointed Pale Horse towards the Temple of Bel and the north wall. He reined in as he reached the northern postern gate. It stood open. Turpio and one of the guardsmen were climbing back into the saddle. They must have had to dismount to open the gate. Most likely, its sentries had left it shut when they fled. Ballista wondered where the sentries had gone. They may have taken flight on foot, east along the ledge outside the wall. They would be trying to climb down the cliff near the river, hoping to find a boat. Although maybe, just maybe, They had had the same idea as himself. Without horses, it could not work. Without horses, they would have no chance of escape. Ballista briskly ordered that the supplies be cut from one of the pack horses. Hadudda jumped down from behind Bathsheba and mounted in their place. Grabbing one of the smaller bags of discarded provisions, Ballista asked Bathsheba if she was all right. She simply said yes. "Time to go again." Ballista walked Pale Horse through the gate and turned right. The rest followed. The ledge was wide enough for 2 horses abreast, but the threat of the sheer drop to their left kept them in single file. He walked his horse until he reached the big landslip he had first spotted all those months ago on the day of the lion hunt. He signalled a halt and turned to face the others. He pointed down. Ballista had half expected a collective gasp, a flurry of protest. None came. He looked down the great ramp formed by the landslip. It started about 3 foot below the ledge, then pulled away at a hideously steep angle, 45 degrees or worse. In the strong moonlight, the soil looked loose and treacherous. Here and there a wicked rock stuck up. It seemed to stretch away forever. Ballista looked back at the others. They were very quiet. No one moved. Under their helmets, the soldiers' eyes were pools of black shadow. Ballista well understood their hesitancy. A rider edged forward. It was Bathsheba. Her horse stopped at the lip. Without a word, she kicked her heels, and the horse jumped forward. Ballista watched it land. Fighting to keep its balance, its quarters almost on the flat on the ground, it began to scrabble and slip downwards. Ballista forced himself to look away. He nudged Pale Horse next to the mount of Demetrius. He took the reins from the boy's hands and led the horse to the edge. He looped the reins over one of the horns of the boy's saddle. He leant close and quietly told him to forget the reins, just lean back and cling to the saddle. The boy was bareheaded. He looked terrified. "Hold tight." Ballista drew his sword. The boy flinched. The sword glittered as it swung in an arc through the air. Ballista brought the flat of the blade down hard across the rump of the boy's horse. It leapt forward into space. "So, are you afraid to follow where a girl and a Greek secretary dare go?" Ballista called for the leading rein of one of the pack horses. He led it to the edge. He looked down at the vertiginous drop. "All father, to think that on the afternoon of the lion hunt I thought I would like to do this for fun." He kicked hard with his heels. As Pale Horse dropped, Ballista was lifted up, almost out of the saddle. As the gelding's hooves found the ramp, Ballista crashed back into the saddle, the impact jarring up through his spine. The lead rein went taut, snapping his right arm back, wrenching his shoulder, the leather slipping through his fingers, burning. The pack horse followed, and the pressure went. Ballista leant as far back as he could, bracing his back against the rear horns of the saddle, wedging his thighs up under the front ones. The ramp dropped in front of him. Jagged, sharp rocks poked up. The floor of the ravine looked infinitely far away. He wondered whether to shut his eyes, remembered how the awful reality had flooded in when he had opened them again in the siege tunnel, and fixed his gaze on Pale Horse's mane. Down and down they plunged, down and down. Then it was over. Pale Horse was gathering his legs under him, and they were running on the flat of the bed of the ravine. Ballista circled the 2 horses round to where Demetrius and Bathsheba were waiting. Maximus thundered past, whooping like a madman. One after another, Calgacus, Bagoas, the messenger, and the scribe arrived at the bottom. Then disaster struck. Halfway down the ramp, the mount of one of the soldiers, it was impossible to tell which, lost its footing. The horse tipped forward. Its rider was half thrown. The horse landed on him. Together, in an avalanche of stones and earth, they rolled down. The following rider was almost on top of them. At the last moment, the bloodied, broken tangle of horse and man toppled to their fate over the far edge of the ramp. The way was clear again. All the rest made it to the bottom. Turpio came last, leading one of the pack horses. Brave man, thought Ballista. The more horses that had made the descent, the more the surface of the ramp had been cut up, the more unstable it had become. Ballista chivied them into line. Felix was missing. His name had not proved prophetic. The horse of one of the other soldiers was lame. Ballista jumped down to inspect its leg. It was near the fore. It was far too lame to run. Ballista cut the baggage from one of the 2 remaining pack horses and told the trooper to mount. He turned the lame horse free. It stood, looking disconsolate. Waving for the others to follow, Ballista pointed Pale Horse up the ravine away from the river. At the head of the line he kept them to a steady canter. They had not gone far when they heard the shouts. Far up above them to the left, torches flared, a trumpet shrilled. Mounted Sassanid warriors were moving along the ledge, following in their tracks. Ballista felt absurdly depressed. Somehow he had hoped to be able to sneak away unnoticed, like thieves in the night. All-Father, he prayed. Deep Hood, High One, Fulfiller of Desire, let their horses refuse the dreadful drop. Let the courage of their riders fail them. He had little hope that the prayer would be answered. He moved to hoping that their own horses had so dislodged the surface of the ramp that it would give way and betray the Persians to share the bloody fate of Felix. As the sounds of the pursuing enemy swelled, Ballista mastered the urge to kick his mount into a gallop. He could feel the thoughts of all those behind him willing him to increase the pace. He ignored them. It would not do. He remembered the rough going from his chase of the onager. He forced himself to keep Pale Horse at a steady canter, letting the gelding pick his own way. Soon the bend of the ravine hid them from their pursuers. The heat of the previous day still hung heavy in the depths. Ballista rode through clouds of gnats. They got in his eyes and mouth. Ballista approached the fork in the ravine. Before steering Pale Horse into the narrow turning to the right-hand passage, he looked behind. Bathsheba and Calgacus were close. He could not see Maximus. He had not heard a horse fall. There had been no commotion. He was surprised, but not unduly worried. He cantered on. The path was beginning to rise more sharply. Maximus had enjoyed the descent of the ramp. He prided himself on having known from the start what Ballista intended. As soon as they had seen the landslip on the day they killed the lion, Maximus had known that one day they would try to ride down it. Admittedly, he had not thought it would be in the dead of night, fleeing the sack of the town, but that just added spice to the adventure. When he heard the sounds of pursuit, Maximus twisted in his saddle and looked back down the column. Everything seemed fine, but he noticed Bagoas pull his horse to the side and let others begin to pass him. Maximus did the same. Gradually, he dropped back down the column. By the time they entered the right-hand fork of the ravine, there were just 3 riders behind Maximus. When the passage opened up again, he pulled his horse against the rock wall and waved the guardsmen Titus and Turpio past. Maximus sat still. There was no sign of the Persian boy. Maximus wheeled his horse and, drawing his sword, set off back the way that he had come. "So that is your game, you treacherous little bastard. Sit at the fork and direct them after us. Well, you will be in Hades before that happens, you little fucker." He kicked on, stones rattling out from under the hooves of his horse. Sure enough, there at the fork, Bagoas sat motionless on his horse. Maximus pushed his mount faster. The Persian boy saw Maximus coming, saw the blade in his hand. He threw up his hands, palms forward. "No! Please, no! Please do not kill me!" Without a word, Maximus came on. "No! Please, you do not understand. I am not going to betray you. I am trying to save you. I will point them down the wrong turning." Maximus reined in savagely, his horse almost back on its hocks. He reached across and grabbed the boy's long hair. He half pulled him out of the saddle. The Hibernian's sword flashed and found the boy's throat. The tip of the blade just broke the skin. A trickle of blood, very black in the moonlight, ran down the gleaming steel. "And why should I believe you?" Bagoas looked into Maximus's pale blue, terribly blank eyes. He could not speak. The noise of the pursuit echoed up the ravine. With the sounds bouncing off the rock walls, it was impossible to tell how far away the pursuers were. "Come on, we haven't got all night." Bagoas swallowed hard. "Ballista and you are not the only men who have honor. You saved my life when the legionaries attacked me. Now I will repay that debt." For a long, long time, neither spoke. The sword remained at Bagoas's throat. The staring blue eyes gave nothing away. The sounds of the pursuit were getting louder. The sword was gone. Maximus was carefully wiping it on a rag at his belt. He sheathed it. He smiled. "Until the next time, boy." Maximus spun his horse round and kicked on back the way that he had come, up the right-hand branch of the ravine after the others. High on the hills, Ballista sat on pale horse and looked down at the burning city. The south wind was picking up. It pulled long streamers of fire into the night sky. Now and then, dense clouds of sparks, like an erupting volcano, rose up as a building collapsed. The dying city was at least 1.5 miles away. No sounds reached Ballista. He was glad of that. All our efforts, and it has come to this, he thought. Is it my fault? Did I concentrate so much on the Sassanid siege works that I did not pay enough attention to the possibility of treachery? If I had thought properly about the Christians, would clues have been there? Would I have seen them? Another large building fell, and a whirl of sparks rose up. The undersides of the racing clouds were tinged pink. An ugly, unwanted thought rose like a big pike with a mouthful of sharp teeth to the surface of Ballista's mind. This was meant to happen. This is why I was sent, not Bonitas or Celsus. This is why I was given no additional troops. This is why the kings of Emesa and Palmyra felt able to refuse my requests for troops. There never was any hope of relief. The emperors already knew that the 2 field armies would be needed elsewhere this campaigning season, that one would go to the Danube with Gallienus to face the Carpi, and one with Valerian to deal with the Goths in Asia Minor. Arete was always expected to fall. The town, its garrison, its commander were expendable. We were to be sacrificed to buy time. Ballista found that he was laughing. In a sense, he had succeeded. The city had fallen, but he had bought the Roman Imperium some time. At the cost of so much suffering, of so many lives, so many thousands of lives, he had bought the Roman Imperium some time. The emperors should welcome him like a returning hero. Of course, that would not happen. They had wanted a dead hero, not a living witness to their heartless betrayal of the city of Arete. They had wanted their expendable barbarian dux ripae dead, sword in hand, in the smoke-blackened ruins of the town, not staggering back into the imperial court, reeking of failure and treachery. Ballista would be an embarrassment. He would be blamed, made the scapegoat, his reputation left in tatters. One day, he vowed, this Imperium will regret all the things it has done. The city was still burning. Ballista had seen all he wanted to see. Turning in the saddle, Ballista looked back down the line. All those he cared about were there. Calgacus, Maximus, Demetrius. And there was Bathsheba. Other thoughts came into his mind. The hooded figure of the big man. Mamurra entombed in the dark beneath the walls. He pushed them away. He looked back beyond the column. There was no sign of any pursuit. He gave the signal to move on. At the rear of the line, the last remaining frumentarius looked at the burning city of Arete. He wondered what report he would write to the emperors about all this. He took a last look at the fire in the east and kicked his horse to follow the others. He sneezed, and he wondered how this new journey would end.
The end. You've been listening to Fire in the East by Harry Sidebottom, narrated by Nick Bolton. If you have enjoyed this recording and would like to receive information on the latest audiobooks, please contact us at the address on the cover. We will be pleased to send you a catalogue of available titles.